running past the fan and looking so right. Hey, baby, Big Mama, Boogie Man, and Misty, never sure do look good, brother.
I'm not ready to go yet, okay? I'm not ready. You gotta wait. I got shit to do. I'm in the middle of something, all right? Just hold on.
Watch your mouth or don't come in here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, people, come on, we're adults here.
You know what? What is the point?
Yeah, we're adults here. I got a fucking Burger King fucking thing on my head. We're all fucking adults here, guys. People, in my chat, 2 words. What are they? 2 words. Let me see the chat flood. Let me see the chat flood. 2 words. Okay, next caller. Please. Let's get into the meat and potatoes, which translate in American to dick and balls.
I got flip-flops. These are my flip-flops. Yeah, I really like my flip-flops because I can put them on. Because look, watch me put them on. I can put them on all by myself. Watch me put them on. Look, are you watching? Look, these are my flip-flops.
Thanksgiving Day. I remember it clearly. It was Thanksgiving Day. I was inserting myself in somebody else's fucking business as a cash grab, and you know.
This channel is harsh reality. Karen Yak se jodió la sucia vida. Amen.
This is Jonathan Lee Riches. I have cheeseburgers. I'm gonna put cheese on them. I'm gonna make sure that I have my hamburgers because I'm a big boy now and I can make the hamburgers. My mom lets me use the stove now.
And I'm just like, wow, I like receipts, and they brought receipts. Like they had evidence to back up everything they said. And I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be another side to this, right? Like this can't. No, this is too fantastic.
Yeah, because you're not going to just jump to the conclusion that there's a conspiracy amongst cops to cover up a murder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, cops and just like soccer moms and shit. Like that's what made it even crazier. Like,
yeah, get it, Betty. Yeah,
did you have a close relationship with your mom?
Get it, Betty.
Oh, of course, I still do.
Yeah.
My older sister was kind of sad. She was more of the prissy girl that like going
that is
and
the
getting her
best
done.
shit fucking
Shopping for
ever.
dresses with mommy. I was the tomboy that liked playing with the people.
Shout out to Cherry for just being just easily the most faithful and loyal supporter that I've ever had. That someone could have that tenacity with loyalty. And I'm really blessed to have someone like Cherry be part of this channel and in my life. So it means a lot. And yes, I named him after Mr. T and Rocky. Say, woman. Say, woman.
Say, woman, since your old man ain't got no heart, why don't you come down to my apartment tonight and I'll show you a real man.
Oh my God, I'm so in love with this little dude. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this one up. I love you guys very, 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 very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends. Oh, say bye. Say bye.
Oh, I love you too. Give me a kiss.
Oh, I love you. Bye, guys.
Karen left the waterfall bound for Fairview Road. Next day, the fuzz took her away on lies the others told. The Commonwealth's investigation was putrid and diseased. The turtles showed the world the truth and brought them to their knees. Yeah! You know you're going down. You know you're going down. We'll never get away with Aaron Gay. We'll never get away with John O'Gay. We'll never get away with Aaron Gay. We'll never get away with John O'Gay. Chloe turned up missing in the house was quickly sold. Then Carol found Jen's Google search on slug and dying cold. Jobs gone, placed in the snow to die with just one shoe. You fucking pricks, you set her up. Now here comes the boom. Oh! You know you're going down. You know you're going down. We'll never get away with Aaron Gay. We'll never get away with John O'Gay. We'll never get away with Aaron Gay. We'll never get away with John O'Gay. Bang, bang.
His injuries were inconsistent with the damage on the car. The damage on the car was inconsistent with having made contact with JoJo's body. In other words, the car didn't hit him, and he wasn't hit by the car. Period. Full stop.
Freak Aaron Gay. We'll never get away with John O'Gay. We'll never get away with Aaron Gay. We'll never get away with John O'Gay. We'll never get away with Aaron Gay.
Woo! Good morning, people. Happy Monday, if there is such a thing. I hope everybody had a great Father's Day weekend. Oh my goodness. We're back. We're back. We're back Monday. When we left off on Friday, there was a void year towards Trooper Paul, or I should say, Tupa Paul, who gave testimony, and Paul, Jackson's real mad at him. Alan Jackson's real mad at him because he wasn't acting professional. He didn't act professional as a restructuring as the restructuring guy for the math tupers Oh my god, I'm still asleep. let's go ahead and pull up homeboy here. We'll give it a little bit. This way we don't miss anything. But yeah, Jackson was mad, dude. Jackson was mad because oh my goodness, what?
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. 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 I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Hayden Kane, Demon Cleaner. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Yeah, this is gonna be it's going to be interesting because Jackson was pissed off, and rightfully so, because the judge, or not the judge, the Commonwealth, the prosecution continues to throw. Well, Jackson doesn't like to use the word, but there is no better word to use. But ambush. He likes to ambush the defense with surprises, with surprise testimony. Surprise new opinions from experts, so-called experts, and they have no time to prepare for this. Yet they have the audacity to file motions saying that the defense is failing to share things, and even in the very motion, you see Eliza Little explaining what their witnesses are going to testify to. So this is really, really weird. This is really weird. The truth is this trial is an absolute sham. There's nothing on the up and up about it. I don't have to be a lawyer to be able to point this out. I don't have to be an attorney or a law enforcement to watch what I'm hearing in this trial, how this trial is being conducted, how it's being prosecuted, how the investigation took place to get even an indictment in the first place from a grand jury. I mean, all of it is all wrong. And you know, I'm just somebody who prides themselves on having at least some common sense. That's it. That's it. You have to be blind and just plain willfully ignorant to not see exactly the sham that's happening here. I mean, right, Captain Skid Marks. They're playing, you know what they're playing? They're playing Juvie Uno. That's they're playing Juvie Uno. They're playing group home Uno. I don't know if anybody here has ever lived in a group home. But when it comes to the game of Uno, when I lived in these group homes, there was always a new way to play Uno. You know what I'm saying? Like there's always new rules. Oh, yeah, I could keep throwing down reverses if I don't run out. Like until I run out, I could throw down reverses. I could throw down skips, and then until I run out of cards. Reverse, skip, blue, red, skirt, verse, skip, draw two, bitch, and then out. Uno, I'm out. And then, of course, if you fail to call Uno at the right time, the person calls Uno. If you fail to call Uno, then you got to pick up a bunch of cards. Or you could play the way where somebody manages to call Uno before you do. You got to pick up like 20 cards. It varies from group home to group home, whether you got to pick up 2 cards, whether you got to pick up 20 cards. It varies. But this is basically what's happening is Lally's calling it as it goes on. Lally's just making shit up as it goes on. That's all he's doing. Stop. How am I a cheater in a card game? I've never cheated in a card game in my life. Dude, are you calling me a chiseler? Are you calling me a fucking chiseler? I have never cheated on a card game in my life. I take pride in that shit. Like that's the cool thing about playing cards, man. You gotta have some honor. You gotta have some honor. Uno though, I don't know about all that. I don't know about all that. See, K Rochelle's calling me a lot. I don't think we've ever played Uno in our lives, if I'm being totally honest. Oh, that's actually not. Oh shit. Yeah, I think we did. I think we did play Uno back in the day. Yeah. See, I've known K Rochelle since like the 7th grade. Yeah, and I'm thinking now we probably did play Uno, and I probably slapped some of those old school group home tricks. That's not cheating though. I mean, it is cheating, kind of. If you change the rules as you go on, but if you say, look, there's a way to play this. There's a way that the instructions on the box tell you to play, and then there's the way that real people play it. And it's not cheating if I gave you the heads up. It's not cheating if I gave you the heads up. So
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. 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 I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, Jace Esquire. Hot's long before Bev says, say it another way, Jackson. Say it another way, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson. Oh my god, that totally reminds me of big shout out to Mazza Media, dude. Mazza Media had Auntie Deb. Terry, can you share Auntie Deb's and Mazza Media's links in the chat for me, please? Auntie Deb does these great parodies of these court proceedings and impressions of everybody, and it's great. It's really funny.
22117,
Here we go. I guess they're doing sidebar. Better not film any damn jurors. Better watch out for that shit today. I mean, are we on time? It's still 6 minutes late.
All right, so we can bring the jurors in. Good morning.
They're bringing the jury in. Wait, what just happened? I don't know what that was. I couldn't make that out. But Karen looks surprised about something.
You are unmuted.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Benoni now sitting in the Norfolk Superior Court within for the county of Norfolk, draw near and give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this court. Thank you. Be seated for the now session.
Good morning again, counsel and Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I hope you all enjoyed this gorgeous weekend. I have those 3 questions to ask you. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. Could we please have Trooper Paul?
There's Tom, looking sharp. Bill and Janet Reed, Karen's parents.
And just watch yourself for me. Thank you.
So almost like the other state report and jury in the case down here, it's the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Morning, Trooper.
Good morning, etc.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you could just again, please state your name and spell your last name for the jury.
Yes, it's Trooper Joe Paul. That's Paul.
And sir, if I could just take you back to a couple different portions of your testimony from Friday. With respect to the acceleration and braking tests that you conducted in the driveway area or outside of the Camden Police Department, was that before or after Ms. Hartnett from Crime Scene Services section had processed the vehicle?
After.
And so as far as anything that was removed by her, that was done prior to you conducting any of your tests, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you investigated approximately 191 crashes over your time with the cars unit with the state police, correct?
Correct.
Now, I'm going to ask you just some general questions with regard to a number of those crashes have involved motor vehicles, collisions with other motor vehicles, correct?
Yes.
Now, in general terms, with respect to motor vehicle collision, what, if any, you talked a little bit last week about sort of area of impact and point of impact, correct?
Correct.
Now, that's with regard to the roadway, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So with regard to the vehicles coming in contact with each other, what, if anything, regarding damage would you expect or anticipate based on your experience in general terms when vehicles come in contact or touch with each other in a collision sequence? Objection.
No, I'm going to allow it. In general terms, what do you look for?
So we look, well, there's 2 times of damage onto a vehicle. One's contact damage and one's an induced damage. So when we look at vehicles, we are looking for what's called as contact damage. And the induced damage is basically, start from the beginning. So contact damage is the damage that is actually made direct contact with another vehicle. And induced damage is the damage that did not make direct contact. So for example, if you push in one piece of metal that make contact, the rest of the metal will make a rippling effect that would be more cause induced damage.
Like, he's making
Just
sense,
saying in
but I
general
can't take him
terms,
seriously.
As far as vehicles coming in contact with each other in a collision sequence, what, if anything, would you expect or anticipate based on your experience to sort of transfer from one vehicle to the other event?
It's possible when you transfer, you can have paint transfers that come from one vehicle to another. You got a tire rub off that go from one vehicle to another. Scratches that would come from one vehicle to another.
And again, sir, just in general terms, when it comes to vehicles interacting with each other in a collision sequence, what, if any, role does the respective heights of those vehicles play in respect to contact damage or inducement?
Yeah, it depends on their heights and how they relate to each other. So that kind of shows if one vehicle is taller, one smaller, it's going to show where the contact damage would be from one vehicle to another based on their height.
So based on respective heights, contact or induced damage could be in a different location from a bigger vehicle to a smaller, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could turn you back to the tech stream analysis that you conducted with respect to the defendant's vehicle. Now, there were two events that occurred. Forgive me. On that 12629 miles beat, there were two events that occurred within that trigger, within that mileage. Is that correct?
Correct.
And based on your analysis with respect to the odometer readings and the mileage, where is it what is your belief as to where the vehicle was when those two events, being the 3-point turn and the backup straight for approximately 60 some odd feet, where did those occur within the travel path of the defendant's vehicle?
So the first one with the 3-point turn, in this case, it appeared to be possibly on to, it was a Cedar Crest, which, because we know based on testimonies that she missed the exit to Fairview and had to make a U-turn onto Cedar Crest. And that would make sense to why they would occur with close proximity to each other. They're within the same odometer mileage and on the same key cycle.
And so that reverse 24.2 miles per hour for 60 some odd feet, where would that have occurred geographically from your review of the odometer reading?
It should occur probably on Fairview.
Now, sir, based on the totality of your analysis and your investigation in this case, what, if any, conclusions did you come to as to how this collision sequence occurred or how this crash occurred?
Yes. Should I go my report for that, or should you want me to just kind of go off the?
Are you asking to look at your report? Is that what-
Yes.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
I wonder if this dude's magically going to produce those notes that that Jackson asked about Friday.
Can we continue?
If you could, please.
Okay.
What, if any, conclusions did you come to through the course of your investigation?
So on Saturday, January 29th, 2022, at approximately 12:45.
So you can look at your report, but you can't read your report.
I'm
So
reading my conclusions based on what they asked me to do. Okay.
yeah. So
Motherfucker, I
also
know.
I can't hear you.
Sorry.
Okay. So just take your time, read your report, and then answer Mr. Lally's question. And if you need to look at your report, we'll see about that again.
Thank you, Solomon Grundy.
All right.
Ask the question, Mr. Lally.
Based on the totality of your investigation, what, if any,
Oi, cunt!
with regard to how this collision occurred?
So this collision occurred on Saturday, January 29th, 2022, at approximately 12:45 hours. A 2021 Lexus LX 570 was traveling southbound on Fairview Road, in Area 34 Fairview Road.
Yeah. So,
Sorry, I'm trying to oppose it.
you know what? I don't, Mr. Lally, break this down. Ask simple questions
Yeah,
so that
for
the witness
real.
can
What
answer
the
your questions.
fuck is this shit
We
show
don't
right
need a
now?
narrative.
Thank you. We don't need this guy telling a fucking story, bro.
What, if any, conclusions did you come to as to where this collision occurred?
So, all right. So on the night of Saturday, January 2022, at approximately 12:45 hours,
He totally memorized
2021 Lexus LX 570.
fucking monologue.
Yes.
So forget all that part,
Okay.
Trooper.
All right.
Answer the question.
Okay.
Where did it occur?
It occurred in Area 34 Fairview Road.
And who, if anyone, were the participants in this collision sequence?
The operator appeared to be Karen Reed, and the pedestrian was John O'Keefe.
Lying
And
sack
where
of
was the
shit.
vehicle located in reference to the residents of 34 Fairview?
It was located along the southbound travel lane and to the left side of the house as you look at it from the front.
You big dummy!
As far as the vehicle, what, if any, directionality did it head in, and what, if any, interaction did it have with Mr. O'Keefe?
So the vehicle was traveling in reverse along the southbound travel lane, traveling north.
And How fast was the vehicle traveling and over what distance?
The vehicle traveled up to 24 miles per hour and approximately 62 feet.
You're lying. At the time
you're
the
a piece
vehicle
of
was
shit.
traveling approximately 24 miles per hour over approximately 62 feet, what if anything occurred then?
The right rear of the Lexus struck the pedestrian John O'Keefe.
And post-collision, what if anything occurred with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
Mr. O'Keefe was projected forward and to the left along the front yard of 34th Fairview Road.
And post-collision with Mr. O'Keefe, what if anything did the defendant's vehicle do?
The Lexus continued traveling in reverse before they left the area.
Now, as far as the vehicle itself, from your inspection, what if any role did any mechanical aspects of the vehicle play in this collision?
There were no mechanical defects.
As far as your analysis of the roadway and other factors related to that, what if any role did they play in this collision sequence?
There were no roadway or environmental factors that contribute to this collision.
Now, sir, with
How do you
respect,
know?
To your investigation,
You didn't
what
even
if any
test on the
conclusions
road.
did you draw based on your training and experience in regard to this collision and how it occurred?
May I look at my report real quick? Just make sure.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hey, may I look at my report? You think I can have my juice box?
So throughout my investigation, this appeared to be a single car collision involving a pedestrian. The vehicle was traveling at a higher acceleration when.
Calm down, bro. Relax.
Sorry.
Jesus, dude. I know. Lying, it's tough. Take a
Accelerated at
deep
high
breath
rate of
before you
speed
tell your
he struck
lies.
the pedestrian John O'Keefe on the roadway and subsequently left him at the scene.
And with respect to the backup safety system,
This is the worst testimony I've ever seen. Like, the jury's looking at this guy going, what?
Is it your opinion that played in how this crash occurred?
Based on the visibility analysis. So even if the camera systems were covered in snow, even the systems were defective anyway, and even the mirrors were blocked, an attentive and a reasonable operator would not travel in reverse, especially at a high rate of speed. They would have cleaned the mirrors off. They would have made the cameras and systems, if they worked, they didn't work. They would have done all this prior to accelerating in reverse.
The objection sustained.
Move to strike.
I'm going to strike that.
With respect to your
Jackson's already getting pissed, dude. This is going to be amazing.
pedestrian that you placed in the right rear of the vehicle, was that exemplar pedestrian visible to you at the time that you conducted that visibility analysis?
Yes, it was.
Absolutely, Amy in Boston. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Stopped, right, Charlie?
Oh, you popped. You're gonna be famous.
Wait, here it is. Here it is.
Wait, stop.
This is. So, do you have any? Do you hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of mathematics?
I do not.
Do you hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of physics?
I do not.
Hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of biomechanics?
No.
How about in engineering?
No.
How about in kinematics?
No.
What's the highest degree that you do hold, sir?
I have an associate's degree.
In what?
Administration of justice.
You mentioned kinematics on Friday. Do you hold any certificates in the specific area of kinematics?
Yes, it's covered in the basic
Thank you,
crash
Solomon.
investigation classes.
Okay, so you took a class, in other words, correct?
At multiple classes.
They introduced the idea of what kinematics is, right?
Correct.
Testified about that on Friday.
Yes.
Define kinematics, jurors.
It deals with the aspect of motion.
It's a subfield of what broader field?
Kinematics.
Physics?
Kinematics is a subfield of what broader discipline of science?
Physics?
I'm not sure.
Physics.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Yes.
I'm a fucking
Describes
dropout.
how points and objects and systems of objects, how they move and how the rate they move and the rate of their velocity, correct?
It deals with the motions.
What's that called? The
Never
rate of
even took
velocity. What's
physics.
another word for that?
The rate of velocity.
Correct.
I mean, it deals with the motion. It deals with forward, and also deals with speed. It deals with travel and speed. If something's moving, it also has a speed to it.
Right. The word you're looking for is acceleration, correct?
Sure.
What role does acceleration play in the field of kinematics?
What role does acceleration play in kinematics?
Correct.
It talks about, like you just said, it talks about the speed and talks about motion.
Is kinematics also known as the geometry of motion? Is that correct?
I have not heard that.
Never heard that. What's the difference between constrained and unconstrained motion?
Constrained and unconstrained motion.
That's what I asked.
Jackson's just
Strain
gonna break
motion.
this guy down, dude, and make him feel
Can't
fucking
recollect at the moment.
tiny.
Constrained motion is motion on a predetermined path, isn't it?
Yes.
I guess.
Unconstrained motion is what?
When it doesn't have a predetermined path.
Free movement, correct?
Correct.
Can you remember that from your class?
Guessing like he's being quizzed in
For the
school.
most part, we don't go that in depth. Constrained and unconstrained.
Constrained and unconstrained, not restrained.
That's what I said. Sorry, unconstrained. Yes.
Kinematics uses algebraic formula to model these motions, right? Motions. Of
He's building
points.
to that, Brass.
Distance
Yeah.
Points, correct?
He's
Yes.
gonna discredit the fuck out of this guy.
And it includes concepts like displacement and speed.
And thank you
velocity,
so much,
distance,
Brass.
Acceleration, which we've talked about, correct?
Correct.
And it looks at how these things, these values vary over a point in time or duration in time. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you
Thank you,
actually
Brass.
understand the physics behind the study of kinematics?
Yes.
The word you learned in class.
Yes, we had to go over the physics part of it.
On Friday, you said that this incident is a pedestrian strike from a vehicle. You reiterated that again this morning. Is that right?
Correct.
I want to be clear. That is your opinion based on your training and experience, correct?
Yes.
And on Friday, you said you based that opinion on the fact that you noted a half-mile-an-hour decrease in speed and a steering input of less than 10 degrees at some point in that reverse motion, correct?
I said that was consistent. That data point in general was consistent with something that you would see within data of a pedestrian strike or striking something else. I do go in my report saying I can't say that's definitively where a pedestrian was struck, but
I'm sorry, I can barely.
it wasn't definitively. Sorry, in my report, I do say I can't say that is definitively where the pedestrian struck.
You cannot say
Definitively, yes.
Okay, so you're going to have to slow down
What?
and speak up, okay?
All right.
I just want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly, and I apologize.
Bam has no patience for this guy.
Say definitively that that resulted in a pedestrian strike.
That data point within the tech stream data is what I'm talking about.
Okay.
That specific point, that time frame.
Because there's a multitude of reasons why when someone is driving in reverse, they might slow down by a half a mile an hour, right?
It's when I say when it's consistent, it's because there's the other aspects of it is the fact that the accelerator is consistently strong.
Let him answer. Finish your answer.
So the accelerator is at a constant rate, and then it just drops by half a mile, and the steering wheel all of a sudden abruptly goes to the right. That's what I'm talking about when I say it is consistent with a pedestrian strike. That's something that you would see. It's not going to be a huge change of speed during this collision.
You also note that at the time, it had begun to snow, correct?
Yes,
There would be snow on the lawn, right?
correct.
There would be snow on the cars,
Yes,
snow on the trees,
yes,
snow on the roadway.
yes,
Snow on the roadway could impact how tires move over the roadway, correct?
in a way.
Joe, is it John Paul or Joe
And
Paul?
obviously, there are a multitude of reasons why
I don't know. Who
somebody
cares?
might input a 10-degree input on a steering wheel, correct?
Correct. That's why I said I couldn't definitively say it.
Right. So every time somebody
That's why I
goes
couldn't
down,
definitively say it.
going in reverse or forward and introduces a 10-degree input on the steering wheel, doesn't mean they're looking to hit a pedestrian, correct?
Correct.
You testified that you determined the area of impact by basically following, if I heard your testimony correctly, basically following the debris field from the body.
You mean
where
basically?
you believe John O'Keefe's body's final resting place was.
I need to stop smoking this
almost
shit right here,
linearly
dude. Jesus
to the furthermost piece of debris that was found. Did I get that right?
Yes.
In other words, you established what in your mind, or what you were told was his final resting place, and what you were told was the debris field. And you indicated that the furthermost piece of debris would basically be the area, right?
It's within that line. I didn't say that is the area impact where the furthermost piece of evidence is.
All right.
It's just the linear, like you said earlier. It's that linear. We're going that path. That's the path that he traveled post impact with the vehicle.
And that is on which that fact that you stated is on which it's a terrible question. That's the basis for your opinion of where the area of impact was, correct?
Yes.
Let's take a look at exhibit, with the court's permission, 587. It's your diagram 3. If I may approach Your Honor, just for.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
So you can see it. Your Honor, may we publish exhibit 587?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Sir, you see diagram 3 on the board. You also have it in front of you, correct?
Yes.
It's easier for you to refer to what's in front of you because that's a little bit further away. Just let me know.
Okay.
The red arrows adjacent to the blue writing, where I'm highlighting right now, indicate basically the debris field that you explained to the jurors on Friday, correct?
Yes.
And then there's a point of an arrow that comes back to a wording that says pedestrian's final rest, basically right there, correct?
Yes.
And the debris field ends right in the middle of that spotlight, correct?
Yes.
All right. So that's the area of impact that you indicated to Mr. Lally you believe occurred because of the debris field and the linear portion of that debris field going from the pedestrian's final rest all the way out to that final little red arrow that says red plastic B in parentheses, correct?
Yes.
Patience, darling.
Can we,
Patience.
have exhibit 492
There's another Fiesta in the works as we speak.
approach?
Yes.
Oh yeah, Kevin, I got your message, buddy. Well, I'll be in contact with you about that. I'm not sure about Thursday, but I think it should be fine.
Take a look just above the arrow. Your Honor, with court's permission, maybe highlight or magnify the area just above the arrow.
Okay.
You see that?
Yes, I do.
Right underneath fire hydrant, correct?
Correct.
What does that look like to you?
Piece of plastic.
It's debris, correct?
Correct.
All right. Can we go back with the court's permission to exhibit 87?
Okay.
Diagram 3. You see the fire hydrant?
Yes.
Fire hydrant's right there, correct?
Correct.
That's another, according to your scale, that's probably a good 30 feet from the pedestrian's final rest, correct?
Yeah, that's about right.
So that is the furthermost in this diagram, the furthermost piece of debris on the diagram, correct?
Correct.
So now, the your testimony changed that this, in fact, is the area of impact?
No,
Why not?
because it's just a piece of debris. I'm talking about the path. You follow the path of debris field. Debris can move and change.
The debris doesn't fly backward.
I'm saying you pointed to like just the fire hydrant as the area impact where the debris, where that one piece of plastic was, saying that's the area impact is right next to the fire hydrant.
Are you asking me a question?
Yeah, that's what you said, right?
I'm asking you.
I'm making sure I'm understanding what you're saying so I can answer the right.
Ask the question again, Mr. Jackson.
In fact, you indicated
I am all right.
that your analysis of the area of impact.
Spider, you stuttering fuck you.
The furthermost piece of debris from the pedestrian's body that you were aware of, which is right there. Red plastic B, correct?
I said I said you said earlier with the linear equation. I mean, it might have moved it over more, but it's the debris, the start of that debris, and where that is. I can't say that's definitely the point of area impact or the point of impact. I cannot say that is the point of impact right there. You just kind of follow the linear path because they have to follow in a direct path that way.
Okay, so now your testimony is that's not the area of impact.
Right.
I never said that was the area impact. I said it's after that.
Trooper?
Dude.
We're all here.
Dude.
Okay.
Stop it.
Exactly what you said under questioning by Mr. Lally, wasn't it?
Right?
Sustained.
Didn't you say on Friday that you determined the area of impact for Mr. O'Keefe, the point of impact was red plastic B because that was the furthermost piece of debris you were aware of from the final point of rest from Mr. O'Keefe's body. Isn't that what you said?
I don't believe that's my exact words.
Okay, I'm not asking if it was your exact words. I don't have a transcript of it. I'm asking you, is that what you tried to impart to the jurors?
What I said to the jury, I said after that. That's the start of that's last point of evidence that I had. I said the area impact is probably along the roadway after that point. I mean, like before it, if you have to walk towards him.
I'm sorry, I keep doing that. I think you're done. Are you done?
I am done now. So.
Jackson's killing me. Are you done, bro?
Looks like taillight material right under the fire hydrant, correct?
Correct.
If the area impact, which you indicated on Friday, was where this red plastic B is, you would be wrong, right? Your analysis would be flawed.
No, because that's not what I said. I said it's along the roadway, and it's going to be after that point.
Wow,
Okay.
bro.
So is the area of impact now where the fire hydrant is?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Where's the area of impact,
Are you
homie?
now indicating, because now you realize that there's a piece of debris directly under the fire hydrant, are you now indicating that that's the area of impact where John O'Keefe's body was struck?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let's take a look at exhibit, with the court's permission, 279.
Okay.
So now the jury knows that he can't pinpoint the point of impact. Awesome. Dummy.
Take a look at exhibit 279. I want to draw your attention to that piece right there, of plastic. You see it?
Yes.
You describe it for me. Just physically, what does that look like?
Looks like clear plastic with a little bit of red and black on the top part.
Okay. Maybe in a triangular shape. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if we could go back to
It's a triangle. I know shapes.
exhibit
Shapes.
492.
I got it right.
And highlight just above the ruler. How would you describe that piece of material?
It looks like the same piece.
Does that, based on that, does that appear to be part of the taillight material that was found at the scene?
Correct.
Okay. Now, based on that, are you now suggesting, if we could go with the court's permission, if we could go back to 587, I'll stop jumping around just a second. I think we
Okay.
just get back to 587. Oh, sorry, the diagram. Now, seeing what you just now seen in terms of that piece of plastic that appears to be from the taillight, does that appear to be under the fire hydrant, which is highlighted? Same piece.
Yes.
Okay. Based on that, does that change your opinion? Is that now the fire hydrant now the point of impact?
No.
Where's the point of impact?
It's along the roadway. I don't know the exact point of impact.
Somewhere on the
You don't
road.
know the area of impact.
I said the area impact is along the roadway after the debrief. I mean, the only thing it would change, only thing it would change is maybe it's a little further away. But besides that, it's a linear field. I'm not talking about like one point. It's you kind of follow the middle of the debris field, and that should be the path.
The debris field. Follow the debris field.
Along the roadway, where along the roadway, you can show the jurors where along the roadway, in your expert opinion,
Expert.
point of impact.
It should be
Should
within,
be.
if you follow from pedestrians final rest here, just kind of follow it back. That's what I'm talking about, linear field. I can't.
Micronauts got jokes.
You've indicated an area, I can follow your laser pointer, an area along here, correct?
Yes, somewhere in there.
All right, if I have my spotlight, is that, if I leave it right there, is that about where the middle of the spotlight, about where you believe the area of impact is?
It's within, I guess you can say it's within that area. I don't know. Definitely, there's nothing on the roadway that has a discounted
Somewhere around
point that
there.
says
Must
this is
have.
the area impact right here. It's within the roadway based on the evidence at the scene.
Mr. Paul, sorry, Trooper Paul, I'm asking you, based on your expert opinion and your conclusions, based on your full analysis, can you point me to within an area of 5 feet or so on the roadway where you believe the area of impact is? Is my spotlight basically highlighting the area that you believe, in your opinion?
Dude, how hard is this, bro?
You have that laser pointer?
I do.
Why don't we let him show you? It'd be easier for the jury to see.
Yeah, if he fucking knew where it was,
So what I'm trying to say
that'd be
is,
way
so
easier.
you follow the linear path back around this area. And sorry, I'm trying to keep it straight as much as I can. Follow back to here. I can't say like if this is definitely is, but it's possibly based on also vehicle damage to the back of the vehicle. So if you follow all the way back to here, that could be a possible area impact.
So when you say that area there, I want to be very clear for the record that what you highlighted is an area basically just to the left of an X that's on the roadway, on the bottom of diagram 3, toward the lower part of diagram 3.
It's
correct.
You would use your circle almost to kind of be a good area around.
Sorry.
You can use a circle around here. This would be around the area.
Okay.
Okay.
So using
What the fuck was Lolly thinking bringing this guy on the stand? This is the worst witness ever.
going from full left to full right, it's plus or minus 40 feet, right?
Switch. Can't see it.
Levin would have done better than this guy.
So
Levin
say
would have
again.
done better.
Say the question.
Telling
That
you.
scale's 40 feet, going full left, full right, 40 feet.
It's 40 feet. It's a 10-foot scale.
Okay, sorry, 20 feet, my mistake.
That was okay.
Eyes are terrible. 20 feet, thank you. All right, so if you use that scale, can you estimate for the jurors? I'm just going to use this X as a starting point. You estimate for the jurors from this X that I've highlighted, the pedestrian's final rest. What's that number? Doesn't have to be exact. Give me an estimate.
So, I mean, it could be within 30 feet because I tell you this. Also on my scale, this 2 and 3 is 50 feet from each other.
Is how much?
50.
Okay.
50.
So would you agree that from this X down here to pedestrian's final rest, as the crow flies, that's probably a good 35, 40 feet.
I mean, I could try to use the scale. Use me as a scale.
If you wouldn't mind. You need a piece of paper?
Yes, please.
Can somebody pass me my trapper keeper? I have my scale and ruler in there.
Okay.
My pencil.
Just a blank piece of paper.
I can't have a red pencil because the teacher doesn't like that because that's what she used to give grades.
You need a pen?
I got one. Thank you.
Thank you, Solomon Grundy. Finished. I'm finished.
It's around. It's approximately 30 feet.
Approximately 30 feet.
Yes.
Okay.
Raise your hand, please.
With the court's permission, can you estimate 30 feet in here?
Can I
Can you point to a place in the courtroom that looks like it's 30 feet from you?
Objection.
No. Next question.
Does the court have a diagram of a diagram of distances?
In this courtroom? No.
You indicated just now, and then I'm finished with this.
Bab's over this shit.
You indicated just now in answer to Mr. Lowry's last couple of questions that in your expert opinion, when the SUV struck the pedestrian, John O'Keefe, he was, quote, projected forward and to the left to the front yard to his final place of rest.
Yes.
So your expert testimony is that John O'Keefe was hit with the SUV and flew 30 feet.
Projected mean like he. I don't say he flew all the way there. He was
Bro.
projected in that way. He got pushed forward in that direction.
Come on, dude.
Incapacitated, landed there, you have to sort of fly there, correct? You didn't walk there.
I mean, would you definitely flying like literally off the ground the whole entire time, or?
Well, you tell me. You're the expert.
I mean, he got. When we say projected, we mean he gets projected, and they usually have a landing phase, and they land, and they either roll or tumble to final rest.
Okay. How far do you think he landed? How far was it until he landed of that 30 feet?
I don't know. There's no indication of where his exact landing spot was.
Is there any evidence whatsoever that he landed and rolled?
And there was no evidence that he landed or rolled. Or rolled.
According to you, the evidence that you have in front of you,
I mean,
get hit,
this is
fly 30 feet, land where he ended up in his final rest, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Jackson is just clipping this motherfucker's wings, dude.
Expert opinion. You believe that he was projected through the air to his final rest place.
Wow.
That's not what I was saying.
But you said
You said that shit Friday.
And there's no evidence that he flew through the air either.
Exactly.
Right.
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 Exactly.
Exactly.
Sustained.
Jackson's fucking with him. He said exactly. Not exactly. He said exactly.
You said on Friday that in your
Jackson's a
experience,
troll.
people tend to lose objects that are not strapped to them. Is that right?
Yes.
In other words, get hit by something, car, truck, bus, whatever, train, and if you have something in your hand, boom, you lose it, you drop it. If it's not strapped to you, correct?
Correct.
How do you suppose that Mr. O'Keefe, in your opinion, held on to that glass cup that was found right next to him over the course of 30 feet being projected?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Do you have a theory on that?
I don't know. I mean, it just could have been with him the whole way. I don't know. I wasn't there, so I don't know how the glass stayed with his body and went with him to the final rest.
So I mean, it's just common sense. You have to believe that it was in his hand. He held on to it the entire time he was being projected 30 feet, right?
It's possibly, it could have been in his hand. It could have been tucked next to his clothing.
What?
I mean, like, could have been next to his body. So when he projected, the glass was with his body as it was also flying. So there's a number of reasons why the glass also got projected with the body while he was holding it.
I thought you said on Friday, you just agreed with me that people drop things when they're hit.
Yes, body not everything it tends to fly off. I mean, some stuff flies off, some stuff will stay on. It's not uncommon to find piece of clothing and stuff, that you find at the scene.
Piece of clothing?
Like clothing, like shoes, like shoes and stuff like that to come off the body during a pedestrian crash.
Well, that's not what I asked.
I know, I'm just saying, you asked me, you said what I just,
wow,
I'm just responding to what you said.
No, you're
I'm
not.
trying to make sure you understand what I'm saying.
No, I don't, but I'll ask another question. Shoes are strapped on by definition, right?
Yes, but it's very common for shoes to come off.
How about a cell phone?
Cell phone? Yeah. Yeah, it depends. Depends on where it is.
Well,
I'm retarded?
Okay.
I mean, held onto a cell phone with one hand and held onto the cup with the other.
Objection.
Sustained. Ask
Bro.
it differently.
If his cell phone was found under his torso, under his body, what's your theory on how that cell phone ended up flying 30 feet with it?
It just did.
Just somehow, as it landed, tucked that cell phone underneath his body so it landed on top.
Oh my God, homie. It just did. I'm an
It
expert.
just did. That's the evidence at the scene. I didn't put the evidence there. So
Well, you didn't.
You
Jack-
didn't.
All right, so jurors, I've
Jackson,
told
get
you
him.
before, lawyers cannot
You
make
didn't.
comments,
Somebody
so
did.
Disregard it. Mr. Jackson, don't do it again.
I understand. So in
You
one way-
understand, but don't do it. Your answer's always, I understand. Don't do it.
This is fucking great.
Cell phone in one hand.
Breathe,
Cup
bro.
in the other hand. Flew through the air. Right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were informed of this incident on January 29th, 2022 at about 2:30 in the afternoon. Is that right?
yes,
At the time you were working out of the CARS facility, which is located on West Grove Street in Middleborough. Is that right?
yes,
By the way, that's a facility that has multiple garages. Sally ports, I don't know if they're called Sally ports, but garage bays, correct?
Thank you,
the mechanic shop are there.
The mechanic shop
Yes,
is if you're going to review, for instance, for purposes of reconstruction, if you're going to review a vehicle, is the vehicle placed in those mechanics bays?
no, not there. That's for state police vehicles.
Okay, so where are the mechanics bays? Sorry, reverse that. Where are the Sally ports where you would do your analysis? Your
Oh, he's just been dragging him, Turtle Boy.
with the vehicle.
This is fucking great. I'm
We
dying
don't have
right now.
Sally ports for that.
You don't have anything dedicated to that?
No, the only time we would use a Sally port is the crime scene would have some Sally ports that
What's
they
up,
would
Scott?
do to document their crime scene stuff. And I've gone there, they've done my inspections, but most of our inspections are done either at the tow yard or some type of facility for that.
Ultimately, was this SUV ever taken to the Middleborough facility?
Yes, it was.
Where was it placed?
There's a fenced in area inside it's a fenced in area
Is it outside or inside?
outside.
Okay. Did it remain outside in that fenced-in area the whole time?
I don't know the exact
It's
time.
a
It was
lot,
there
Turtle Boy. It's a lot,
for a
dude.
while, then it got moved.
Where did it get moved to?
I'm not sure exactly where they moved it immediately after it left Middleborough.
Are you familiar with the Foxborough location?
Yes.
Does that have Sally ports or bays for inspection and evaluation?
It has garages in it, but we wouldn't use them. We don't normally use those garages for inspections.
Is it possible to use those garages for inspections?
It is possible.
Okay. It's happened before, correct?
I've not used the inspection in the garages.
But if
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and
Sorry,
speak
yes.
slowly.
but you know they could be used.
Sorry.
You know that those bays could be used for inspections or analysis or evaluation if needed, correct?
Yes.
All right. Given the fact that the SUV that was being seized on January 29th was being seized as potential evidence, best practices would suggest that you'd want to get it in and out of the bad weather, the inclement weather, as quickly as possible, correct? You wouldn't want to subject it to continued forces from nature like rain, wind, snow, sleet, hail, right?
That would be beneficial, yes.
All right. You're aware that the Foxborough location and the Middleborough location with the mechanics bays are all closer to Dighton than Kent, right?
Both Foxborough and
Foxborough and Middleborough are both closer to Dighton than Kent. In other words, you have to pass by, depending on which way you go, pass by Middleborough, pass by Foxborough to get to Kent.
so from where?
From Dighton, sorry.
So from from Dighton.
Where the vehicle was seized in
Yeah.
Dighton, all going toward Canton, you pass by either Middleborough or Foxborough to get to Canton, correct?
I don't believe you'd pass by Middleborough to get to Canton, but you've passed by Foxborough.
The car was not taken to Foxborough, was it?
No.
As a matter of fact, the car was taken basically double the distance.
There
all
we
the way
go.
in to that Sally Port, correct?
Objection.
I've been waiting for
You
this
know
to be
that?
brought up.
Is that double the distance?
I don't know the exact distance. I know it was in Canton.
And you know it's far to Canton.
From Dighton, yes.
Right. And you're also aware that because you've been to the scene, assuming, correct? The 34th Fairview.
Yes. Yes, I have.
And you've been to Canton, PD.
Yes, I have.
You know that those two locations are about 3-4 minutes apart.
Yeah, I can say that.
When you started let me ask this in a little bit different way. Before you began any review on this case, any physical review on this case or analysis on the case, you were told that there had been a crash, correct?
Yes.
You testified to that at the state court grand jury in this matter. Is that right? That you've been told in advance this was a vehicle pedestrian crash and you were asked to analyze it, right?
Yes.
You wrote in your report that it was a single vehicle collision involving a pedestrian and you were, quote, assigned to reconstruct that collision, correct?
Yes.
So when you began your analysis, Trooper Paul, you were told conclusively by the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, that the deceased was hit by a car and your job was to reconstruct it. Is that right?
Objection.
Okay, so there are lots of parts to that. Break it down.
Sure. Were you told by Michael Proctor to reconstruct this incident?
Objection.
So were you told that by Trooper Proctor?
I was not.
Okay, next question.
Sure. Who were you told, who were you given your instructions by
Instructions for what?
to reconstruct this incident?
I wasn't given instructions to reconstruct it. It's just I was assigned to it.
Right.
That was requested. My assistance was requested to reconstruct it.
That's my question. Who assigned you to it?
I talked to my sergeant at the time who gave me the phone call.
And you were told some basics about that reconstruction, the event that you were asked to reconstruct, correct?
Yes.
The information that you were told came from the case officer. Is that right?
Who's the case officer?
The information that this was a pedestrian vehicle incident, as opposed to motor vehicle incident, pedestrian bicycle, motor vehicle motorcycle. You were told it was a motor vehicle pedestrian incident that you were asked to reconstruct, correct?
Yeah, I was told that, yes.
All right, and you had to be given some basic parameters of what that incident, how that incident occurred. The car was going in reverse, it's got a damaged taillight, things like that.
Some basic stuff, yeah.
What I'm asking is, I'm trying to get to is, who gave you that information? Where'd it come from?
That the car was traveling in reverse. Like, which part of the information? You asked me several different things just now.
Were you given information from multiple sources? Or did someone give you a summary of what you were being asked to do at the very beginning?
Yep.
Who gave you the summary?
Summary of the whole entire, of what?
Of the event that you were asked to reconstruct.
I was passed down when I got to the garage. There was nobody that sat there and gave me the summary, like, that I can remember. I was told that it was a pedestrian crash. I knew it was a Boston police officer involved, that this was the vehicle, and that it was traveling in reverse. That's all they had.
Okay. What I'm asking is, that's great. Thank you for the summary. Who gave you that summary?
I don't know if it was definitely anybody from the get-go that I talked to.
From where?
I don't know if it's anybody that I could definitely say that was the person. There was multiple people going around when I got there.
Dude.
I think I talked to Trooper Zach Clark. He was doing the crime scene. I think he was Zach Clark. He was the crime scene photos at the time. I knew him from past crashes.
Oh my God!
He just said this is the vehicle, and I think he kind of gave me a little bit of a lowdown on.
So fucking fulano
what
de
the vehicle
tal
was.
Okay.
Briefed you on the issue.
My question is this.
Joe fucking Blow.
A lowdown, he gave you the lowdown?
He gave me information, yes.
Right. When you got the lowdown, you were told Boston police officer was involved, the vehicle pedestrian incident, car was going in reverse, and ultimately led to the death of the pedestrian. Struck the pedestrian in reverse, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you were assigned specifically to try to reconstruct that incident.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of the phrase confirmation bias?
I know the phrase. Yes.
You know what it means?
I can't definitely say what it means.
Developing a conclusion and then trying to find evidence to fit that conclusion. Does that sound right?
You say so.
Plevin confirmation bias. Perfect example of it.
You noted in your direct examination that there were scratches on the passenger side rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Yes.
Offendoffer confirmation bias.
How exactly were you able to scientifically determine that any of those scratches were from an incident on January 29th, 2022, as opposed to any other time?
I didn't have anything else on the time. Is that those scratches happened prior to this collision?
I'm sorry.
I didn't have any information that those scratches were caused from a prior collision. And so when I looked at the evidence, I knew it was in that same area, the right rear tail light. So when I looked at it, it didn't quite fit the pedestrian thing. So when you showed me the video, or I saw the video like a year ago on Court TV, I said that could be.
Holy
You asked the
shit,
question, so
dude.
next, keep going.
Holy shit, dude.
He's answering. Next question. Then
You guys
go
have
ahead.
scientifically
Hold on.
thought the scratches were.
Hold on. Ask
Sorry.
a question, Mr. Jackson.
You know what normal wear and tear on a vehicle is, right?
Yes.
Bumpers get scratched myriad ways, correct?
Correct.
Get scratched in a grocery store parking lot, right?
Yes.
Shopping cart can bounce off the back of the car and scratch the bumper.
Somebody told him the glass scratched it though.
Sure.
I mean, I don't want to go through it, but there's thousands and thousands and thousands of ways that a car can get a scratch, correct?
Correct.
My question is, as you sit here, do you have any scientific evidence that those scratches occurred on January 29th at approximately 12:45 a.m.?
What do you mean by scientific evidence?
Oh my god, dude. Jesus fuck.
Any evidence whatsoever that you can point to that those scratches occurred on that date and at that time, rather than any other time in the history of that vehicle?
Like I said earlier, the video seems to appear that's what it looks like that could have been from.
Well, you said on Friday, let's talk about those scratches for a second.
Okay.
When you testified Friday, you were pretty clear. You said that, if I can find it exactly.
Dude, this dude on the stand is a bona fide fucking schmuck. An absolute and an utter idiot.
You said, quote, the dent and scratches for his hand could be those are consistent with striking the Lexus. Remember saying that?
Yes, on the tailgate.
Okay, so
Thank you, Alchemy.
dent and scratches you talked about on Friday, you said it was from his hand.
Yes, hand in the glass cup.
Okay. Then are those the same scratches you're talking about in terms of the bumper?
No.
So,
What are you talking about? The scratch inside the bumper that we've been talking about?
correct.
Okay.
That's what I'm
No.
talking about. Okay. Is there any way
We're over
to
here, guy.
scientifically date a scratch?
Very simple
No.
question. Thank
Go out in
you.
the parking lot right now, even as an accident reconstructionist. You walk out in the parking lot right now and look at a Toyota Camry sitting there. It's got a scratch on it. There's no analysis
Asked and
you can
answered.
engage in to date that scratch, could you?
Objection.
So you can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Is there any way that you could, in general, look at a scratch and say, that scratch is from such and such date?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Nothing more.
I'll allow it.
You cannot say you can look at evidence and shows that it may have been older than what the newer evidence would be, but there's no way to say that specific date and time and that a scratch would came from.
Right. And it's possible that any or all of those scratches on the Lexus could have predated January 29th, correct?
No.
That's not possible.
What?
The ones that are on from the tail light and the other parts of it.
Scratches anywhere on the car?
Dude.
Depends on what you got to pick the other scratches. You got to show me other scratches on the car.
I'm saying it's possible since you can't date the scratch.
Holy
It's possible that any or all of those scratches could predate January 29th. It's a simple question, right? It's possible.
You're being pretty broad on your scratches here.
I'm not being broad. Let me ask it a different way. Let me ask it again.
Oh my God, bro. It's like jerking off with a cheese grater talking to this guy.
Noted on that car. Predate January 29th.
Any and all of the scratches? See, that's what I'm saying. You're being pretty broad. Any and all scratches on the car
Answer that question.
that it predate.
Objection.
I don't know every single scratch on that car. I could mean.
Overruled. So
There you go.
can you answer that question?
No.
You testified that you noted glass on the rear bumper of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
And you said something about that glass coming from the cup.
Correct.
You also said that you did not see anything on that SUV that could be the source of those glass pieces on the bumper, right?
Yes.
When you did your reconstruction and your analysis, were you informed that none of the glass pieces, not one of them, could be matched to the cup?
I don't know anything about that. I don't know that.
So if you knew that the glass pieces on the bumper do not match the cup, that change your opinion
Objection.
about that glass?
Can you answer that question?
I cannot.
You can't answer the question.
It's what was told to me as evidence.
Got it.
It's what was told to you as evidence. The jury just
By
heard
the
you
crime
say
scene.
that shit.
Who told you?
As crime scene that was there, it says it's glass from the cup.
Who?
When I did my initial inspection, that's what it was on from.
That's not what you just said. You said that's what was told to me.
Yeah, by
Yep.
crime. No, yeah, I can see you by crime scene. While I was at my inspection,
Wait, what?
it was told to me by the crime scene when I was at my inspection, at the initial inspection.
So what you meant by that's what was told to me is the crime scene.
Holy shit.
Yes.
The crime scene say anything else?
I don't know what else do you want me to say.
Wow, dude. Holy shit, dude.
Did Trooper Proctor tell you that those pieces of glass on the bumper are somehow associated with the cup?
No.
Just the crime scene told you.
Correct.
But if you knew that the crime scene was incorrect, and in fact those glass pieces don't match the cup, would that change your opinion?
Objection.
Sustained.
What in the fuck?
Would it change your opinion in any way if you knew that the glass pieces do not match the cup?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Can you answer that question?
No.
I'm sorry. No. No.
I don't. It's a glass from a cup. It's a glass. It's not. It doesn't belong to the vehicle.
Right.
It's glass.
Okay.
But if I told you it didn't match that cup,
What?
your opinion.
Objection.
Does that change your opinion?
Are we talking? Which cup are we?
Oh my
never
God,
touched which
dude.
cup we're talking about.
How many cups?
Fucking shit. Are you kidding me right
You
now,
said
dude?
that cup. One from the scene. Okay.
That cup. I'm talking.
I just want to make sure that we're on the clear path here. I'm clear what we're talking about.
Absolutely.
Okay. All I said, it's
It's found next to John O'Keefe's body in the snow at 34 Fairview on January 29th, 2022. You got the cup in mind?
Yes.
Okay. That's the cup. When I say cup, that's the cup.
That cup, bro. The one and only
Would it
cup,
change your
dude.
opinion if I told you that the glass pieces on the bumper don't match that cup?
What's my opinion on it? All I said was glass from a cup. That's the only opinion I had. It's glass from a cup that was on a bumper.
Are you saying a cup?
A cup. A cup. It's not glass from the car. That was my opinion on it.
It's
I
glass
never said it matched
specifically
to
from a cup.
the scene.
Because cups are the only
I
things
never
made
said
of glass
that. My
besides
thing, I said it's
windows,
glass
right?
from a cup.
Okay.
Wow. Even Jackson's dumbfounded right now.
It's safe to say you didn't do any testing to determine the forces necessary to shatter a taillight on a 2021 Lexus 570, correct?
I did not do testing.
Your report indicates, we've talked about this a little bit. I'm going to go back to something we talked about earlier this morning. Your report indicates that John O'Keefe came into his final resting place about 7 feet from the roadway, and that's what you based your diagram on, correct?
Yes.
Who told you that number?
I measured it from my diagram.
You should say that again.
I measured it from the diagram.
Okay, what I'm asking is how did it get on the diagram? In other words, who told you that his body was 7 feet from the roadway?
Well, wait, I was told by Lieutenant, was it Gallagher, Paul Gallagher, Captain PT. He told me this is where the body was found.
PT.
So I used my devices to
Canton physical
mark
therapy?
that location.
Okay, but before you used your devices, he just pointed someplace on the ground and said he was about here, correct?
That's correct.
Did Lieutenant Gallagher tell you that Lieutenant Gallagher never saw John O'Keefe in place at the scene? Did he say that?
No.
Did Lieutenant Gallagher tell you that the first officer on the scene estimated his body at being approximately 15 to 20 feet from the roadway?
Oh, excuse me. I said 10.
No.
If he had told you that, then it changed your diagram?
Objection.
Jesus Christ.
He told me this is where he was found. I marked that location. That's all that was.
And you marked basically every other piece of item. Sorry, that's a terrible question. Every other item you marked based on a distance from where you were told John O'Keefe's body came to rest, correct?
Yes.
Again, that was by Lieutenant Gallagher just pointing at the ground, saying it was about here.
Correct.
Holy shit, dude. Thank you, Sandon Stewart. Appreciate you.
Was there a single member of the team that was out when you were being shown where the body came to rest? Was there a single member of that team who actually said they saw John O'Keefe's body in place?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
What do you mean team? Canton PD?
Whoever was there. Who was there with you when you started doing your measurements, et cetera?
I said Lieutenant Gallagher. That's who.
Just you and him?
And myself and I was training a trooper at the time. She was there.
You were training a trooper at the time?
Yes.
Okay, so
Oh my God, this guy's training people?
Just you and Lieutenant Gallagher.
This
Yes,
guy's
that's right.
training
I was
cops.
confused by the team.
All right. And again, Lieutenant Gallagher didn't
Please,
tell you
God,
that
don't.
he never saw John O'Keefe's body in place.
No, I don't think so.
You did document in your report that the items that you noted on your diagram that we just looked at a few minutes ago, those were found by the CERT team, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated in your report that the members of the CERT team located a single Nike sneaker that's noted on your report. Is that right? On
Correct.
your diagram, rather.
Yes.
You also indicated that, quote, in the same area, 2 red plastic pieces and 1 clear piece of plastic of a taillight was discovered.
Yes.
So your report is clear that in total, the items discovered by the CERT team on January 29th were a shoe, right?
Yes.
A partial glass cup broken, correct?
Well, it was that on there. I can remember if that's on their diagram or if that's what I was told at the scene. But yes. Yes.
Oh my
You knew
God,
that the cup was found.
Yes.
Or you were told the cup was found.
Yes.
And 3 pieces of plastic, 2 red, 1 clear.
Yes.
Not 5 pieces of plastic, correct?
Correct.
You then measured those items, is that right?
I didn't. What do you mean measure them? Like
Measured
at
them
this?
relative to John O'Keefe's final place of rest.
Did you take
8
measurements?
feet from it, 12 feet from it. We're going to go over those numbers.
Yes, I used their report to place those items onto my diagram.
So, and I'm going to get to that question in just a second. I want to make sure that we walk through it sort of methodically. You then use some calculation, some tool or something to measure distances. Like there's where I assume John O'Keefe's body was. Here's a final rest place. I'm going to use that as point A, and then I'm going to measure from there and go 7 feet to where the shoe was found, or the first red plastic.
Shoe was allegedly found.
Right?
Yes.
Who told you where the pieces were found?
They were in Lieutenant Tully's report. He put measurements in his report.
Oops.
And you noted that the shoe was 9 feet.
Yes.
And you put that in your diagram.
Correct.
You noted that the glass cup was 1 foot from John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
1 foot is about that long, right?
Yes. It was. They basically said it was found next to him.
Right.
Yes.
A piece of red plastic 7 feet from John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
A clear plastic piece 10 feet from John O'Keefe's body, right?
Yes.
And a red plastic piece 12 feet from John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
What part of his body were you measuring from?
Like center of mass.
So he's 6'2".
Yes.
Did Lieutenant Gallagher tell you where his center mass was?
No, I measured from. He just said he was here, so I tried to put like where his head, where his feet, and try to measure the middle between those two.
So ultimately, because Lieutenant Gallagher was not at the scene when he was found, Lieutenant Gallagher had to sort of guess where the body was found, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You had no photographs of John O'Keefe in place, correct?
Correct.
There were no establishing shots, and there were no perspective shots, correct?
Correct.
There were no relative shots, meaning this is relative to that. I can measure that and figure out distances, correct?
What, like from a picture?
Yeah. So you know how that's done in science, right? You want to find out relative.
You just stumped them, bro.
Take 2, 3, or 4 shots. You know that something is never going to move, like I don't know, a flagpole. You can measure from there.
Sure.
You get cross coordinates, right?
Sure.
Left and right, and where the 2 coordinates match, that's where the item is, right?
Correct.
None of that was done.
I know this one. Yeah.
From the pictures?
None of that was done to do your measurements.
I use, like I said, I used the measurements from. I measured on my diagram in itself, and I measured from those points off my diagram.
Right, but the starting point was a guess, wasn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you have to sort of guess at where you thought John O'Keefe's body was?
I didn't guess where his body was.
Did you guess at his center of mass?
Objection.
Did you guess?
I did not guess.
Next question.
So what did you do? What did you do? This dude trains people, guys.
You stated in your report that you Google mapped Miss Reed's path of travel. Well, let me ask you a different question. If I could withdraw that question with the court's permission.
Yes.
Your diagram has all those arrows pointing at specific locations. Very, very specific. Very thin arrows that point, correct?
Yes.
If you start off with an incorrect assumption about where John O'Keefe's body was, right? Hypothetically, if you were to start off with an incorrect assumption where John O'Keefe's body was, every single item that you note on that diagram would then be off as well, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Is that true?
I mean, I guess hypothetically, depends on how off you want to be.
And the answer is yes, correct?
It depends on how off you want to be. Great answer,
You
buddy.
stated in your report that you Google mapped Miss Reed's path of travel on January 29th based on what you determined to be, quote, it's likely the two, and you said that it's, quote, it's likely that the 2 events, meaning the triggering events, occurred at the same time the Lexus was at 34 Fairview at the time of the collision, correct?
Yes.
The first triggering event was what? Was it a 3-point turn or a U-turn? I thought I heard you say both.
I guess it would be more, 3-point turns, essentially. I guess it's a 3-point turn.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, did you say U-turn on Friday? I could have sworn I heard that.
It could have been a U-turn. I mean, it's still turning around. So you had to make a U-turn when that's a 3-point turn or not, but it's still.
Okay, but I'm going to be picky, but it's sort of my job.
Okay.
A U-turn, traveling in one direction, turn, right? Turning the wheel, never changing gear, since it's reverse or anything, just turn it, right? A 3-point turn requires moving forward, stopping, changing gears, moving backward, stopping, changing gears, using the steering input, and then moving off, correct?
Correct.
Well, those are two very different maneuvers, right? You'd agree.
It's in a sense, I was trying to say she made a U-turn. Like you can say they made a U-turn. It's a 3-point turn. They're still making a U-turn, and I didn't mean it as like she literally had to make a direct U-turn. She was turning around, and obviously the diagram or the trigger shows a 3-point turn.
Well,
Oh my God,
I guess
bro.
you could have said reversing direction, right?
That could have been a better way to say it. Yes.
You didn't say that. You said U-turn. So are you changing your testimony from Friday that it was a 3-point turn, or could it possibly have been a U-turn? Which is it?
It's a 3-point turn.
Okay, because you have evidence of the starting, stopping, changing gears, reversing, stopping, changing gears, turning.
That's correct.
Okay, so when you said U-turn, that was inaccurate.
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
Let's get back to the path of travel when you began your analysis. How did you know what the Lexus's path of travel was that day?
I got the directions from Trooper Proctor.
And what did Trooper Proctor tell you in terms of the path of travel?
Wow, dude.
Starting point and an ending point, tell you the exact path Lexus traveled.
No, all I got was mostly just the addresses.
Okay, so if you've got 2 points on a map, and Trooper Proctor told you Lexus traveled from point A to point B, there are multiple ways to get from point A to point B. You agree with that, right?
Yes.
You picked one of those, right? The path of travel includes freeways, etc., right?
Yes.
But as you sit here, you don't know what her actual path of travel was, because it could have been something different, right?
It could have been something. That's why I gave a range on my diagram.
Do you have any scientific evidence to establish what her actual path of travel is, or did you just guess at the path of travel?
I got the addresses from Trooper Proctor. I put them into the thing, and then one of the possibilities of 36 miles, and that was after looking at all of them, at 36 miles is a possibility.
Right, understood. So that's what I'm trying to get to, Trooper Paul.
Okay.
That's one possibility. It was 36 miles,
Mm-hmm.
one route of travel, right?
Correct.
There were other possibilities, right?
Yes.
So between and among the possibility that you picked and the other possibilities, you just sort of have to guess. And there's no science to it. You said, I'm going to pick that one.
Right.
Put it in my report, right?
No, that's not how that worked.
That's what you did, though.
Her odometer mileage on the car from the download and time we had the vehicle shows 36 miles. So when I plugged those addresses into Google, it came up as 36 miles as a possibility.
And you knew that there was another route of travel to the same location, correct?
What do you mean?
There were alternative routes of travel to the same 2 points, from and to the same points, correct?
Yes. Yes.
You could have tried to extract the location data from Ms. Reed's cell phone to determine the exact route of travel, correct?
I don't know. I don't have access to do cell phone extractions.
So that answers my next question.
Why-
You did not even attempt to do that, did you?
Right.
No.
Come on, man.
You did attempt to analyze the key cycles for the Lexus in order to determine placement of that vehicle. You just talked about that with Mr. Lauper, right?
Yes.
I want to be clear for the jurors because most people have probably never heard of key cycles. A key cycle does not have any location data associated with it whatsoever, does it?
Correct.
It just shows you when a vehicle is turned on, the ignition is on, and off. That's one cycle, correct?
No.
What tell me what I've got wrong.
Key cycle, the car doesn't have to be turned on.
Say that again.
It goes from off to run. The engine doesn't have to be started to off.
Understood. So if it turns on, well, every single ignition is a key cycle. Every time the engine turns on, that's absolutely a key cycle. Once it's turned off again, right?
That gets recorded as an ignition cycle.
Right. So a key cycle can be an ignition cycle, but it doesn't have to be an ignition cycle. It also can be just turning the sort of accessory on, right?
The key cycles turn the accessories on.
All right. But it doesn't, my question was, and where we started with this conversation is, it does not have any location data on it whatsoever.
Correct.
All right. So when you drive your car, you walk out, get in the car, turn the ignition on, start to drive, get your location, turn it off. That's one key cycle, right?
One ignition cycle.
But and I'm going to use the word key cycles because you use the word key cycles in your report. That's what we're talking about.
I'm using that because that's how the trigger was read.
That's how what?
The triggers were read on the text stream. That's how they read them, key cycles.
Right, key cycles.
Yes.
I'm going to use that phrase, key cycle.
Okay.
We're talking about the same thing.
Thank you, Brad.
It's an ignition on, ignition off cycle.
Doesn't have to be on.
So you mean the engine doesn't have to be turned on?
Correct.
Right. But if you're seeing triggering events, not trying to be tricky here, seeing triggering events, your car's in motion, what does that tell you? The ignition's on or off?
The ignition is on.
Right. That's what I'm getting to. But it has no location data associated with whatsoever. It could be here, it could be in Wyoming. The car wouldn't know the difference. It's not going to report the difference to you, correct?
On the key cycle,
Correct.
on just the key cycle. The key cycle does not give out locations.
Say that again?
The key cycle does not give a location.
Right. So your analysis is trying to go from a known key cycle that you can figure out and then work backward from there to try to figure out where the car was on a particular ignition cycle or key cycle, correct?
I didn't use the key cycle to put it back.
Say that again?
I did not use the key cycle to place the car back in its location. The key cycles were, all I got from the key cycles is that they occurred close within proximity to the time we've had the vehicle, not basically saying that this was the location based off the key cycle.
Well, let's look at Exhibit 591 with the court's permission.
Okay.
Did you testify on Friday that this is a copy of the exhibit that was put in 591? This is part of your report, correct?
Yes, it is.
And this is a chart that shows when move to this arrow. That arrow indicates top and bottom where your testing occurred, correct?
Yes.
And we move over to the left. That is key cycle what?
1164.
Right. So you've testified, and we can turn the lights on. Your Honor, I don't mind if that stays up. But we can turn the lights on. I don't think it hurts anything. You stated in your report that there were, quote, 2 triggers recorded on odometer 12629 and key cycle 1162, correct?
Yes.
These events were prior to the testing triggers on odometer readings 12665/12666 and at key cycle 1160. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So what we're
That
saying,
wasn't
what
me.
you're saying in that report is the triggering events were at 1162, going in reverse in order. 1162 comes before 1164. They're numerical. Is that right?
Yes.
Every single key cycle just tags another number on top of it, right? There's no formula.
Correct.
After 1 comes 2, after 2 comes 3, 4, 5, 6, and then move on, right?
Yes.
So by the time you got the vehicle, there had been 1,164 key cycles on the history of that car, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you knew, and you put in your report, the triggering events that you see under 1164, those are yours.
That's the feed. I can't do anything about that. I'm sorry, guys.
Clear that you recorded, that you talked to Mr. Lally about, were 2
Yes.
Meaning ignition cycles at least, right?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Stated in your report, well, let me finish. And the triggers that occurred while testing was 36 miles. You just said that, right?
Yes.
And the key cycle difference was exactly 2 key cycles, right?
Yes.
1164, 1163, 1162. That's the triggering events, correct?
That's correct.
You also reiterated in your report in paragraph 23, 24, 26, and 29, and also in this exhibit in your CARS report, that the triggers occurred at key cycle 1162, right?
Yes.
You were assisted in your CARS report. I think you mentioned Trooper Zach Clark. Is that right?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor assisted to a certain degree, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Larini, Carol Larini, is that right?
Yes.
Also, Sergeant Sean Good of Canton PD assisted as well, correct?
Yes, in a sense.
Did they all read the report before it was finalized?
No.
Did you have any supervisor read the report before it was finalized?
Yes.
And he agreed with the assessments in the report?
Yes.
Who's that supervisor?
So in summary, everybody that read the report and you who authored the report believed, and it's reflected in that report, that key cycle 1162 contained the 2 triggers that you're talking about, right?
Yes.
That's the 3-point turn, I guess now a 3-point turn, right? Changing direction, and then
Yes.
the reverse at 24 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And you even went on and testified to that exact thing under oath in front of the state grand jury, correct?
Yes. Wait, hold on. Under the tech streams?
On the key cycles.
Not in grand jury.
Okay. Testified to it on direct examination on Friday and again this morning.
Yes, correct.
If your testing occurred at key cycle 1164, that means you turn the engine on, the ignition on to start your testing, correct?
Correct.
And that triggering event that we see up there at 1164 initiated your testing, all right?
Yes.
All right. So that 1164 is where that's where there's no more unknowns, in other words. Right? You know exactly where the car is, who's in the car, who turned the car on, and what the triggering events were and what they reflected, because you did it, correct?
Correct.
It's you.
Yes.
So that would be the cornerstone, basically, of your entire analysis of the key cycles.
Say again.
The cornerstone, in
Like-
other words, the one known that is immovable, it's immutable, is 1164 began your testing. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that right? I'm going to allow the question.
Yeah, that's when the car was in state custody.
All right. So starting at 1164 and counting backward, before you started your testing, you know that the SUV had to be started, the ignition had to be turned over, and it was driven to the Sally Port in Canton at 5:31 p.m. from a tow truck on January 29th, correct?
I didn't know that.
You did or did not?
Did not know that.
Okay. Assuming that the car had to be started and put on a tow truck, that would be key cycle what?
I don't know how. I can't speak to the fact that recorded a key cycle at that time.
I can't hear you.
I can't speak to the fact that would record a key cycle at that time.
Okay. If the car was turned on,
Holy shit,
and
this
driven
guy can't
onto a
talk.
tow truck, would that be a key cycle?
I don't know because these keys record different ways, so I can't speak to how or why it did not record on there. All I can speak to is that those are the key cycles. The odometer mileage is more what I was going after on this whole thing.
Trooper Paul, you just said unequivocally, when a car is turned on and then turned off, there's a key cycle.
I said when the car without the ignition on, that's a key cycle.
Right.
That's correct.
That's what I mean, when it's turned on, when the engine turns on.
That's the definition of what it is. I can't speak to why it didn't go on, why it did not record.
Well, let's talk about the ignition cycles
Okay.
before 1164. Okay.
Okay.
Obviously, the car had to get to Canton PD because you saw it there, correct?
Correct.
Assume for purposes of my question.
Somebody on Twitter went over
And
this.
there's a video of it turning on, driving up onto a flatbed tow truck.
Yes.
That would be ignition cycle. I'm going to use your word, key cycle, ignition cycle, 1163, correct?
Again, ignition cycle, key cycles are two different things.
Which word do you want me to use?
If you want to talk about key cycles, key cycles. You want to talk about ignition cycles, it's ignition cycles when its vehicle gets turned on. A key cycle does not mean to be turned on.
But every single ignition cycle includes a key cycle. You can't have an ignition cycle without a key cycle. Correct?
Well, if you want to talk about it, just use the key cycles or ignition cycles. I'm trying to make sure this gets out. I'm sorry. I'm trying to make sure that this gets put out the correct way.
Every ignition cycle includes a key cycle, correct?
In a sense,
By definition, it has to, right?
it doesn't have to. They record multiple different ways.
You can have an ignition cycle without a key cycle.
I don't know how it recorded, but it could happen.
Explain that. How could that possibly happen?
Because a key cycle is when it turns on, not engine running, and then turns off.
Okay, so work with me here.
Ignition cycle is when it turns on, engine running for 2 seconds, and then comes off.
Okay, so
Or the 2 seconds, if it's not on long enough, it might not record one.
okay, let's ignore the 2 seconds.
Okay.
That's not what we're doing.
Okay.
All right. Let's assume that it's an old-fashioned type of key.
Okay.
Okay. Halfway on, the electricity is on. It's like it used to be called ACC.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
That's a key cycle, correct?
For that intensive purpose, yes. This vehicle's not a key cycle. It's not a
Then you
thing.
keep turning,
Okay.
and that turns the engine on, right?
It turns the engine on, correct.
An ignition cycle.
Yes. Well, then turns off.
Single ignition cycle necessarily includes the precursor key cycle, correct? Even though every key cycle might not include an ignition cycle. Would you agree with that?
In that scenario, yes.
Fine. Okay, with that definition, I want to talk about ignition cycles because I don't want to get confused about accessories. Just assume the engine.
Okay.
turns on, right?
Okay.
If you started your testing at 1164, then if the engine was turned on, thereby indicating initiating a key cycle, driving the car onto a flatbed truck, and then hauling it over to Canton PD, that would be key cycle 1163 in that hypothetical, correct?
It could be.
Okay. Then going backward from there, if the SUV was, I'm sorry, let me add one event that I just forgot. It had to get off the tow truck in Canton and be driven into the Sally Port. Did you ever see that video?
No.
Being driven in?
No.
If there was a video showing that the car was actually driven into the Sally Port, that would necessarily be a key cycle, correct?
Possibly.
Okay, so that would be key cycle 1163. My mistake, I was missing one, right?
Okay.
Before that, if the car was turned on and driven onto the flatbed to get to Canton, that would be key cycle 1162 in order, correct? We're going back.
It's possible.
All right. Before that, if the car was started and the car was driven from One Meadows Avenue to Karen Reed's parents' home in Dighton, that would be another key cycle, 1161, correct?
They're possible.
Before that, if the SUV was started and driven by Miss Reed from the garage at John O'Keefe's house to Jennifer McCabe's house at 5:07 in the morning, that would be another key cycle, correct? 1160. Is that right?
It's possible.
And before
What?
that, if the SUV was started and driven by Miss Reed to the waterfall, I'm sorry, from the waterfall to 34 Fairview at approximately 12:15 a.m., that would be another key cycle, 1159, right?
It's possible.
I want to be clear. The reason that these numbers skip in your diagram, they don't go directly in order.
Yeah, they skip.
Every single number is in order on this left-hand column because this is only a diagram of when triggering events occur, right?
Yes.
Something unusual about the operation of the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And it's clear that from the data, there was no triggering event at key cycle 1159, was there?
No.
Oops. Yeah, get him, Karen.
Assuming the driving events that I just told you, right? Assuming for purposes of my question that the driving events started at 11:59, driving over to 34 Fairview from the waterfall. Then driving at 5:07 in the morning over to the Jen McCabe's house, 11:60. Then driving to Dighton, her parents' house, 11:61. Then the car being seized in Dighton by Trooper Proctor, 11:62.
Ah!
Being taken off the flatbed and driven into the Sallyport at Canton, 11:63. Your testing starts at 11:64. That would mean that at 11:62, that key cycle would include the time in which Trooper Proctor had possession of that car.
Oops.
No.
What?
Assuming my hypothetical.
Your hypothetical?
Yes.
If that's hypothetically how it works, then yes.
Then what?
If that's hypothetically how it works, then yes.
Hypothetically, not hypothetically, guy.
On June 9th, 2022, you were asked by a grand jury whether you knew or had done any scientific testing to determine the distance a body would actually travel struck by a vehicle. Remember that?
Not that specifically. Not in that way.
Do you remember answering that you had not, I'm just paraphrasing, that you had not done you hadn't finished your report yet?
Why don't you show him? He said he didn't remember it that way.
You'll be all right, bro. Your tie is the least of your problems right now, guy.
Yeah?
Yes.
Take a look at middle of the page. Your answer starts at about line 12, but the question above it is probably informative. You have that in mind?
Yep.
May I approach?
Yes.
You were asked, does that remind you that you were asked by a grand juror if you could calculate how far a body would move having been struck by a vehicle?
Yes.
And you indicated, quote, yeah, there's certain calculations we can do with that, would figure out if you say if the car backed up, hit somebody, and then they go a certain amount of distance, and it's based on miles per hour, the speed of the vehicle, the striking vehicle, and stuff. Remember saying that?
Yes.
What did you mean by stuff?
I don't know.
You said that the calculations would be based on miles per hour and stuff. Did you ever do any stuff to test that? That's the grand juror's question.
No, we cannot calculate anything from this collision.
Say that one more time.
We cannot calculate anything from this collision.
Who's we?
I'm sorry, me, the royal we, me.
Well,
The royal we. Listen to this guy. He's the fucking Lebowski now.
What's that?
You know John O'Keefe's weight, 217 pounds, right?
Yes.
Did you know that?
I don't know his weight. No.
The editorial we, man.
You know the weight of the vehicle?
Yes.
What's the weight of the vehicle, gross weight?
What's the gross weight?
Yeah.
I think it's approximately 7,300 pounds.
Okay. Were you able to calculate the mass of the vehicle?
I did not calculate the mass of the vehicle.
Well, you told the grand jury that you were planning on doing that kind of stuff to calculate how far a person would travel being struck at that speed with a car of that weight. You didn't do those calculations?
No, because the calculations would vastly underestimate the speed of the vehicle.
You testified, again, my report isn't done yet. I'm going to look into it. I'm looking into all that stuff, end quote, correct?
Yes.
There's that word again. It's been more than 2 years since that statement at the grand jury. Is your report finished?
Yes, it is.
Did you engage in any of those calculations?
I looked into it. This type of collision I would not be able to use the formulas for this type of collision.
Well, let's talk about those formulas. How would you calculate how far a body at rest would travel after being struck by an object in motion? How would you calculate that?
In pedestrian collisions, I use a Searle formula, Searle throw formula.
A what formula?
Searle.
What does that mean?
It's a type of formula that would use for a calculation of post-impact
So
or speeds for pedestrians.
that includes certain principles of physics to calculate that, right?
What do you mean?
I'm sorry?
What do you mean by certain forms of physics?
There would be physics calculations that would be required to figure out how far a body at rest would move having been struck by an object in motion. Right? That's a basic principle of
Yeah, I guess you could say though.
All right. Can you describe for the jurors exactly what calculations you would need to employ to determine how far a body at rest would travel having been struck by an object in motion?
So in this scenario, in this collision, it's more of a side swipe. So he did not ascertain, he did not get enough speed of the vehicle post impact with the vehicle to be able calculations. His center of mass was offset from the vehicle. So we would vastly underestimate his speed. So that's why I did not do a formula. If he was more in line with behind the vehicle, he would have been projected forward, and using that projection forward, he would have been able to get more closer to the actual speed of the vehicle during that post-impact travels.
Well, that presumes a couple of things, Paul. That presumes that he was quote unquote sideswiped, right?
Presumed?
Presumed by you. You didn't see how he was hit, did you?
Based on the evidence, it appeared to be a side swipe.
That's your opinion.
That's just reading the evidence.
You're saying that the principles of physics as we know them today in modern mathematics is thwarted by a sideswipe?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying?
It's the calculations that are out there. You can get a speed, it would just underestimate the speed.
You would have to know what the initial momentum of the object is that's in motion, correct?
Of what object?
The truck.
I would have to know that speed.
Yeah, you'd have to know what the initial momentum is, not speed, momentum. There's a difference,
Okay.
right? Would you agree with that?
No.
You wouldn't have to calculate what the initial momentum is of the object in motion to determine the distance of the body at rest would move?
Well, in that sense, are we talking about I'm trying to find the speed of the vehicle? That's usually what we're trying to do.
Right, okay. Well, let's put the speed of the vehicle aside. Let's talk about initial momentum. What's the formula for calculating initial momentum?
There's different types of momentum formulas.
Well, there's actually one type of momentum formula. It's to calculate momentum.
Objection.
Sustained.
To calculate momentum, there is a single.
So sustained. Ask it differently.
Isn't it true, Trooper Paul, that there is a singular calculation for determining initial momentum? That is P equals M times V, where P is the momentum. You're solving for that. M is mass. You multiply that by velocity. Is that right? Pretty simple.
You wouldn't use that in a pedestrian collision.
Oh, because the pedestrian's somehow magically out of the realm of physics?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is a pedestrian out of the realm of physics and calculations?
No, it's the weight differential between the pedestrian and the vehicle.
So if the vehicle is too heavy and the body is too light, you can't calculate the initial momentum of the vehicle?
Yes,
Got it. Where'd you learn that?
it's in my math class. We only use momentum for a vehicle to vehicle.
Math class?
The crash reconstruction classes I have taken.
Got it. Would you need to apply the theory of conservation of momentum in calculating these data?
Do I need to calculate the conservation of momentum?
Ever heard of calculation? Of conservation of momentum.
Yes.
You even know what that is? There's an equation for that as well, right?
Yes.
You know what that is?
Not off the top of my head, but yes.
Based on the basic principles
Liar.
of physics, is the total momentum of the collision greater or less than the total momentum after the collision? Total momentum before the collision, is it greater or less than the total momentum after the collision? Basic question.
What type of collision?
Trooper Paul, they're exactly equal in all respects under the principles of physics, right? That's the theory of the conservation of momentum. Momentum doesn't change. It's just transferred from one body to another.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
Why didn't you say that to the jurors?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Why didn't you say that shit to the jurors, bro?
Trooper Paul, if you were qualified
Simple.
to quote, look into all this stuff, you would probably know these answers, wouldn't you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are there any other calculations that you need to figure out the stuff that you were talking to about with the grand jury?
Objection.
Sustained.
How about calculating the final velocity of the objects after the collision? Would that be important?
What objects?
That would be John O'Keefe's body, sir.
The
Object
item.
that you claim was flying through the air 30 feet.
Okay, sustained.
How about calculating the displacement using kinematic equations? Would you be able to do that?
He doesn't know what that
The
is.
displacement of the body.
In order to calculate how far the body would move
I'm telling you.
based on the mass of the object striking the body, could you use displacement using kinematic equations?
So, like I said before, the side swipe, he would not have
Kinematic.
gotten
Kinematic.
100% of the vehicle, 100% of the speed of the striking vehicle. It would have vastly underestimated this vehicle. You couldn't hit a person and side swipe them, spin them off to the side, and have that and get a speed from those calculations.
So you're saying that the discipline of physics cannot figure out how far John O'Keefe's body would move, but you personally figured out that he would have flown now somewhat, or been projected somewhat 30 feet.
Objection.
Is that right?
Sustained.
Are you saying that the principles of physics are incapable of determining with the proper calculations how far John O'Keefe's body would have moved given the collision?
Bruh.
Objection.
Is that what you're saying, Trooper?
No.
Okay, next question.
Well, you just said because it was a side swipe, all these calculations, these physics calculations are inapplicable, right?
But I'm saying it would underestimate the speed and the distance.
The truth is,
You
Paul, you have no idea what all these physics calculations mean, do you?
Right.
Objection.
Sustained.
You've not been trained in physics formally, have you?
Yes.
What?
Have been.
It's incorporated into the classes.
Right. You had a few classes that use the word physics, but you haven't been formally trained in physics, have you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You haven't
Get
been formally
him.
trained in kinematics.
He doesn't know what that means.
It's in the aspects of all our crash reconstruction classes.
You haven't been formally trained and hold no degrees in biomechanics, do you?
I do not have a degree in biomechanics.
In fact, basically what you did in this case was calculated emission cycles. And you even got those wrong, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson. Ask the appropriate part of the question. You'll get it.
Bev's like, come on, man. I'm trying to work with you right now, dude. And you're sitting here and you're smacking this kid around.
Reconstruction, nearly 2-year investigation. Exactly how was that taillight shattered? Explain it to us.
how does the taillight? What do you? It gets so the taillight in this case was shattered when it was struck John O'Keefe's arm.
Exactly what part of his arm?
Based on what I saw for his injuries, was from the upper part of his arm down.
Was his arm out? And it just struck the arm on a hinge? Was it in front of him? You did the reconstruction?
It looked,
Here's exactly how his body was positioned when he was struck by that.
so it looks like his arm was more kind of like this. If I can try to get that.
You're indicating out by his side, correct?
Yes.
All right. And the taillight would have struck his arm, right?
Yes.
Not his torso.
Yes.
Okay. So the full mass, the full weight of that truck hit him basically at the elbow. Is that right? Missing his torso.
But I said it, yeah, from upper part of the arm
Right.
down.
The
Yeah.
elbow and the biceps.
I didn't see anything that shows an indication that this lower torso was struck, but
Okay. So his torso,
it's not saying it could not have been a possibility, but I just didn't see anything.
so his torso was spared.
This is arguably the best cross of the trial.
The full force of the vehicle, correct?
Like arm and shoulder, yes.
Okay. And you said he then did a spin, like a sort of a pirouette.
He got spun around possibly the way he struck. It looked like it could have turned around counterclockwise.
Okay. So if he turns around counterclockwise, is he turning around in the air counterclockwise?
Yes, initially.
So he gets hit on the upper biceps, shoulder area, and down to the forearm, right?
Yes,
By an unbroken taillight, right?
yes,
In other words, it's nice and smooth. Nothing, no shards of plastic or anything broken at the time that it made contact with his arm, right?
correct.
Okay. So how did his arm get all cut up?
Because when his arm struck the taillight then cracked, and as the car is driving past him, the taillight could scratch it.
Got it. So he gets hit by the car, not his torso, just the arm. The taillight cracks, and as it passes by, his arm stays with it long enough to get striations, those scratches that you see, those lacerations. I'm sorry, those abrasions that you see, right?
In a sense, yes.
And at the same time, he does a pirouette and flies 30 feet to his final point of rest.
I don't know if he did a pirouette.
Well, I'm using the word pirouette. He spun around.
He started rotating counterclockwise. I don't know how far he ran counterclockwise, but he started rotating. According to that, would push him to rotate counterclockwise. Whether or not he went counterclockwise all the way to his back toward the ground, it seems like a most likely possibility.
So the jury knows that this dude has no fucking idea what he's talking about at this point.
Is what? Say again?
Did you account for the fact in this scenario that you just told the jurors that his arm is on a hinge?
On a
Called
hinge.
Shoulder.
Okay.
Right? So the arm got hit. Didn't his arm just swing?
I said arm and shoulder area, so his arm could have been considered part of it.
Even if his shoulder.
Wow, dude.
Okay.
You're pointing to his upper biceps.
Mhm.
Right? There's no injuries on his shoulder. Not a single one. Not even a bruise. Right?
Like I said, it looked like to me it was from up here. I don't know how far I can up back here, but it was up here.
Well,
So
you're the one that talked about his injuries on his arm.
Right.
That's limited to about mid biceps, about mid forearm, correct?
okay.
Right?
Yes.
No injuries on the shoulder, no injuries on the torso, no injuries on the ribs, no injuries on the back, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
So your theory is you got hit on the arm, took the brunt of the force from the taillight on the arm, stayed with the vehicle long enough for the taillight to explode, basically, to shatter. Then these striations get on his arm, abrasions. Does a pirouette, a spin, counterclockwise, and flies 30 feet in the air to his point of rest.
Well, no, he's got to hit the curb first, AJ.
Yeah, it happened probably a little faster than that, though.
He's got to hit the curb and then go flying
I thought you said he hit his head
15
on
to
the
20 feet.
I said that's one of the possibilities of.
Got
when
him.
you look at the roadway as he gets spun around kind of clockwise. It's a possibility that the curb is there. Any blunt force object on the ground, as the ground is pretty blunt.
Well, except in your scenario that you just told us, you flew through the air onto the light dusting of snow, grass, and dirt.
I didn't say through the air.
Say that again.
I didn't say he got thrown through the air.
Okay, I'll use your word. You got projected. Like a
Projected doesn't mean it's not incorporating just the throw. Project just means you get pushed forward. There's two parts of that. There's the air, then there's the ground. Like I said earlier, the tumbling, the rolling, whatever that part of the crash would happen. Projecting is just what we call what happens to a pedestrian post impact with a crash.
Okay, so a couple questions. If his arm, elbow, took the brunt of that entire impact, how do you account for the fact that he didn't suffer a broken bone?
I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
How do you account for the fact
Watch.
he didn't have a fracture?
Objection.
How do you account for the fact that he didn't even have a bruise on the arm?
Objection.
That's sustained too.
May reproach.
Yes.
This is amazing. Like, this is their expert. And I find it interesting. Because now some of you, I saw you guys asking, like, okay, so this guy got his testimony got approved as an expert. Well, he works for the Massachusetts State Police. His credibility is there. It's his job to reconstruct crash scenes. It's his job. So she's gonna admit him as an expert, of course. But clearly, and I mean clearly, because this guy is terrible at his job, or I'm going to say he's terrible at his job, but he's being told what he's being fed information, and they put him in a position where he's going to sit in open court and explain things that he can't even explain. This is amazing. This guy's training people, dude. That's scary as hell. That is so scary. Dear sweet baby Jesus, please don't ever let me get hit by a car in the state of Massachusetts, where any Massachusetts State Police expert is going to reconstruct the accident. Please. Thank you, Jesus. Amen. Please, God. No way.
May I inquire you?
Yes.
The truth is, Trooper Paul, you know, having investigated auto pedestrian accidents in the past, that John O'Keefe's injuries do not look anything like an automobile pedestrian accident, do they?
Yes, they do.
Isn't it true, Trooper Paul?
Wow, this guy's sticking to his guns.
You came to these opinions and conclusions because Trooper Proctor told you to come to these opinions and conclusions in furtherance of his investigation.
That is not true.
That's why you have these opinions and conclusions that just don't make sense, correct?
That is not true.
And you're just trying to fit a square peg into a round hole.
Nice.
Sustained. Now, I'll see counsel at sidebar about scheduling.
Dude. All right, so it's the morning break. I mean, Jackson just wrecked this dude. This dude just got destroyed. I mean, literally, Jackson just surgically picked apart every bit of this guy's direct testimony. He could not explain anything. And the best analogy is a classic one that he chose to use, which is you're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. That is absolutely what's happening here. You're trying to convince this jury, and you think that this jury is stupid. This jury is not stupid. Bro, how do you not know what physics is? What? I mean, this is crazy. Like, the Massachusetts State Police has a real problem. And I mean a real problem. So far, everybody who works for the Massachusetts State Police that's involved in this trial specifically is fucked up at their job. They suck. But I find that to be, I find that it's too hard to believe. I just don't buy it. You know, all of this negligence, too much of this negligence equals corruption. It has to equal corruption. There's too much of it. There's no way that the Massachusetts State Police, just outside of Boston, is this disorganized. This is insane. I mean, that's no, man. It ain't no fake it till you make it, dude. Like, this is I think this dude, to a certain degree, knows his job, but follows orders. Shit rolls downhill, and you know what I mean? Like, I think he kind of knows his job, but um the problem is they put him in a position to have to explain something that can't be explained. There is absolutely no logical reason, because I mean, Jackson said it right there. It's plainly obvious. I mean, he could object and Judge Bev can sustain all she wants, but the jury's hearing these questions. It's planted in their minds. Isn't it true that you sat here today because Proctor told you to say these things, and you're sitting up here and you're making absolutely no sense, trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. It's not and you're doing this because Trooper Proctor told you to do this. No, that's not true. But the jury's sitting there going, I don't think so, dude. I don't think so. This is just wild, bro. Yeah, I mean, all this isn't an actual report. Like, this isn't even an actual report. This is his report, like on a spreadsheet. But I mean, don't you at some kind of way put the data, like, can't you connect your data to a program that you download, and then it gives you an official report like Celebrite? Is there no like forensic analysis of what these cars can do in law enforcement? That's some sort of program that's utilized by law enforcement. I mean, like I was trying to tell you, this was a whole lot of misdirection and sprinkles on a turd. This was the whole direct line of questioning, was designed to dazzle. It was designed to dazzle the jury, but the jury's not stupid. And all it takes is just for Jackson to get a hold of him. I mean, as we just saw. Jackson didn't go right, because I don't really understand this, but it's weird. It's weird that 163 is missing from right here. But he said they're not necessarily in order, but they all go down. I mean, look, they look like they're in order to me. It goes all the way down to 165 here at the bottom. So it's bizarre, man. I can't even believe that Karen's going through this. This is insane. It's fucking insane. Sorry, I'm looking for more tweets. You guys want to check out what Plevin's saying? I gotta know what Plevin's saying. Brass, thank you so much. Boston Herald this morning includes comment from Massachusetts State Police Colonel Mon, the governor, and a watchdog group wanting to place Massachusetts State Police in receivership. I don't even know what receivership means. I'm sorry, but thank you, Brass. Somebody in the comments knows. Oh, look, he's got Twattendoffer on.
More important than 227. This is more important than the medical examiner. As far
Because
as I'm
he's the
concerned.
guy who did the reconstruction. That's why. I mean, I'm assuming
Yeah.
that they probably did not interview him. The DA's office. Not even assuming the DA's office did not interview this guy prior to the state police assigning him to reconstruct this crash. Right? Like you kind of get what you get. He's the only one who can testify.
This is the sound of these idiots realizing that this is the state's whole fucking case. This is the Commonwealth's whole case right here, bro. This is fucking great.
And I'm sure I haven't seen it because I don't think we are going to see it. His report is probably stellar. That's why he keeps wanting to read it, because this is probably one of those guys that does a great job of writing and stating what he needs to state in the written form, and not a good job of stating what he wants to state in.
Up, you cunt! Shut it!
But I just can't remember it right now. He isn't a good speaker. And unfortunately, part of being a good witness is being a good speaker. That's just the facts. It's part of it.
Well,
he wanted to read his report. The problem with that is he was prepped. And Krusty Panties is over here saying that he wasn't prepped, where he admitted during Voir dire Cross on Friday that he was prepped, that he met with Lally 2 weeks ago. So I don't know what the fuck, what are they talking about?
That, and he said no, he would have access to any of the evidence that would be needed to use to determine location, for example, or timestamps and stuff like that. So I can't, he's saying he didn't have access to it, but I can't think of any reason why he didn't have access to it, other than that somebody chose not to give it to him, or he chose not to look at it.
See, now Plevin's using his head.
It's tough. I would always defer to the state police as to really what that is, because I mean, and I'm not knocking anyone, but we don't know. Sometimes I think we make assumptions, even attorneys do sometimes, about what they can and cannot do, or as far as within their own ranks that maybe we don't fully understand. I would assume that a lot of the cell phone stuff he can't really testify to, right? Because he didn't, and that's another thing I think that we need to be cautious with Jackson on cross and everything. The reason I'm so dismal about this guy is honestly he performed very poorly on direct as well. But what Jackson does on cross often especially with these with everybody really, is he tries to expand his questioning to things that he knows that the individual witness cannot testify to, either doesn't know, doesn't have a good, because someone else is going to later on. So what you get is that gotcha moment where you start to kind of impeach the witness and make it look like they don't know what they're talking about. He started to do that with the injuries, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's way too expansive for what this person's knowledge is about. And in terms,
you see these idiots, like, you see why I call them fucking morons, is because he's the one who brought up the injuries. On direct questioning, he brought up the injuries. That's why Jackson asked him about them. It's not like Jackson was just like, oh, what do you think of these injuries? No, he brought them up. He said that it was his opinion that the lacerations coming down that John O'Keefe's arm came from the taillight, and that he had sustained his head injury by hitting his head on the curb after going into a spin from the taillight breaking on his arm. He said that in direct. So it was perfectly legitimate. It was perfectly fine for Jackson to ask him about that.
CCTV, leaving the bar. He's the only one that leaves a glass. I would say that I would still believe that it would be in his back pocket, because I know, like, when I watch, I don't know if this is a guy thing or a New England guy thing with like a blue collar thing, but like when my husband gets up, stands up or whatever, he just sort of by instinct puts his phone in his back pocket. I see a lot of male friends too, honestly. It just seems to be a thing to where when you're getting up, you put your phone in that back pocket. So I think that he probably just got out of the car, throws his phone in the back pocket, grabs the glass, and starts to leave the vehicle, and then
Dude, that shit was beautiful when Homeboy was like, Homeboy said, Jackson asked him how his cell phone got under him. And he was like, I don't know. I didn't put the evidence there. He's like, well, you didn't. Bev was like, all right, Mr. Jackson. All right, Mr. Jackson. None of that, Mr. Jackson. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Excuse me, Your Honor. None of that, Mr. Jackson. None of that. We'll have no more of that.
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
This is the funniest shit in the world.
Pre-game, however you want to state it, they have a glass that they're drinking on their way to the bar. They don't just start drinking on their way to the bar. At least that is what I've seen in so many examples of that. So I think there was a glass in the car, not that he brought, not that she brought, not from any bar, but a glass that would have possibly been in there. I'm just trying to say there is evidence that he had.
Yeah, Twattendoffer is just flushing her fucking career down the toilet, bro. Like, she is just flushing her credibility down the toilet with this case. It's fucking beautiful to watch. Like, I can't believe I get to watch it in real time. You ever just kind of like, I'm one of those people, man. I try to really be grateful for things. You know, I even try to find the blessings in things that not like are considered bad. I do that. I try to do that anyway. Like, I make an effort, but sometimes, man, there are blessings that there's no bad to it. It's just fantastic. Like, what a time, bro. What a time that I get to watch an idiot like Twattendoffer flush her credibility completely down the toilet in real time. It's not even like, holy shit, I'm watching this on a documentary. No, bro. Like, it's happening right now. Every time Twattendoffer tweets or talks, she flushes it. It's another plunge and a little bit more goes down the toilet. It's amazing. It's so fun to watch.
Redirect here is match that, what is it, 1162 key cycle, because one of the things that they did go over under direct somewhat effectively is the mileage on it. And what Trooper Paul did was calculate the range of miles possible for that based on the distance from the waterfall to 34 Fairview, and then from 34 Fairview back to One Meadows, going two possible routes. And so he came up with a range, and that matched up very well to that key cycle. Do I have that right, Kate?
Correct.
Something I also want to mention that I find very odd is, as a crash reconstructionist, you should use every ounce of information you have available to you.
Fucking Krusty Panties has no idea what the fuck he just said. She's like, correct.
Information, everything, and it would have been available to him. There wouldn't have been any reason that he could not have incorporated it, at least into some of his findings, especially in the early on mileage.
Plevin's out here acting like, dude, fuck, he in direct, he really, dude, he Google mapped the shit. What are you talking about, dude? He Google mapped the shit. It doesn't matter what, like, you want to give this guy a fucking participation trophy because what? Because he fucking measured the distance between the waterfall and the goddamn 34 Fairview, dude? Like, what about the measurements between the pieces of evidence? Why didn't he apply basic physics to his conclusion, to his analysis? Why wouldn't he do that? I would say that, I mean, Jackson pointed that out at the beginning of his cross-examination. Like, what is the cornerstone? What is the main scientific discipline that you would call what you do based on? What is the scientific discipline? Dude, easy. Physics. Easy. Easy. Bro, I never even took physics. I didn't even get that far in school, dude. Like, how the fuck does this guy not know that? Unreal.
Get into that. They couldn't crack her password as far as getting into the actual.
That's why this case fucking fascinates me, dude. That's why this case fucking fascinates me. Every time, dude, you know how beautiful it is to be validated when you're as uneducated as I am, dude? I am a guy who did nothing but make bad choices my entire fucking life, dude. Bad decision after bad decision. No decent study habits my entire life. I never once developed a good study habit. Not once, ever. Never. Totally incapable of developing any type of study habits. I could not do school. Now, maybe if something really interested me, then, you know, I would have figured it out and learned it. You know what I mean? But like nothing. I was the worst kind of underachiever. I didn't give a fuck about anything. And when this case, everything about this case becomes more and more like, it validates my opinions so much. And I see people with higher educations than me going, oh no, she totally did it. Just wait for the expert witnesses, blah, blah, blah. This was their expert witness, dude. This was their expert witness. The two main expert witnesses was the cell phone extraction idiot who just went up there to blow up her own company because it looks good. It's when the whole world is watching and she sounds like she knows what she's talking about, and she sits on the stand in a case that's being televised all over the goddamn place, and it says, and she gets to say the name of her company. That's good for her. That's absolutely good for her. And yet, even still, on cross, as short as David Yanetti's cross was, can you definitively say, or sorry, let me say that Trooper Paul style. Can you definitively say that the 2:27 a.m. search did not happen? And she couldn't. She couldn't. It was very simple. Based on my findings, it seemed very unlikely. Can you definitively say, sound it out, Paul, can you definitively say that the 2:27 a.m. search did not happen? Based on my findings, nobody asked you all that. She couldn't do it. And then you get this jackass. Then you get Trooper Paul up there, who just made the entire Massachusetts State Police look stupid. You have Proctor, who makes them look dirty, Tully, who makes them look dirty, and then you have this guy who makes them all look stupid. This trial is the worst PR for the Massachusetts State Police that they've ever had, I guarantee. I guarantee.
even answering simple questions. I mean, unless he's completely brain dead, which I'm not saying, that's more indicative of someone who may have some speaking problems and social anxiety.
People are
And you know,
trolling.
I don't know. A lot of these witnesses have been put through so much, or the fear of being put through it. You know, there are witnesses that
They're deleting the comments. Somebody got hidden for saying the glare rocks in his chat. Oh my god! So
crazy conspiracy theory either. You know, sort of ancillary witnesses even that have experienced great difficulties. We don't know what has gone on leading up to Trooper Paul testifying. There's television cameras. It's a very tense scene. Alan Jackson and Yannetti, certainly their reputations precede them.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we
Amy in Boston, thank you so much. Will, I dropped out of high school at 16 with no credits, then ended up with a master's degree 10 years later. Never count yourself out. Common sense. I appreciate you, Amy in Boston. That's awesome. All right, get out of here, dummy. We're back, folks.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Vivian. Welcome.
Now, with regard to your testimony as far as that triggering event, or the two events on 12,629B, you testified that that was consistent with a pedestrian collision, is that correct?
That's correct.
Again, if you could tell the jury, why is that consistent with pedestrian?
The one specifically with the speeds and everything that we're referring to.
24.2 miles per hour in reverse for about
Right.
60 feet.
Okay, yeah. So why I think that's consistent with a pedestrian strike is because of the sudden change in the speed. It drops down by half mile per hour. The accelerator pedal is staying constant at the same percentage, and the steering wheel angle also turns to the right.
That doesn't prove anything.
Your overall
What do you mean, dude?
is based on what you did as far as your construction, correct?
Yes.
Is there other information that you had at your disposal in formulating your opinion?
Like from other reports and stuff?
Yes.
Yes.
And that would include physical evidence, is that correct?
Correct.
And that would include witness statements, correct?
Sustain is to form.
What, if anything else, would that include?
The roadway evidence, witness statements.
In witness statements, would that also include statements of the defendant?
Correct.
Are you aware that the defendant indicated in a statement to troopers that she conducted a three-point turn in the area of 34 Fairview Road?
I'm going to allow that question.
Yes.
And what you observed in that triggering event is that from that mileage, is that consistent with the defendant's own statement?
Yes, it is.
Now, let me ask you a little bit, if you could, again, for the jury, clarify the difference between what you termed as an area of impact versus a point of impact.
Yes, an area impact is broader. It's a bigger area. Point to impact would mean something as obviously right there. That would be the area impact.
If I could ask, the cell phone that
The
was
area
located under
impact.
Mr. O'Keefe's body, that location, is that also consistent with the linear path that you were testifying about earlier?
Yes, it was.
And do you know whether or not that cell phone was in his hand or in his back pocket or somewhere else?
I do not know.
I know, Vivian, you made it. Vivian figured out the memberships, y'all.
Fire, correct?
Yes.
As far as the area of impact, that was, from what you determined, that was Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker, is that correct?
Yeah, it was within that. What I've had for non-initial evidence, I said the area impact was a star in that area prior to the sneaker.
Sorry,
Sorry, someone. So what I was saying was the area impact is was prior to the area the sneaker was. It was in that path, just prior to that area.
And why did you determine that it was in that area?
Because that was the first point of evidence.
And first, I'm sorry, this first point of evidence in relation to what and sort of how the evidence was configured as it was evident to you.
How was it pointed to me? It was the first point of evidence away from the furthest point was evident at that time that knew away from the pedestrian.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 58. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I publish that to the jury.
Okay, what exhibit number is it?
58.
Thank you.
And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that?
There's 34 at Fairview at the left side, and this is the fire hydrant.
And as far as these photographs and the photographs shown to you by Mr. Jackson on cross-examination, do you know when those photographs were taken?
I do not know specifically at what time those were taken.
You don't know if those photographs were taken on February 3rd, 2022?
Objection. Is the objection sustained?
Now, Trooper, if you could, using the laser pointer, I know you've done this on the diagram, but if you could use the laser pointer with regard to what's on the screen as Exhibit 58, direct the jury's attention to where you believe the area of impact to be between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe.
It's probably somewhere out here.
And as far as that,
Probably somewhere. Probably
impact
somewhere.
that we're talking about from the area of impact, where did that?
Jesus Christ, dude.
Where did that go?
So I say so from I think it's from around like this way.
Hey, Ms. Gilman, you can take that time. May I approach this for treatment? Now, Trooper, if you could explain to the jury as far as what you were describing as Mr. O'Keefe's post-impact movement, starting sort of with the point of impact between himself and the SUV to the point where he comes to final rest on the lawn.
Yes. So he was struck along the right side in the area of his arm, and then he was in post impact with the Lexus. He rotated counterclockwise and eventually hit the ground and came to final rest.
And the ground, based on your understanding of the weather conditions, was frozen at the time. Is that correct? Objection.
Sustained. Watch the form, Mr. Lally.
Yes. So as far as anything in your testimony about Mr. O'Keefe's actions, does that involve a pirouette?
No.
So there's a rotation, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as 30 feet in the air, do you have any opinion as to whether or not he flew 30 feet in the air?
I do not have any evidence that he would have flown 30 feet in the air.
And so as far as from your training experience when it comes to pedestrian collisions, are you able to determine or calculate how much distance someone is in the air and how much distance someone sort of rolls or tumbles to their final resting position?
Say it again.
From your training experience,
yes,
based on this collision, are you able to determine how far Mr. O'Keefe was traveled in the air versus how far he traveled tumbling or rolling after he hit the ground?
I do not have a calculation for this specific style of pedestrian crash due to the side swipe. So if I did, I could use the formula. It would just vastly underestimate the speed of the vehicle.
Let me ask you a little bit about, you were talking about the Searle pedestrian throw formula, correct?
Correct.
And that's something developed in the course of physics specific to reconstruction by someone named Dr. Searle, correct?
Correct.
And that's S-E-A-R-L-E, is that correct?
That is correct.
And with respect to Dr. Searle's formula, why is that inapplicable in sideswipe collision versus some other type of collision?
Because it takes in, it's looking for more, it's not so much the formula, it's how much projection efficiency that would occur, how much percentage of the speed of the striking vehicle would have happened. In order for the formula to work, the more of the body would have struck the vehicle, the more efficient the outcome would be in the speed.
In the center of mass that you were talking about, sort of in the collision sequence, what, if any, role does that play in regard to your ability to do that calculation?
It would just, like I said, it would underestimate the speed of striking vehicle due to a center mass not within the rear of the vehicle.
And not to twist your words or anything, but as far as when you say underestimate, that would not be an accurate reflection of the defendant's vehicle speed, correct?
Correct.
Now, you asked some questions about the glass and indicated that there are a number of reasons why the
This
glass
guy's gonna be a
traveled.
cable guy when this is all over.
Can you explain what those are?
Yeah, the glass could have struck the vehicle also in that same way. Could have still been attached to his hand and still gone with him in the same way. It could have been attached to his body in midair. That's the multiple ways that the glass would have stayed with him.
Well, look who decided to show. Well, maybe I shouldn't have come at all. Jerk off!
And speaking of collision sequences, particularly collisions involving multiple vehicles, vehicles are affixed with bumpers, correct?
Correct.
What's the purpose of a bumper on a vehicle?
To help absorb the
Scope? Yeah. Sustained.
Your Honor, if I may, I don't believe it is.
So why don't we come to sidebar?
You had me testify in court. You had me testify in court and lie and perjure myself. That offense can get you a $500 fine or 3 years in a federal facility. Dude, this guy is killing me right now, bro. Like, this guy has absolutely no credibility sitting on that stand. Like, the jury is just like, who the fuck is next now in this shit show? Who's next? Can we just get to the next person? I don't give a fuck about anything this guy is saying. Guaranteed. This is right. This is just fucking ridiculous. This is a shit show. I know. That's so fucking ridiculous. I couldn't pacifically say.
So I'm sorry again, Trooper.
Don't listen to me when you're in a meeting with your boss.
It's there to help absorb energy from a collision.
And with reference to the scratches that you were asked about on the vehicle on sort of the right rear quarter panel, what, if any, relationship does bumpers or their interaction have to your opinion as it relates to that?
Sorry, say it again.
Back to what you just testified about bumpers, you were
Yep.
also asked some questions about scratches on the right rear quarter panel of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, relationship does the bumpers on the vehicle and sort of their intended purpose have with relation to the scratches that you observed?
So the bumpers on the side was more of this wasn't more of a direct on hit with the bumper. It was more of the side scraping of the paint of the bumper.
Now, the presence of Mr. O'Keefe's DNA on the taillight, is that consistent with a pedestrian collision?
Yes.
Now, as far as the glass not matching, are you aware that the lab's actual findings
Jackson's
of the
like,
glass on the
he doesn't
bumper,
give a fuck
glass
about
on
anything
the
that's
roadway
going on right now.
was just not found to be
Like, the jury doesn't care about anything this guy says now.
I don't know.
And were you also aware that the lab's finding was that the glass on the bumper was consistent with the glass on the road?
I'm not aware what the lab said.
I'm not aware what the lab said.
Now, in order to construct your diagrams, your
I
testimony,
I was coloring and I colored a duck and I made a duck, but I colored
Yes.
it blue because I wanted a blue duck.
And if I could turn back to that 12629B, the mileage from the tech stream data.
Yes.
The 3-point turn that you observed in the 24.2 mile per hour straight line for approximately 62 feet. How far apart time-wise within that particular trigger?
Well, if he just had a speech impediment, I wouldn't
8 minutes.
I wouldn't be making fun of
As
it.
far as
But
any
since
of
he
the other
has a
tech stream
speech
data that
impediment
you observed, was there any other triggering
and
event that included
he's a fucking dirty lying shitbag,
Now, as far as the
it makes it
defendant's
very
path of
easy to make
travel,
fun of him.
is
So
it your
go fuck
understanding
yourself.
that was obtained from a multitude of different witnesses?
Yes.
Now, with reference to, you were asked some questions about the defendant's cell phone, as far as GPS locations. Were you aware that the defendant's cell phone wasn't able to be accessed until by law enforcement until 2023?
Sustained.
Were you aware that the defendant's cell phone had GPS locations turned off on the defendant's cell phone? Objection.
I'll allow that.
I was not aware.
Now, as far as placing the vehicle during that triggering event, 12629B, did you use key cycles to put it back at that location at that time?
No, I didn't.
What did you use?
I looked at the odometer mileage
And why would you look at the odometer mileage over the key cycles?
because I can physically see the odometer mileage at the vehicle at the time of my inspection.
And why would, well, let me ask you this. In your opinion, as far as that is concerned, sort of backtracking to a specific location, which is more reliable, the odometer or the key cycles?
I would say the odometer mileage.
And why is that?
Like I said, you
Oh
can
my
physically see
God.
it when you turn
Nobody
the car. And I know
gives a
that's the
shit
odometer
about
mileage
this.
that it's reading on the dashboard.
And every key
Like
cycle
you're just
is not necessarily
repeating
recorded within
bullshit
the
from
data.
earlier, from Friday.
No,
And why not, sir?
it only records stuff that related to the triggers.
They don't what?
They only record stuff that is related to the triggers.
Say thank you.
As far as counsel's hypothetical with regard to the key cycles, is it your opinion that that hypothetical is accurate or inaccurate?
Inaccurate.
And why so?
Because it also be, you also add the odometer mileage onto the key cycle. So those key cycles and odometer mileage are on the same trigger. And plus the data seems consistent with everything else that's going on with this collision.
Now, fair to say that you were not outside of 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, sometime around 12:20 to 12:30 a.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so fair to say that you don't know exactly how Mr. O'Keefe and or Glass or anything that he's holding interacted with it.
You don't know anything about what happened to Mr. O'Keefe, you
I'll allow it.
dipshit.
Is that true?
I do not.
And so based on your training and experience and the number of pedestrian crashes that you've investigated, again, if you could, one last time, just describe to the jury how you believe the vehicle interacted with Mr. O'Keefe and why. Objection.
Sustained. It's asked and answered.
Yeah.
With reference to what you've described as far as the interaction
Save it.
between Mr. O'Keefe and the vehicle, why is that your opinion? Objection.
I'll allow that.
Based on the evidence from the vehicle, based on the injuries to John O'Keefe, the tail light appears to be broken and it's sharp plastic pieces that could have ripped his arm, and also the dent with the scratches above it is consistent
Thank you,
with
Joanne. I
a
appreciate
hand
you.
holding a glass and the glass on top smashing on the vehicle and the hand smashing the vehicle. You can see there's a line between scratches and a dent there.
Then just Romeo. Very briefly, I just want to make sure I clear something up about the key cycles. You're not suggesting that every key cycle in the history of the car is on this page, correct?
That's correct.
I'm pulling up Exhibit 591.
Okay.
That indicates key cycles that have triggering events, correct?
Yes.
Triggering events are something that the manufacturer includes in basically a list of items that will be a triggering event, correct?
Yes.
It's a list of items basically for mechanics to figure out if there's some unusual driving or unusual event with the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
But the key cycles go in order. They're numerical, 1 through whatever.
Correct.
And the hypothetical that I gave you on cross-examination, with those driving incidents, each one of those would represent a key cycle, correct?
I don't. So, in your hypothetical, I mean, assume that it should create a key cycle, but that you can't just say that key cycle is from that because I didn't just use key cycles. I used the odometer mileage on top of it. So you have to have key cycle and odometer.
Right. Interestingly, though, when you testified on direct examination, you said your analysis, this was on Friday, before the weekend. By the way, over the weekend, did you watch anything on, I don't know, YouTube or any social media?
No.
Nothing.
No.
Really? Did you have any conversations with Mr. Lally about these key cycles and problems?
No.
Did you have any conversations with anybody about the issues with the key cycles?
No.
Did you realize at some point between Friday and today that I was probably going to ask you some questions about key cycles?
Objection.
Did you realize that yourself?
I assumed you would ask me loads of information.
So on Friday, you didn't mention that your analysis was based on mileage, did you?
Objection.
Sustained.
On Friday, did you mention that your analysis was predicated on mileage?
Objection.
I'll see you at sidebar.
Oh my god! All that does is make me think, because this is court. All it does is make me think of Chappelle's show. Bill Burr was like the cop on the stand, and he was like, "Then his wife threw her titties in my hand, Your Honor. Fucking weird." I fucking lost my shit when I saw that shit. Oh, dude, you fucking mass people kill me, bro. I know Bill Burr grew up in like Canton, right? You like graduated from Canton High? Oh shit, dude. Like your all sense of humor is just like right on point with mine. I love it. I wonder who fucking like dude is sitting there watching court TV YouTube videos, bro. Like he's in there listening to Vinnie Politan. I mean, Lolly right now is really desperate. Like this is what's happening is Lolly right now is freaking the fuck out because this is most of his case right here. This is most of his case. And this so-called expert just shit the bed
On Friday,
all goddamn morning.
pretty clearly that your analysis was based on the key cycles, starting at 1164 when you started your testing, and 1162, which was the key cycle you claimed on Friday was at 34 Fairview.
It wasn't based on it. That's how I describe it. I said key cycles. I based it on they were close within proximity to each other, but I've always said it's key cycles and odometer mileage, plus all the information within the triggers themselves. So it wasn't just one of the other.
And you said on Friday that once you started your testing in 1164, it was 2 cycles earlier that had the triggering events, meaning 1162, that you claimed were at 34 Fairview.
Yes.
But in the hypothetical, if there were 4 events, 4 key cycle events between 1164 and 11:59, it could not have occurred at 11:62, correct? 34 Fairview, in my hypothetical.
In your hypothetical, if it recorded a key cycle, then your hypothetical is correct.
Right. And last question, if you got the route of travel incorrect, if your presumption of the route of travel was incorrect on that vehicle in the days earlier, then your mileage would be incorrect also, correct?
Mileage from what? The odometer or from
The odometer reading.
the odometer reading is odometer reading. It's 36.
My point is your analysis that's based on the odometer reading. 36 miles here, 12 miles there, 2 miles here, 5 miles there. If you got the route of travel wrong and the route of travel was different, your assumptions about the odometer readings would be incorrect as well.
Be wrong, right?
So what I'm
You got the path of travel wrong.
so what I'm
Right.
I purposely put down a range on my Google images showing
So you
I couldn't tell you her
estimated.
definitively route of path for every single way.
Wow.
But I know that
dude.
it's possibly a possibility that she could travel 36 miles within those locations that she traveled post
a possibility
Fairview Road.
A possibility.
If that mileage was put on at key cycle 1162, then that would mean the vehicle would already be in Massachusetts State Police custody, right? Into the proctor's custody.
Objection.
So that's beyond the scope.
That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Lally?
Just very briefly. The range that
Jesus,
you came up
dude.
with for the defendant's path of travel, does that fit with the path of travel, the odometer reading, putting the defendant's vehicle in the area of 34 Fairview Road when it does the 3.2 miles per hour in a straight line in reverse for approximately 62 feet?
Yes.
Nothing further.
All right, you are all set.
Get the fuck out!
Jesus, man. Like, that is quite enough. Mr. Lally, call your next witness.
Set up some things in the court.
They're going to do what? Are they taking their break? I thought we just took the break. Mr. Lally, call your next witness.
And his name is John C.
Cena. They don't have the fan on. It's hot as fuck in there, dude. Well, it's hot out. All right, hold on. Let's see what's going on here. See what we got here. Okay. Take a short break to set up some things before testimony resumes. Next witness needs to set some stuff up. We're told. Okay. So the next witness has some visual aid for the jury. So that's why they're taking a break, because they're setting it all up. Makes sense. Sorry, I'm just looking at stuff here. I mean, hold on. I got to do this. All right. Here we go. Follow me on Twitter, guys. I'm so fucking stupid. Oh my god. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this. played this yesterday. I'm gonna do it again today.
I'm trying to interject. There are things that come up in this testimony that I found troubling.
We've got a little problem with your microphone, Kevin. We've got a little problem with your microphone. Sounds like it's breaking up. Yep, you need a new battery.
Hold on. That's better.
Kevin. Got a little problem with your microphone, Kevin. Got a little problem with your microphone, Kevin. Got a little problem with your microphone, Kevin. Got a little problem with your microphone. 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 Got a little problem with your microphone, Kevin. 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 Sounds like it's breaking up. 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 Yep, you need a new battery. 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 Sounds like it's breaking up. 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 Yep, you need a new battery. Yep, you need a new battery. Yep, you need a new battery. Yep. You need a new battery. You got a little problem with your microphone, Kevin. You got a little problem with your microphone, Kevin. You got a little problem with your microphone, Kevin. You got a little problem with your microphone, Kevin. You got a little problem with your microphone. You got a little problem with your microphone. You got a little problem with your microphone. You got a little problem with your microphone.
Whoever made that, dude, I mean, just absolutely, absolutely. Hold on. Did I? Please tell me that I reposted this. I don't think I did. Somehow I found it yesterday. I don't know how I found it. But it was fantastic. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I know where to look for it. Dude, you guys are blowing up my Twitter right now. It's great. And big shout out to everybody watching on Twitter. Appreciate you guys. Got how many people I got watching on Twitter right now? Holy, I got 2,395. Fantastic. Hold on, where is this, dude? Oh, I hope I didn't pass it. Because I want to play this before it starts again. This is very difficult. No, that's not it. No, that's not it. Where in the hell? Is it this one? No. Oh, yes. Okay, here we go. Jesus Christ, man. So this is supposedly Plevin's updated recreation. Yeah, microdots, jelly. Learn how to do real graphics, bro. My God, I can watch this shit all day. It's fucking fantastic. So everything is wrong with it. He never goes into a spin. It's the wrong part of his arm. This is all based on Trooper Paul's direct, right? So his head, his arm's not even the wrong part of his arm. Never goes into a spin. Never hits his head on the curb, and is laying right next to the road, which is not where John O'Keefe was found. So this is just, I mean, if I were to ask Plevin, like, dude, like, what exactly is your motivation, bro? What is it? What motivates you, Plevin?
I'm retarded?
I'm gonna concur. I'm gonna concur, my friend. I mean, it's unbelievable. Like, I don't understand why Plevin just continues, dude. Why these people continue. It's killing me, dude. Maris Whitaker, Sims Murder Edition and Plevin Special, right? Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Maris. Dude, I'm just blown away by this whole goddamn thing. Like, I love that like Karen and her family actually have a sense of humor about this. Like, what else are you gonna do? You know what I mean? Like, while they wipe the floor with this bullshit prosecution, you might as well fucking, try to enjoy it. You might as well enjoy the win, right? I mean, why not? Why not, do a little Muhammad Ali shit talking and showboating? Why not? I mean, has Karen Reed not earned it? Has Karen Reed, is there any question at this point whether or not Karen Reed has earned the right to gloat, to laugh? I mean, oh, I can't wait to hear. Thank you so much for that. Posted 4 witnesses left. Whiffen, Guarino, and the 2 MEs. I can't wait for that. I can't wait for that. I really want to hear from Guarino. Trooper Guarino decided, after attempting to retrieve data from Karen Reed's computer system in her car, such as alerts that something might have been behind her, as far as camera footage, like the reverse camera footage, things of that nature. Trooper Guarino wrote in a report, submitted it to Trooper Proctor, that he could not retrieve any data. Now, Trooper Guarino's job specifically is an expert in retrieving this data, analyzing this data. He's not a medical examiner. He's not medically trained, as far as I know. That's not his area of expertise. But he drew the conclusion in the same report, in the same breath where he's saying it out loud, says that he was unable to retrieve any data from Karen Reed's Lexus SUV, but his expert opinion, in his expert opinion, he has determined that Officer John O'Keefe is a victim of vehicular homicide. I mean, how? What? What the fuck? How? If you could not retrieve any data, if your job is to retrieve the data and analyze it, but there was no data retrieved in order to analyze it, how could you have possibly come to the conclusion that John O'Keefe is a victim of vehicular homicide? Because I'd love to know. I would love to know. Oh yeah, guys. Wednesday, there's no court. But Wednesday morning, I believe 10 a.m. Eastern. Not 100% on that, but I believe 10 a.m. Eastern. I'll be on the alternate corner with Dylan. So make sure to check that out. Let me share his link real quick. So I'll be on with Dylan at the alternate corner on, and I might be doing a podcast. I don't know the name of the podcast. Kevin Keene runs the podcast. And I think it just depends on what I'm doing Thursday. I that's kind of up in the air, but court is right there. Court's not back, it's right there. Calm down, y'all. So but I don't know the name of his podcast, but I agreed to be a guest on it. And I think he had JC Loring, the guy who does the free Karen Reed jam that I play in the trailer and at the beginning and I close out with. He was a guest on that podcast. And I think Thursday that's what I'm going to be doing. It's just not set in stone. I haven't even responded to him yet. Thank you, Jam Cracker. Word on the YouTube streets is Plevin is the next expert witness. They're setting up his computer now. Happy birthday, Cherry. Happy birthday, Cherry.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Okay. Thank you, Jam Cracker. Appreciate you. So, yeah, no, Plevin's not the next witness. That's a joke. It would be great if he was, though, wouldn't it? It would be so great. But no, Plevin is live streaming right now. Can't be. Fucking right I do. Fucking right I do. Oh God. Let's just say I'm not a fan. I'm just not a fan. I'm not gonna get into it. It's nothing personal. I've never interacted with her to my recollection, but I'm not a fan. Is the medical examiner next? Yeah. So whenever the medical examiner comes up, understand that there's probably going to be some graphic photographs we've already seen, I'm sure, but just quick warning, if those photographs tend to trigger anything in you, then just be warned we're probably going to see some stuff that we don't want to see, that you might not want to see. So the Celebrite expert is next. See, that's what I figured. That makes more sense. Now, mark my words. Mark my words. The Celebrite expert will not say, and now this is the prosecution's own witness. The Celebrite expert will not definitively say that the 2:27 a.m. search did not happen from Jen McCabe's phone. I promise you that. Oh my goodness, what?
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
Thank you, K. Christine. I appreciate you. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, she's out there, bro. Like she's bad news, dude. Like everything I see, everything I see her get involved in is toxic as fuck. I don't want nothing to do with that lady, man. Like everything she touches turns to shit. I wonder what's going on with court, bro. Like, so this Celebrite expert's just gonna set up a whole bunch of shit that's gonna go nowhere. Because again, watch, Yannetti's gonna fucking wreck this guy and cross in like 3 questions, like the last one. This Celebrite expert will not definitively say that the 2:27 a.m. search did not happen from Jen McCabe's phone. More so over, the jury is now watching the prosecution play defense. This will not in any way, shape, or form be any type of damning evidence against Karen Reed. Anything that even remotely implicates her in John O'Keefe's death at all. Yet the prosecution is going to do it anyway. Why? Because they're playing defense. The jury sees this.
Thank you. Be seated. Goes back.
All right, your next witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Mr. Ian Whiffen to the stand.
Okay. And Mr. Lally, you just need to tell me when I need to give that instruction.
Yes.
Okay.
Step right up and step for me. Stand and face the clerk.
You just raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you shall give to the court in the matter now
Wow.
hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay,
Whenever
so
you're ready, Mr. Lally.
it's an atheist or what?
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. And if it's at all helpful, that microphone before you is adjustable. You can put it in any direction you wish. Just try to keep your voice up. Okay, sir?
Thank you.
Now, sir, could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, it's Ian Whiffin. So IAN WHIFFIN.
And what is it that you do for work, sir?
I'm currently the decoding product manager at Cellbrite.
And what is Cellbrite?
Cellbrite is one of the world leaders in mobile forensics software.
Of course, he's a limey.
And when you say forensic software, can you explain?
I affirm, Your
about
Honor.
sort of what is forensic software and how is it used, specifically your Cellbrite?
Yes, so forensic software is used to gain access to people's devices, cell phones primarily, to extract that data and to allow examiners to parse and decode that data to make sense of it in a more user-friendly way so that a report can be created for investigators.
Now, sir, if I could ask you just a few questions going back to some of your educational and prior work experience starting sort of with your undergraduate work, what, if any, where did you go to school and what, if any, degree did you receive then?
Okay, I didn't get a degree. I'm originally from the UK, where I did qualifications in computing, a higher national certificate in computing, and then joined the police in 2004.
And what department was that, sir?
That was response work. So South Yorkshire Police as a response officer.
And where did you go from there?
In 2009, I immigrated to Canada, where I was able to continue policing with the Calgary Police Service, where I spent approximately 4 or 5 years, again, working patrol.
A Canadian
before moving
limey.
to the digital
Awesome.
forensics team of Calgary Police.
And with respect to moving to that digital forensics team, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to that area?
So once I had made it into the digital forensics,
Thank you, Grant
I
Smith.
was sent to Ottawa for 3 weeks to do a foundational computer forensics course, covering all manner of digital forensics to begin with. Throughout my 8 years with Calgary Police, I did constant courses each year to keep information updated, including a 2-week course, again, at the Canadian Police College in Ottawa, specifically about cell phone forensics. And then also during that time, additional courses for extracting data for interpreting internet artifacts or any other kind of information found on a phone or computer.
And following that, where did you go from there, sir?
In 2020, I left Calgary Police Service and began working at Cellbrite as the senior digital intelligence expert, where I would use my knowledge of the forensic community to assist the developers with creating and maintaining a program that examiners would want to use.
God save the Queen.
And finally, about 2 years ago, I moved to the decoding product manager position.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what it is, what your role is, and what is it that you do for Cellbrite?
Yep, so right now in the position that I'm in, again, I use my knowledge of the digital forensics landscape in the community. I talk with users about their daily challenges, what applications are causing them problems, what they need to get access to, what they need to understand. And I take that information, create a priority list, and then determine with our developers what we will tackle, how we will tackle it, and how it will appear to the end user.
King, who cares?
Now, with regard
Gives a
to
shit.
your education in this area, what, if any, certifications do you have?
No specific certifications. I've done the Cellbrite
Wow.
coursework since joining Cellbrite, but other than the 3-week course in Ottawa, and then again the 2-week course in Ottawa, I don't have the SANS training or any of that kind of training certifications.
So, what, if any, reason are you here if you have
In addition to
no
your work,
formal
with
training?
Cellbrite, what, if any, other areas of the field have you worked?
I'm sorry, could you rephrase that?
Sure. Have you given any presentations? Have you published any work in relation to this area?
Yes. So since working as an examiner, I identified that there were times that I needed to parse artifacts from applications that the main vendors didn't support. In response to that, I would do my own research. That research turned into a selection of digital forensics tools, and I created a website for myself to share that research, to share those tools with the community. And directly related to that, I have published articles related to accessing data on phones, related to SQL databases, related to various other artifacts, primarily locations.
Now, over the course of your work, have you had occasion to testify in other courts in relation to this specific field?
Yes, related to digital forensics, I've testified approximately 20 times, mainly in Canada, but also once in Michigan, once in Australia, once in the UK.
Now, as far as questions that come into your company with relation to interpretation of data, other sort of general forensic questions, what parts of the world do these questions come in from, and how widely used is your product?
So the product is used globally. There are a select number of countries that we don't export to, but generally, if a police service is interested in digital forensics, then they're using at least some of our tools. We operate an email address, which
Which
is
is
open to
why
any
what you're
user,
doing is
called
potentially dangerous
Stumpers.
right now.
And the idea is that users, if they come across a artifact that they can't explain, they can email to myself and some of my colleagues, and we can research that artifact, and we can try and give them an answer as to say why the artifact's there and how it should be interpreted.
You used a term in there as far as an artifact. If you could please explain to the jury sort of what your understanding of that term is and how it's used within your specific industry.
Yeah, so I would refer to an artifact as essentially any piece of data which I've recovered from the phone, which is of interest. It could be a web history visit. It could be a text message. It could be a photograph, any piece of information.
Now, sir, turning your attention to September of 2023, at some point in that month, were you contacted by the Norfolk District Attorney's Office and the state police in regard to this case?
Eventually, yes. Initially, I was contacted by a member of Cellbrite.
And if you know, why was that initial, as far as the initial contact or initial request from Cellbrite, can you speak about that?
My understanding was there was an artifact found on a device, and people were looking for an explanation as to how this particular timestamp was relevant to the case.
Now, if you could explain to the jury sort of what were you provided and what were you asked to look at?
So the original question is just basically how can we explain this 227 timestamp? I spoke to my colleague and requested if he could contact the investigators and any information that they could share about where this particular timestamp was found so that I could investigate it. I was advised at that time that the case had already been uploaded to our own support network. So the full extraction of the device in question was already in Cellbrite's possession. And I was able to access it from there and start to examine what the issue was that was causing the confusion.
Now, with reference to this issue, can you describe to the jury, just in general terms, sort of what this issue was?
Yeah, so the issue, as I was led to believe, is there was a timestamp for a web history artifact of 2:27 and 40 seconds AM local time, which would be UTC-5, and it didn't make sense to the investigators. And the question was, is there any other interpretation for what this timestamp could mean?
And so essentially you were asked to explain the timestamp and how it came to be, correct?
Correct.
And as far as this particular issue, has this arisen in other instances? Have you been asked the same question or similar questions in regard to this type of artifact?
Yeah, several weeks later, so probably around December time last year, I was contacted by a police investigator in Austria with a very similar question, but related to obviously a different internet search. And about a week later, the defense expert in the same case also contacted me asking the same question. The defense expert in that case was able to provide the database, and I was able to provide the answer.
This is already becoming dangerous.
Now,
all the way in Austria.
full extraction, is that the entirety of what you looked at in this instance, or what, if anything else, were you provided with in regard to your review and your analysis in this case?
So I did work with the full extraction, but my interest was focused on just the web history artifacts.
And what, if anything, did you find with regard to the web history artifact?
So the 22740 timestamp was correct insofar as that is the time that is shown within the database. It was indeed a deleted record, but the
Wow,
interesting
contradicts
thing
the
was
other
why
expert.
The timestamp said 22740, and I did some testing on this and discovered the reason why 22740 was actually listed in the database, even though that's not the time, in my opinion, that the search was conducted.
He just said it was deleted.
What is your opinion as to when the search was conducted?
There's plenty of other evidence on that extraction that shows what activity was occurring at 227 40 seconds. And there's plenty of evidence later on in the day that shows that that particular search was conducted at 6:23, I believe 51 seconds, and then a similar search at 6:24 and 18 seconds, I believe.
And before we get to that, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
In his opinion, I don't give a shit. Like, it was just her opinion. She was saying, in my opinion. So you have two experts that have conflicting opinions about the deletion, both testifying for the prosecution.
Thank you.
How stupid do they think the jurors are?
Yes.
Do you recognize that, sir?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This was the internet history, the history.db database table showing activity from the morning of the 29th of January 2022.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll seek to introduce the witness, the next exhibit. No objection.
Okay.
614.
Your Honor, may I return to the witness?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may, with court permission to republish it from the jury.
Yes.
So we're going to see a whole song and dance on this shit. When in cross, he's just going to be asked, did the 2:27 a.m. search not happen? Can you definitively say that?
No, it's my fault.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Whippen, do you recognize what's up on the screen now as the exhibit you have before you?
I do, yes.
And Ms. Whippen, there should be a laser pointer on the desk next to you. What I'm going to ask you to do is, if you could, using that laser pointer, explain to the jury what we're looking at in this exhibit and what, if anything, is significant to observe within this exhibit.
Okay, of course. So this was a table I created based on the data from the phone. The first column shows the local time of a record that was written to the history database. This is a database which is tracking all web pages which are loaded as you use them. The second column starts with the URL, so the Uniform Resource Locator, so what you would type in or how the browser knows which website you want to visit. The title is part of the website which is loaded. One of the top attributes of the website will load the title. Visit count relates to an internal counter within Safari, which just tracks how many times a particular website is visited in order to make suggestions to you down the road. And then finally, the last column shows the source of this information. So history.db is the name of the database. History_visits is the name of the table. And then the number is the unique identifier, which is assigned to that particular record in consecutive order. So every time you add a new record, that number will increase by 1.
Hey, Mr. Whippen, probably a couple of foundational questions that I should have asked you first. My apologies.
Dumbass.
With respect to the cell phone extraction that you were provided, that was from a individual named Jennifer McCabe, is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And fair to say you don't know Jennifer McCabe, never met her, don't know anything about her?
Correct.
And as far as a extraction is concerned, if you could please explain to the jury sort of what your understanding of that is. What is an extraction?
An extraction in this case, all of the files and folders had been extracted from the device, saved on a computer in a zip file container. So essentially in a way that is as close to the original from the device as possible.
And again, what is your title specifically with Cellbrite?
It's decoding product manager at the moment.
And so what, if any, relation does what you do have with relation to an extraction, and how that's, what's sort of the relationship between what you do and a Cellbrite extraction?
So once the extraction's been extracted and we have the zip file, then Physical Analyzer is the tool that Cellbrite creates to allow examiners to look at that extracted data in a meaningful way. And my role is somewhat shaping how examiners will see that data when they open up Physical Analyzer and look at the extracted data.
And how does your role play into that? What is it that you do that what, if any, relationship does what you do have to do with how examiners will view something from a Cellbrite tool?
Again, so after being an examiner for 10 or 11 years, I've got that kind of understanding of how examiners work. Being someone who also writes my own software and does my own research, then I can kind of cross that void that usually exists between developers and examiners and help both parties try to come to a meaningful conclusion.
Ms. Gilman, if you could shrink that just a little. We'll zoom out a little. Now, again, Mr. Whiffen, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed depicted in this particular case.
Yes, so the lower two records, which are highlighted in green, are two records which occurred at 2:27 and 42 seconds local time. So 2 seconds after the Google search had allegedly been made. And then the second record is 5 seconds after that at 2:27, 47 seconds. Both those URLs relate to a website of hokamocksports.com.
Now, if you could explain to the jury, what is a contiguous identifier?
So again, every SQLite database will assign a unique contiguous identifier number. So again, the very first record created will be given a record ID of 1, the second record will be 2, and so on and so forth. Those numbers are never reused. So if I was to delete record 3, that record number will never be reused, and I can see that there's a gap and deleted data in that database.
You used another term in there as far as a SQLite database. If you could explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is based on your training experience.
Yeah, a SQLite database, essentially, it's a series of tables. It's a way for data to be stored, again, in a meaningful, organized fashion that can be queried, can be examined, can be filtered, searched, etc. It can be useful for anybody who wants to get data from an organized file.
Now, with reference to the searches that you observed within this particular web history, what, if any, relationship did the contiguous identifiers, sort of the range, what if anything, did that tell you?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that?
What, if any, observations did you make as far as those contiguous identifiers in the range they had in relation to the web history that you observed?
Okay, so within the history.db file, there were no missing numbers from the beginning of January, essentially, until early February. That told me as an examiner that no records have been deleted during that time.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
That one back. Thank you. I do, yes.
What do you recognize that to?
This is the browser state record, which identified a search at 2:27:40 a.m.
Can I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost. We have no objection.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I return to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
With court's permission, may we publish it to the jury?
Yes.
Counselor, directing your attention to the screen, is that what you have before you as the next exhibit?
It is, yes.
And if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at in this exhibit and what any information you're able to sort of glean as a forensic examiner with relation.
Okay. So this is a searched item exhibit. It's technically a derivative of a different exhibit that we find on the device. So we found what we consider a web history record. So a web history record would just mean we have a URL that was visited and potentially a timestamp and a title. Searched items looks at all of the web history items that we've found and tries to identify were these actually searches that were conducted. So for example, if you were to do a search on Google, you'd see that the website that you're taken to is google.com query, and then it contains the query string that you've typed in. We extract that information, we extract that query and provide it to the user as a searched item. In this case, I can see that it came from the browser state.db WAL file. The search query itself was host long to dying cold, and it shows as a deleted record.
Now, with respect, I think you've used a couple of different terms within that as far as a knowledge seed.
I mean,
can you explain to the jury what that is?
I don't recall saying knowledge C, but I can explain what knowledge C is in this case. Yes, the knowledge C database is at the heart of iOS. It stores lots of information about the activity on the device at any given time. Things like when the backlight's turned on, when the device is unlocked, what application is in focus at the time and how long it's in focus for. And important to this case, which website's on screen at any given time as well.
Now, when you say when a website is in focus, can you expound upon that as far as what exactly do you mean by when you say in focus?
So in terms of iOS itself, when it's in focus, it would be the primary item that's visible on screen. So with iOS, you can have applications in the background that you aren't using, but the one that you are currently using is considered in focus, taking up the entire screen.
I believe you had used the term as far as a browser state DB, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is and how it relates to it?
Browser state DB is just the name of the database, the name that Apple gave it. It's gone through some changes over the last few years. For example, in iOS 14, it did store the state of the tabs that were open within a browser. In iOS 15, there was a significant change, and the only time that records were written to the database is when the tab was closed. So a significant difference in that it doesn't show you what's currently open, it only shows you what's previously been closed.
Now, this search here, what, if anything, did you observe as far as this record in relation to the history DB related to the search?
This record is not mentioned at all within the history.db database.
And what, if any, missing records from this time frame did you observe either?
There were no missing records in the history.db database. Within this time frame, within the browser state database, there were 3 deleted records.
When you say deleted records, as far as your self-right tool is concerned, what exactly does deleted mean?
These are records that have been deleted, not necessarily by the user, potentially by the system, but they are considered deleted records that we're able to recover.
What are some of the ways that something might be deleted by the system, and which system, are you talking about the phone or are you talking about your tool?
The phone. Our tool is designed as a forensic tool. It's not going to edit, delete, or affect the data in any way, just present what is in the extraction. But there are multiple times on an iOS device or an Android device where cleanup essentially happens, and we start to lose data after a certain amount of time.
Now, with respect, let me just ask this for a moment. With respect to Cellbrite, as far as the tools, have there been a variety of different versions of those tools as far as conducting that forensic extraction?
Yes, so Cellbrite Physical Analyzer has been available for approximately 12, 13 years in various versions.
And what, if any, differences are there between, in general terms, between, say, an older version versus a newer version?
Obviously, in the digital forensics landscape, whenever a provider creates a new feature, we have to change our code to adapt to what they've now introduced. There can be research that has been done, so we now learn new things, and we add support over time. So something can be supported in this new version of Physical Analyzer that may not have been supported or even existed in a previous version.
Now, with respect to your work in this field, what, if any, tools have you designed and or created or something to conduct this type of work?
Aside from Physical Analyzer?
Yes.
Okay, so I have my own tool called Artex, which I've been working on for around 5 years. Since being an examiner myself and struggling to pass any particular application that I needed. So I started to write my own tools, and that's the one that is one that I still maintain on the side in my own time, partly for my own knowledge, but partly because I think it still introduces some fantastic features which aren't available in any other tool for research purposes. So yeah, I continue to write this tool to this day.
And could you just say the name?
Artex, A-R-T-E-X.
Did you say the name of your tool again?
Now, with regard
Real
to the
slow.
situation, depicted in the exhibit up on the screen, what are some of the reasons why this may occur, or why this may read as it does?
Sorry, is it deleted?
Yes.
Oh, the record itself has been deleted. As I said, the reason why it's deleted, through my testing, I've only found 2 ways that kind of record can be deleted by the user. And I don't believe either of those ways was actually utilized on this device.
And what are those 2 ways?
The user has the option to selectively delete history items. So you can delete either one at a time, or the entire day's content, or the last 2 days' content. Or you can delete all content altogether. If all content had been deleted, we wouldn't have found any information on this phone at all related to web history, so I was able to discount that one quite quickly.
And I guess alluding to what you just said, why is it that you don't believe that either of those 2 methods of user deletion occurred in this context?
Objection, may we approach, please? I'm sorry?
I said objection, may we approach?
Okay.
I wonder what that's all about. If I can remember, I'm going to go over Brandy Churchwell's when she reached out to a cell phone techie guy of her own and independently investigated this 227 search and deletion. And it was pretty interesting. And the more and more I hear about it, it sounds like it's more and more valid, or at least I understand it better. Let's just put it that way. I understand it a little bit better. But she's actually live right now, so I'm actually really curious as to if this is in line with anything that she was discussing. Because the trolls gave her some shit about it, and it's just like, like at least she like went out and investigated it. You know what I mean? But yeah, if you're not subscribed to Brandy Churchwell, the 13th Juror, it's a really good channel, and she's really, really smart. And if I can remember, we'll go over her video at lunch. I wonder what this objection was about. Yanetti's out here handling his business in these courtroom streets.
May I have one moment, John?
Sure.
Mr. Whiffen, moving on from that for a moment, may I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
All right, Scott. Right on, man. Be safe, buddy.
Thank you.
That document I've just handed you, Mr. Whiffen, you recognize that?
I do, yes.
And what do you recognize that to?
It's a document that highlights both the search terms that were found in mobilesafari.plist and the method of searching.
I approach again, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm author seek to introduce the witness in next exhibit. No objection.
Okay.
I mean, he's already said twice that the search was deleted.
Thank you.
May I return to the witness? Of course,
So if I'm on that jury, I'm scratching my head and going, why did the prosecution call two experts on this search? First of all, why are we even talking about it?
Mr. Whiffen, do you recognize what's up on the screen as the next exhibit?
Second of all, why are they contradicting each other if they're the
Did you
prosecution's
determine
witnesses?
their, I believe called a P list, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean and how it relates to what you're about to talk about up on the screen?
Yes, so a P list or a property list is Apple's way of storing serialized data. That essentially means a list of data with names and values.
And sir, if you could, again, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to explain sort of what we're looking at and what, if anything, is significant to observe in this particular slide or table.
Yeah, so again, this is a table I created from the data within the mobilesafari.plist.
Oh yeah, for sure,
The
Bostonian.
term shown down the left
Thank you so much.
is what the user would have typed in to the search bar. Sorry, I keep blinding somebody. The search bar in the bottom of the Safari browser window. The UTC time is the time which is actually recorded within the plist. It's recorded as a string, so just text as it's presented on the screen there. And then I converted that and subtracted 5 hours to bring it into local time around Canton.
Now, aside from this, just for a moment, with regard to, familiar with what's termed as a private browsing mode?
Yes.
And can you explain?
What's with the BPD and John O'Keefe search? Did you see that?
Yeah, so private browsing mode is a setting that you can set on iOS devices or primarily most devices that prevents any of your browsing activity being recorded. So it won't save the searches, it won't save the navigations, it protects everything so that it can't be found later on.
And what, if any, relation did that have to what your analysis of the extraction in this case?
If these searches had been conducted while in private browsing mode, these searches would not exist within this file.
So is it your opinion that they were not conducted in any kind of private browsing mode?
Correct.
Now, you also familiar with the term as far as failure to load?
Yes.
And can you explain that to the jury and how that applies to this?
Yes, so obviously whenever you try to visit a web page, there's a stream of information coming from the web to the device, which then renders onto the screen. At the completion of the load event, there's a function effectively which runs, and that records the visit to the history database. If for some reason the page doesn't load and it shows up with an unable to load message, so for example, you don't have an internet connection at all, that unable to load will be recorded. If, however, the the device stalls and it just sits kind of waiting to load, nothing gets written to the history database. And if you were to close the browsing window prior to the page completing its load event, nothing will be written to history.
Would that be written to somewhere else?
Nothing around here has to wait to load. Am I right?
Technically, the only place I found would be the browser state.
Now, with regard to the plist files, does the plist file save all sort of history items or no?
Primarily, it's used to save preferences. So you'd have a lot of information in there if it's using light mode or dark mode, or when you want tabs to auto clear, that kind of information. But it also records several days history of searches. The actual number of days searches, I actually don't know.
And what, if any, relationship does that have with regard to the search bar that's located on the bottom of this table?
In order for the search item to be saved to the mobile Safari plist, you need to actually type into this particular search bar. If you were to just visit google.com and start typing into the Google search bar, it will not be recorded within the mobile Safari.plist.
And so what, if anything, were you able to determine about those two searches with regards to what you observed?
So again, these particular two searches were conducted at 6:23:51 and 6:24:18 respectively. They were searched using the search bar that's built into Safari. The fact that they didn't exist within history.
That's what I said.
And that there were no deleted records from history.db leads me to believe that they never successfully loaded.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
That new document that I just handed you, do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This was the additional, the items from the history.db, I believe.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit. Okay.
Okay. Did you bring it?
Well, no, people, again, you got to wait for cross. I said the same thing with the other lady. The other lady with the headdress on. You got to wait for cross. Just wait to see what happens. Because I'm telling you, this guy still hasn't said that the 227 search didn't happen. He's explaining how it could have happened in other ways, but he's not saying that it didn't happen. He can't definitively say that. I'm wondering what the BPD John O'Keefe Google was about. I didn't get a long enough look at it to see like what time it was placed. I mean, I don't hate this guy. I mean, I think he's doing his job. Not even his job. I mean, he was called up to the stand. He was subpoenaed.
Sure. May I return to the witness?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Whitman, if you could just repeat exactly what that is.
Like we knew what he was going to
So it's
say.
a comparison between the search terms found in the plist, so the mobile Safari plist, and the search terms found within the history.db database.
So the items contained within this table are items that were contained within the extraction that you examined, correct?
Correct.
And Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could display that for the jury.
Well, his whole
Yes.
existence in this trial isn't good. It still implicates it makes people just his mere necessity to be there makes the jury side eye Jen McCabe.
What we're looking at in this table, and what, if anything, is significant between sort of the two sources of information depicted here.
Okay, so the first list, the P list term, shows the term within the mobile Safari.p list, excluding the two that we've already mentioned, which are of note. And the first timestamp column shows the timestamp according to that P list. The history item shows the search term as recorded in the history database. And then we have the timestamp as per the history database. So the purpose of this document was to show that we have a search for raining men and a history item related to the Google search for raining men, and they show within a second of each other. Again, the next one down, Antoinette Ock and basketball, and the associated Google search. And again, the timestamps are within a second. This list was non-exhaustive. There was hundreds of examples within the history.db, but limited examples within the mobile Safari P list. And as I mentioned, the two searches of interest, the how long to die in the Kikti and how long to die in the cold, didn't exist within the history DB at all.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, sir, if I could ask you just a little bit now about.
I wasn't sure about that. I wasn't sure if I misspoke. Thank you, Kat.
Explain to the jury sort of what that is and how it, if at all, it plays a role in your analysis.
Yep. So initially, pre and including iOS 14, the browser state database would show all tabs that you currently had opened. So as soon as I go into my browser and open a new tab, a record is created. It includes information such as the time that I opened the tab or the time I last viewed the tab, the current URL, which is being displayed within that tab. It shows information whether it's in private browsing mode or not.
Yeah, we know, dummy. She
So
Googled
in
it
that
at
kind of case, in
227.
iOS 14 and below, we're able to see current private browsing records and subsequently recover deleted ones. But in iOS 15, things changed. The record was no longer written as soon as the tab was opened. It was only opened when the tab was closed. Sorry, the record was only created when the tab was closed. That meant that our ability to recover that kind of history was significantly lower. It means that it no longer makes use of the private browsing field because now private browsing records simply are never written to that database. So now we can only really see a list of all of the tabs that have been closed, not which are currently open.
Now, with regard to the browser state DB, is there something referred to as a last viewed timestamp?
There is, yes. That's one of the fields within the database.
And can you explain specifically with relation to that field, sort of what kind of information is kept there and what it means?
Yeah, so from my research based on this, that timestamp relates to the time that the tab took focus. So that's either when the user creates the brand new tab, when they switch between tabs and bring a tab back into focus, when they close a tab, which automatically brings one of the background tabs into focus, or if Safari has been completely closed and reopened, that essentially acts like almost a new tab, and the timestamp gets updated at that point.
Can you explain how an earlier timestamp could be associated from, say, tab is open, something is done, tab is closed, tab is reopened, something else is done, how that earlier timestamp could then be associated data-wise with the subsequent search? Opening of it.
I think I followed that. Okay, so if, for example, at 12 p.m., I create a new tab, I can do a search for whatever I want. And at that point, if I close the tab, then the record that gets created will show that I opened a tab at 12 p.m. and I did a search. Excuse me. However, if I open the same tab at 12 p.m., do a search, close it, completely close down Safari and reopen Safari, that would also update the same timestamp to show that I'd opened it up again. What I meant to say at that point is that if I create a 12 o'clock tab, minimize Safari, I can leave it for several hours, for several days, for several weeks. The time difference is not really important. When I come back to it and open up Safari again from a background state, the timestamp is not updated. So it will still show 12 p.m. today, and it will show whatever my most recent navigational event is. So I can search for something in 3 weeks' time using the same tab I opened today, and the timestamp will show today's time.
I think this is a good place to take our break.
That's awesome. So basically, if Karen Reed is convicted based on this, which she won't be, thank God that
Could
the
I see
entire
counsel regarding timing, please?
thank God that the rest of the investigation was fucked from the word go. But if Karen Reed in some alternate universe gets convicted based on that, then what that's going to do is set a whole new precedent on Celebrite evidence. I mean, we're talking defense attorneys from all over are going to want to reopen cases for prisoners that are currently convicted, locked up because they were convicted based on Celebrite data evidence. So this is a problem. Now, again, he's not saying that the 2:27 a.m. search didn't happen. He's saying that if he opens up Safari and a window opens and that pass window isn't closed out completely or all the way or whatever, however he worded it, that will show up as the current time, or that will show up as the past timestamp. So he's basically saying, if I open my Safari right now, and search something, if whatever I searched a few hours ago, the timestamp for this search will come up as when it was opened originally. And I just think that that's ridiculous because timestamps in Celebrite searches are crucial when it comes to cases that there were convictions on. Because if this turns out to have any validity, if Yannetti fails to destroy the validity in this, it could set a precedent. It could set a precedent where, I mean, Letitia Stout could file an appeal. And she could be subject to a retrial, depending on the rest of the evidence. So, this is a big problem. Because we know she searched it at 2:27 a.m. But the problem is that Yannetti's too good. We're not worried about it because what Yannetti's going to do, he's going to cross-examine after lunch, and he's going to say, hey, can you definitively say that that's exactly what happened? What you're saying, you're just explaining to the jury what could have happened. But he's not saying that that's exactly what happened. Yeah, Letitia Stout basically, I mean, that was really damning. Like, you could hear, I remember going over it. I was covering it. And they were just reading off her Google searches, and they were insane. They were like, she was using Google as her dear diary. It was wild. What do I do if my husband doesn't show me enough attention? Blah, 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 blah. All right. Oh, I don't know what's for lunch today. I have no idea. But oh my goodness.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Cat, 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 cat. I think we got a super cat. I think we got a.
Koozie Farm. Yeah, you're saying no way they'll be crossed today. We know Lolly will milk the clock per usual. He'll try to, but we might get crossed today. It's still pretty early. It's possible. Unlikely, but possible. You might be right. And thank you. Appreciate it. See something real quick. This is Brandy Churchwell, the 13th Juror. Check her out. This is a great video. So let's take a listen to this while we wait.
Hey guys, Brandy Churchwell here from 13th Juror Podcast. If you are following the Karen Reed case, you know that one of the most debated arguments is whether or not the search for How Long to Die in the Cold was searched by Jen McCabe at 2:27 a.m. or if it only showed up at 2:27 a.m. on the report, but it was really done later on, like after 6 a.m. when John's body was found. Now, this debate has suddenly turned all of social media into software programmers and cell data experts, and it seems that most people tend to agree with whichever explanation suits the theory of their chosen side. So I decided to go straight to a software developer and programmer who doesn't care anything about sides or who's right or wrong, and ask him to explain it to me like I'm 5 years old. So I took his explanation and the explanations from the attorneys and court documents, and I kind of put it all together so that you can decide for yourself what you believe. So the controversy really started because the 2:27 a.m. search didn't show up when the state used Celebrite to image and download the contents of Jen McCabe's phone. But it was found by the defense when they used an updated version of Celebrite about a year later. So the search itself wasn't found on the iPhone's SQLite database, which is what stores all of the history information. Instead, it was found in a deleted WAL file that was retrieved from the iPhone's Apple file system, which is basically a proprietary file system developed by Apple. So the discovery was due to the fact that Celebrite only recently started attempting to recover such files for the purposes of their forensic analyses. Now, the state's expert, Jessica Hyde, she's not disputing that the search exists in this file. Rather, she's saying that she doesn't know why it's there, stating, quote, a definitive reason as to why the timestamp is listing the time of 2:27:40 is unknown, end quote. And she goes on to say that the other timestamps, based on testing and artifact knowledge, are more accurate in observing the time searched. Now, it's important to keep in mind that this artifact knowledge that she's using as her basis for her conclusion is limited to just what she knows and understands from her experience and training. But like I mentioned, this technology that now allows for Celebrite to extract this information is all new. So her knowledge and understanding of how to interpret it would logically be the reason that she says that it's unknown. So, in order to understand it, we have to first kind of understand a little bit of background. So, Cellebrite is an Israeli company that's infamous in the security and free from government overreach portion of the internet. Now, if you watch trials or you've done any kind of research on phone privacy, then you probably already know that Apple has been kind of at like the forefront of protecting its users' safety and privacy. So much so that unlike any of the other big tech companies, they've gone toe to toe with the FBI over the past decade plus and have steadfastly refused to give in to FBI demands to create back doors into their phones. In fact, they actually, as they fought it out in these secret US courts, their software developers began enhancing their security so much that it became impossible for FBI to access iPhone data. So, after pushing this time and time again and claiming, terrorists would win unless they got their way, they ended up being contacted by this company called Cellebrite, which is essentially a firm that was able to hack into the iPhone and access the data that the FBI couldn't. Now, Cellebrite has been playing sort of a cat and mouse game with Apple ever since, but they're able to provide a forensic analysis and imaging for iPhones where access has been granted by the user. It basically involves just a big dumping out of the entire file system contents and then kind of going from there. So, Cellebrite is a name that we hear often in trials because they have become the gold standard in iPhone forensic analysis and are used now by pretty much all of the federal government agencies as well as law enforcement agencies all over the country. This is important because when Cellebrite delivers a report that says a file is found or data exists, law enforcement trusts this to be true without fail. And for good reason. Like I said, gold standard. But here's the deal. Cellebrite experts and developers are obviously crazy smart. The newest one that the prosecution has brought in, Ian Whiffen, is said by Lally to have created software that all of these experts are using now. Now, we'll get into more of this in just a minute, but it's important to keep in mind that creating the software for Cellebrite to extract this information doesn't necessarily mean that you are going to be able to be an expert in how to interpret or read the data. Because remember, Cellebrite takes all that info and basically dumps it out to go from there. So figuring out how to find it doesn't necessarily mean that you automatically know how to interpret or read it. So in order to understand the data itself, it requires expertise from a software developer or programmer that is familiar with the actual data and how it's coded. So that brings us to the embedded data system that is used by iPhone known as SQLite. Now, when you see this written in reports, it's written like SQLite. And according to this software developer, this is the part that makes the timestamp for this search irrefutable. SQLite has been around for more than 20 years. It's rock solid database that's used in every iPhone, Android, smart TV, smartwatch, router, you name it. It's installed on like tens of billions of devices worldwide. Now, the wide adoption over the past couple of decades has turned it into an extremely mature, well-tested database. A while back, SQLite implemented a write-ahead log, or WAL, W-A-L, which is a crash recovery mechanism, and it's kind of at the heart of this specific piece of evidence. So before the implementation of the write-ahead log, you had one single file that represented a database. Now, if you wanted to insert, let's say, a new search entry, the program would have to lock the file so that no other application could use it, insert the data into the file, and then release the lock. If you have multiple applications trying to access the same file, then it creates a bottleneck and it can have an impact on efficiency of the device that you're using. So simple terms, slows things down. So the WAL, or write-ahead log, was implemented to kind of alleviate that bottleneck and improve efficiency. Basically, instead of blocking access to the DB file, a second file is created that stores the recent inserts. And the code is written so that there are what they call checkpoints, where all of the newly entered data is put back into the main DB file and the wall file is deleted. Okay, so I'm no programmer or developer. So this to me felt kind of like a foreign language. So the best way that I could visualize it, because I'm a visual learner, is to picture how Google Sheets works when I'm working in it. So if I click on a cell and start typing, I can see everything that I'm typing in an enlarged and highlighted cell, but none of it is actually added to the actual document yet. The highlighted cell is temporarily holding all of the information that I'm typing in until I'm done with it. Then it will add it permanently to my Google Sheet. Now, in this analogy, hitting the enter button would be the equivalent of instigating one of these checkpoints. In SQLite, however, a command like that may trigger a checkpoint. It might, but it's not necessarily required for one because the code is written so that by default, a checkpoint is done automatically when the wall file reaches a certain threshold size or if it has been more than 5 minutes since the last checkpoint. Now, 5 minutes is a lot different than 4 hours, and that's important. So back to Google Sheets, this highlighted cell where I'm adding and changing these things, that's how I envision this wall file. It's just a temporary file that's holding all of these changes that will be added to the main file in the future. So these wall files have become kind of a staple of modern database architecture. And anyone who's dealt with databases extensively over the last decade or so, and we're not talking about me, we're talking about the fellow I've been talking to about this, they would have an understanding of what it is and how it works. So back to the case. The defense asked Celebrite to perform an updated analysis, and this seemingly new information appeared, including a 2:27 a.m. search from a deleted wall file. Now, the state's expert, Jessica Hyde, agrees that the file was there. She's not disputing that. But she didn't seem to know what exactly the wall file was, and she stuck to her original assessment of the searches only being done later in the morning after 6 a.m. So the state also implied at this time that because this wall file is shown as deleted and the phone user can't just randomly delete those files, that the defense's assessment must be wrong. Now, this isn't really an effective argument for the few who have a true understanding of how this works, but it could possibly be effective in casting doubt for the average person who doesn't know much about how this works. So, looking at the 2:27 a.m. search, the forensic analysis demonstrates that within the wall file, there's a record indicating that a search tab was switched at that time. So, what this means is that the search for how long to die in the cold was likely entered seconds or up to 5 minutes prior to this, but no later, since the timestamp provided is clear to that point. Now, there was an additional timestamp recovered related to the basketball tab, but the forensic analysis shows that the timestamp was a number of microseconds different. So the state has attempted to use this to disprove the search, but according to the software developer, it doesn't actually disprove it at all. The iPhone would have inserted activity of both the tab she was on and the tab she was switching to, and the switch would have differed by a very minute amount, like microseconds. So, as I mentioned before, SQLite does checkpoints. These checkpoints don't happen every second, but they're also not separated by days or hours. They are defaulted to occur every 5 minutes if one hasn't already been triggered by some kind of command or the size of the file exceeding a certain point. So these checkpoints are the time when that temporary wall file is deleted and the contents that were on it are placed onto the main DB file. So this will either insert or overwrite data that's already in the file. So Jen McCabe performs this search. It's stored in the wall file. At some point, the wall file is deleted and the search data is placed into the main DB file. So this is the point where I have a question, because my question was, if she deletes the search for how long to die in the cold. Then, based on the defense's theory, she performs it hours later, realizing that someone might forensically search her phone at some point. Why would there be no trace of this search within the DB file during the first Celebrite extraction? Because after all, we've seen trials where deleted information is recovered and used against a defendant. So this is where that background on Apple comes in. Remember that cat and mouse game that I mentioned at the beginning, where Apple is constantly changing things around to protect their users' data and information. So starting with iOS 12, Apple started using what they call secure delete pragma, which is used to control how things are deleted from the database. So normally, deleted content like searches are just marked as unused, but they're still able to be retrieved in extractions, and they can show that they were marked to be deleted. Now, Apple, constantly wanting to outrun these programs that can hack into their information, developed this secure delete option starting with iOS 12. Now, when it's enabled, SQLite will actually go out of its way to overwrite the data with zeros or blank data, making it unable to be recovered from these extractions. And everything after iOS 12 has it automatically built in and enabled. So Jen McCabe is on an iPhone 11, and the iOS system that she was using is listed on the report as 15.2.1, meaning this secure delete option would have been built into the code for her phone. So a forensic analysis of the file itself would show nothing and look like nothing had been deleted. If Celebrite had left the software where it was a couple of years ago, and all we would have seen was that first Celebrite report where no 2:27 a.m. or deleted items occurred, we never would have known any different. Now, prior to Apple enabling this feature in SQLite, it probably would have still been useful for Celebrite to attempt to recover WAL files, but it wasn't necessary since the deleted files would still appear within the DB file anyway. They would still come up and just show as deleted. So the state's expert, Jessica Hyde, has experience interpreting reports, but not necessarily experience in the actual data recovery or understanding WAL files. And that's not surprising given, she wouldn't have even needed to understand it since Celebrite only just started recovering those files last year. And they really only just started recovering those files because the previous iOS versions weren't securely deleting data from the DB files. So when Jen McCabe deletes her history of the search, poof, gone from the DB file. It looks like nothing was ever there. But Celebrite now goes deeper than that. Remember, cat and mouse. So they pulled the deleted files directly from the Apple file system. After the WAL file was checkpointed, it was deleted automatically. But the data remained in that file system, and the WAL files are not subject to that secure delete feature. So this is the way that all modern file systems apparently work. When a file is deleted, the data itself isn't removed, but rather the operating system is just informed like, hey, you can go ahead and overwrite that area of data whenever you want to. And they just kind of treat it as an empty space. Now, if you look at the device, or if you use the device long enough, the data will eventually be overwritten. But in this case, if you look at the time that they took her phone, it was only just a couple days after the search. So the file data was still intact. Now, in the most recent pre-trial hearing, we hear ADA Lally saying that the Celebrite expert, Ian Whiffen, creates the software that all of these experts are using, and that he gives his opinion that the search happened at 6:23 a.m. and 6:24 a.m. So the thing is, he doesn't say anything in the hearing about Whiffen denying that the search also happened at 2:27 a.m. And he also doesn't really give an explanation that the software that the experts are using is created to grab the data and dump it, but not necessarily interpret it. So the theory that is backed by this data is this. Jen McCabe performs this search and switched the tabs. In the preceding minutes, SQLite checkpointed the data and it inserted it into the DB file. Jen maybe realized at some point that she shouldn't have left evidence like that and deletes the search, and it was gone from the permanent DB file. Given knowledge of basic law enforcement forensics, maybe she thinks I need to be able to, explain this search if it comes up later. So she searches it at the time that they find John's body and says in her statement that she searched it because Karen told her to search this. But as the programmer explained to me, the database doesn't lie. The wall file timestamp is unequivocal, and the fact that it was found within the wall file, not the DB file, not only proves that she performed the search sometime between 2:22 a.m. and 2:27 a.m., but it also proves that she deleted the search since it wasn't in the DB file at the timestamp due to the secure delete feature. So the wall is an integral part of the SQLite database, and the timestamps can't just appear in the past for such a file. It's not possible that the 6:23 or 6:24 a.m. search somehow bled over into this past file. It's not how it works. The sequence of events is just how the database works. There's no way to make it work otherwise. So, he says, what it comes down to is this. The search timestamp isn't about expert opinions, it's about fact. And there's no way to give an opinion on how the program works because it's all in a code that you can't really argue with, and it's not up for debate. So, does this get us any closer to justice for John O'Keefe? Let me know what you think in comments. And for an interactive timeline and more information on the case, you can visit 13thjurorpodcast.com.
Canton, Massachusetts is a small town where it seems everyone knows each other. There's a small classic downtown area featuring places to eat, shop, and socialize. And on Friday, January 28th, 2022, some of the locals were gathering at two of the local bars, C.F. McCarthy's and across the street at the Waterfall Bar and Grill. Boston police officer John O'Keefe met some buddies at C.F. McCarthy's early in the evening and then was joined by his girlfriend Karen Reed. Then they went across the street to the Waterfall to see some more friends, including John's old neighbors, Chris and Julie Albert. Chris owns the local downtown pizzeria and had been texting with John. When midnight arrived, the Waterfall was closing. So a group of folks from the Waterfall headed to Chris's brother's house, Brian Albert. But Chris and Julie did not go. When Karen and John arrived in front of Brian Albert's home, John exited Karen's SUV. At this point, what happens next is disputed. Prosecutors say John was murdered by Karen, who backed over him with her SUV, while the defense says John was ambushed inside the Alberts home and put on the lawn to die and to frame Karen. Karen is on trial for murder, and now crucial testimony in the case as prosecutors bring in their expert to do an accident reconstruction to try to prove their case. Meanwhile, the judge is dealing with some jury drama resulting in a juror being sent home. We have the latest tonight as we continue to investigate the tragic death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe.
I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you for joining us tonight here on Closing Arguments. This was another significant day in the trial of Karen Reed, and on several different fronts. We're going to get to it this hour. But let's begin with the Google search, the infamous Google search. How long to die in cold? This is the search that the defense alleges Jennifer McCabe, who is at the party that night connected to people, did at 2:27 a.m. before John O'Keefe is ever found dead in the cold on the front yard of Brian Albert's home. There's no reasonable explanation for that other than someone in the house had something to do with John O'Keefe's death, if you believe the search was done at 2:27. And when this case began and when we were first covering this case, and the first time I spoke with the defense team, they were adamant. They were absolutely convinced. There's no question. And I asked, there's no question that this search was done at 2:27. And it has only one logical, reasonable conclusion you can draw from that, which would be Karen Reed is not guilty. That's how important this search, how's long to dying cold, is. So the question tonight is, Alan Jackson, Karen Reed, the defense, could they be wrong? Could they have gotten this wrong? Could they have read the data wrong? Could their expert have given them wrong information? Think about this for a second. That the beginnings of this whole conspiracy, the foundation was built on this Google search. It absolutely was. It has grown since then, but this is the foundation. So the question is, could they be wrong? And if Jennifer McCabe didn't do this search, does that equal no conspiracy? Like, is this the foundation of the conspiracy? And if the foundation's no good, the whole thing comes tumbling down. I think that's a legitimate question to ask, especially in light of some of the testimony that happened today that we're going to talk about tonight. But it's not necessarily what I think about it, you think about it, or anyone else. It's what about the jury? What are they going to think about it? And how does it impact the way they see all the other evidence in this case? Let's bring in Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson joining us live tonight from outside the courthouse in Dedham, Massachusetts. Matt, this is such an important piece of evidence, but let's start talking about that jury, right? This jury is the one that will make the decision. And today, some jury drama in Dedham.
Vinny, good evening. Nice to see you. So there was a lot of jury drama.
You know what pisses me off about Vinny, bro, is like he's saying shit like, oh, the 227 search is that important to where Karen Reed would have to be found not guilty if it turns out that it happened. Well, yeah, but you're saying that like it's the only thing that's going to exonerate Karen Reed. Like Karen Reed is already exonerated. This is what's funny. This is the funniest thing about this whole goddamn thing is the jury is now just waiting this out. The jury is at this point not really giving that much of a fuck about the 2:27 a.m. search unless Karen's guilt or innocence hangs on it. But the thing is like, it's not showing the jury anything other than the fact that the prosecution is clinging to it. They're focused on it. They're playing the best defense is a good offense with it. That's what they're doing. And that's telling the jury something. Just the fact that they are getting in front of it and addressing it tells the jury something. Because it has nothing to do with Karen Reed. Right now, the prosecution is playing as Jen McCabe's defense attorney. And that in and of itself looks suspicious to the jury. I don't know why Vinny doesn't address stuff like that.
Drama here in Dedham at the courthouse here behind me. There were 4 jurors that were questioned by the judge, all of the attorneys present. The first juror, well, she had to keep going back up to the judge and answer more questions between the other 3 women. At the end of the day, I noticed that the judge told her, "Thank you for your time." The juror threw up her hands and then she walked out the door. When the 15 remaining jurors came into the room, sat in the box, the judge told them basically that it was a personal issue and not to worry about it, and the day moved on. Now, coincidentally, this was also the juror that was accidentally shown on camera when the court failed to tell the camera operator that a juror was going to be questioned at the start of the day and walk behind defendant Karen Reed today. So outside the courthouse, here's what defense attorney Alan Jackson said about the second juror this week being dismissed. Take a listen. Reaction from today, Karen?
Frustrating.
What was frustrating?
Why was the jury dismissed?
Why was it? I can't talk about it.
You can't?
No, of course not. No, that's jury stuff, and that's sort of, I don't mean to be cryptic, but it's off limits. I can't talk about it.
Do you still feel good about having 15?
Oh, I feel great. Yeah, the 15 jurors, the 15, the 16, the 17, they were all great. But sometimes these, it's a 7-8 week trial that life gets in the way. So we're not worried about it in the least. It doesn't change anything. As the judge said, we just move on, and that's why we have extra jurors.
6 men, 9 women, 15 total in the box hearing the case. Today being day 25, wrapping up week 7 for this jury, and we have quite a bit to go, Vinny.
Yeah, it happens in a lot of trials. I mean, when I was trying cases that were clearly not of this magnitude and not of this length, you lose jurors. That's why you have alternates. But what I found most fascinating is that they brought in more than one and spoke to more than one, but only dismissed one of them, which tells me that something happened in the jury room. And we'll leave it at that for now. Let's get to how I opened the show, talking about the Google search. And that was front and center today. Such a significant piece of evidence for the jury, for the defense, gave birth to the Free Karen Reed movement. What happened today?
House long to die in the cold back in the headlines today. And this was the very first time that we've heard an expert testify and talk about it to this jury. There's the Cellbrite information that this jury has already seen. Well, the state's witness, the state's analyst of the cell phones, she says that the search wasn't deleted. It didn't happen at 2:27 in the morning, that in fact, it was a tab that was open. The search was done after John O'Keefe's body was found. And at the request of Karen Reed, the search made by Jen McCabe. Take a listen to this testimony.
It is a search for the term HOS, long to die in cold. My conclusion is that there was a search at 02:47 a.m. for Hawk Mock Sports. That browser was in use, and there were continual searches due through the night. The phone was, I do agree with Mr. Green's findings that the phone was in use at that time at 02:27. Later, the phone is, a web search is done at 6:23 a.m. For how long, at that moment, Apple produces a suggestion for how long to digest food. The search is instead completed with how long TI die in CKLD at 6:23. A new search is conducted at 6:24 of HOS, long to die in cold, Haas, long to die in cold. That search is then the last search that is made in that particular tab.
As a matter of fact, she said, the last thing she said was she's not saying that it didn't happen at 2:27 a.m. She's saying she's been able to engineer a circumstance in which she could show that it could happen at a different time. But she's not saying it didn't happen at 2:27. As a matter of fact, Occam's razor suggests that's exactly when it happened. So no, it's not out the window at all. It still happened at 2:27.
And this is the beginning of the expert testimony on this key piece of evidence. This one's going to be a battle of the experts, because the defense tells us for certain they're going to call their own expert that's going to interpret it
it's
as
absolutely
it was deleted,
a battle of the
and they do
experts.
say that it happened at 2:27 in the morning.
But the problem
Jury's got to
is,
figure this out. This is huge. The jury has to, because if the jury believes that it was 2:27, Karen Reed will be walking out of that courtroom. I mean, there's no other reasonable conclusion you can draw from it. But this expert saying otherwise, Alan Jackson interpreting it otherwise. We'll talk about that later in the show. But a big witness, a big issue in this case. Another big issue in this case was the accident reconstruction expert, who was a trooper, right?
Trooper Joe Paul with Massachusetts State Police. He interviewed and investigated more than 190 crashes in this state. He's a crash reconstructionist on that team, and he documented where all of the evidence was found in relation to John O'Keefe's body at 34 Fairview.
Yeah,
and
we
he
all
also
know
made
how
a
that
statement
turned
to the
out.
jury saying that the injuries on his body and where the evidence was located is consistent.
and yeah, he's forgetting right here where Higgins' fucking Jeep was. Actually, it was right here where Higgins' Jeep was parked. Right here. Right here.
Consistent with a pedestrian strike. Listen to this.
There's a point there where it appears to be consistent with a pedestrian strike.
And why is it that your interpretation of that data you feel is consistent with the pedestrian strike?
It's the sudden change of speed at 24.2 to 23.6 and a half seconds, while the accelerator pedal is still at a consistent 74%. And also the steering wheel angle goes left at 4.5 degrees and also goes right to 4.5 degrees and then goes back to left after that. So right at that spot is something that's consistent with pedestrian strike.
As far as the injuries that you were informed by the medical examiner that Mr. O'Keefe has sustained,
yes.
What, if any, relationship that those injuries have in relation to a pedestrian collision?
They are consistent with a pedestrian collision.
And how so?
Due to, we break down the injury due to the arm, the lacerations of the arm from the tail light, the dent where the scratches for his hand could be. Those are something that would be consistent with this in this particular case with striking a Lexus.
And when the car, the alleged murder weapon and all of this, was being housed over at Canton PD, that's a shot of this, where they were testing the car, throwing it in reverse, testing the brakes. They said the brakes worked properly. They said the backup cameras were working properly. And then he also put up on the screen after these tests and said that he logged triggering events that were in the matrix of the car and that were logged by the car. And one was 24.2 miles per hour. That was a big moment. But the defense outside the courthouse says it's all being misinterpreted. Take a listen.
Yeah, cars can go backward 24 miles an hour. That's not the point. He's misread almost every single bit of the data, and that's going to come out on Monday. We'll see.
That's right. Testimony resumes Monday morning, and this trooper is going to be back on the stand and under cross.
An important cross-examination, an extremely important one. You've got two fronts now. We've got battles of experts here, and it comes down to credibility and how they withstand cross-examination. Big day, big week. You need to rest up this weekend, Matt. We've got another big week coming up next week, so please do that. Matt Johnson, in the middle of it all in Dedham, Massachusetts. Let's bring in our trial insiders to take a look at this jury issue first. Joining us tonight, Karen Reed, supporter, creator of Justice for Officer John O'Keefe and Karen Reed Facebook page, Nick Rocco, also with us, criminal defense attorney Joseph Krasky Jr., and the YouTuber behind Yellow Cottage Tales, Kevin Lenahan. Great to see everyone tonight. We've got a lot to talk about, but right here, right now, I want to narrow and limit it to this jury drama that took place today. And the one thing, you know, a quick message from the judge about what it was. Alan Jackson not making public what's going on with this jury. But there were several jurors that were questioned. So I'm just going to go to Joseph first because he's been practicing law for quite some time. does that tell you anything if you've got more than one juror? Because what it's telling me is that something happened, like in the jury room or amongst the jurors, and a series of them had to be questioned to make sure that they could continue deliberating or continue hearing this case and sitting in this case. But one of them's gone, so something happened.
No, this is not unusual at all. That's why you sit 14 or 16. In this case, I think they sat 18 jurors. What that tells me is one of the jurors was probably exposed to extraneous information, and all that Judge Cannoni is doing by bringing in the other 3 jurors, they are probably jurors that were in close proximity to that juror, and they just want to make sure the jury pool in its entirety was not tainted by whatever that juror was exposed to. They just want to make sure that this case is tried within the 4 walls of that courtroom. So this is not unusual. I know coincidentally that juror was also inadvertently caught on camera, and I know especially with all of the social media pressure being put on just about everyone that touches this case, the court is going out of its way to make sure that the jurors are not captured on camera and video. So I think this is just a slight hiccup. I think that really there was so much more today to talk about. At least we're not talking about Colin Albert's knuckles tonight.
No, not tonight. But the trial's still not over.
Thank you.
We may revisit that. And just to clarify about the camera, like the jury comes in and out of the courtroom a certain place. You know, everyone's informed. The camera goes up. That's why you see the fans spinning around sometimes. This juror just ends up walking right behind Karen Reed unexpectedly to like everyone, including whoever's manning the camera at that moment. Okay, Nick, your thoughts about the jury drama, something that has accompanied it. Anyone reading social media, there's like rumors left, right, and center. But it was clear that Alan Jackson is saying nothing about this publicly.
Yeah, it's drama for a reason, right? It's just more drama into this case. Personally, I'm not really looking too much into it. It could have been something personal, like the first juror that ended up having to be removed. That was more of a personal issue. So, I mean, for me to sit here and say exactly what it is, it would just be speculation at this point. So, the judge decided that she needed to be removed, and that's what it is. And we're going to continue on with this trial with the remaining jury that we have.
Yeah, Kevin, as we're watching all this develop in the morning, there's a lot of questions, right? Because you had everything going on, and all of a sudden, there's like blackness. So the only people who know what's going on are the people inside the courtroom. And you have millions of people watching this around the country and around the world. So there's tons of speculation about what's going on. At the end of the day, I think everyone's right here that it's not going to impact anything because whatever issue this juror had, this juror will not be deciding the case.
I agree with Nick that we probably shouldn't speculate without any more definitive evidence about what happened here, but it is worth pointing out this is a very unique trial. This is a trial where the defense has very consciously enlisted social media to try to whip up a public frenzy. And they began that with a blogger, Turtle Boy, who covers the case in court now. And who has pretty much bragged that he's trying to influence the jurors. So this is a very unusual case. We'll see if there's any connection there. Turtle Boy was not in court today.
Straight up
So,
fucking
I don't know.
accused Turtle Boy of tampering with the jury.
I get what you're saying,
idiot.
But I don't think it's clear one way or the other what is going on here. It could have been something that happened in a jury room. It could have something that happened last night. She could have heard what the governor said about the trooper. I mean, it could have been any number of things that could have influenced it. So I think we're right that we don't speculate. The trial moves on. Joseph Krowski is very comfortable with the jury moving forward, so I'm comfortable with this jury moving forward, correct?
Moron.
Okay, so our insiders stay with us. When we come back, they'll start yelling at each other as we start talking about the evidence, and we're going to get right into that Haslong to die in the cold Google search. Plus, coming up next hour.
A 2-year-old girl is reported missing by her mom when her dad doesn't show up for a scheduled drop-off.
The years of legal fireworks. What's that time?
Levin's so stupid.
You've got the, it's right over, 2:27.
AM or PM?
AM.
Ms. McCabe, you made that search at 2:27 a.m. because you knew that John O'Keefe was outside in your sister's lawn dying in the cold, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
She denied it. Jennifer McCabe denies making that search at
Of course she
2:27.
denied it.
If she did, again, this is it for Karen Reed. But this is the foundation of the entire conspiracy, and I think gave birth to the Free Karen Reed movement. So this is coming down to now expert testimony. And today, the thing with experts is it's not just what they say, it's how they say it and who they are. And the jury has to evaluate all of that. So here's Jessica Hyde, digital forensics expert, testifying for the state about that search and about what time that search was made.
It is a search for the term HOS, long to die in cold. My conclusion is that there was a search at 02:47 a.m. for Hawk Mock Sports. That browser was in use, and there were continual searches due through the night. The phone was, I do agree with Mr. Green's findings that the phone was in use at that time at 02:27. Later, the phone is, a web search is done at 6:23 a.m. For how long, at that moment, Apple produces a suggestion for how long to digest food. The search is instead completed with how long TI die in CKLD at 6:23. A new search is conducted at 6:24 of HOS, long to die in cold, Haas, long to die in cold. That search is then the last search that is made in that particular tab.
Would you agree with me that another simple explanation for that 2:27 a.m. timestamp was that the user of that iPhone conducted that search at or before 2:27 a.m. on January 29th of 2022?
That timestamp is not indicative of a time of search. So the question is difficult to answer because I can't say that that timestamp tells me anything about the time of search.
All right, Nick Rocco, you're listening to that. You're part of the Free Karen Read, Justice for John O'Keefe, Justice Free Karen Read movement. What did you hear from that expert as she testified?
So I'll be honest with you. I feel like I walked away having more questions than I had answers from her, just in the aspect of the tabs are being closed. That's not actually the time of the search. She Googled it at 6:23. And again, like I said before, right, I'm not a forensic data expert. I actually did listen to her with an open mind, even though I still believe that the Google search happened at 2:27. It was a lot to take in from her personally. And I believe that ultimately, like we said before, it's going to be a battle of the experts. You're going to have 2 from the prosecution, 2 from the state, and it's going to come down to what the jury believes and who they find to be more credible. So as far as Jessica Hyde, and they have Ian Whiffen from Celebrite, I think Ian might hold a little bit more credibility just because he's from the company Celebrite. But then also you have Richard Green coming in, and then one of the FBI experts that are going to testify to how this did happen. So I find it very interesting when you're analyzing data that one person can come to the conclusion of it didn't happen, and then you have someone else who can come to the conclusion of how it did happen, all just depending on how they're really looking at the data. So I think that's how the jury's going to have to look at this. How do they see this?
Kevin, what did you hear from this expert today?
I think this search is not only wrong, but it's unusually cruel. And what it's done, it teaches us to never give your phone over to the police, no matter what, no matter how innocent you are. But one thing we learned new today, at 6:22 and 49 seconds, there was a search category as Jen was typing in how long to. What Apple does is it tries to anticipate what your search is going to be, and it formed this anticipation of how long to digest food, and that wasn't all what she was typing in. But what that told, according to Jessica Hyde, what that told us is that had there been an older search, a more recent search for how long to die in the cold in there, the program would have anticipated that that's what she was trying to search again, and it would have put that in instead of how long to digest food. So that shows that no earlier search was made. She explained that under Lally. Unfortunately, under the cross, she maybe forgot it or didn't have a chance to explain it as well. But to me, and just one other thing to keep in mind, on the ambulance, Karen told the paramedic, asked the paramedic that same question. So this is what she asked Jen inside the cruiser too.
Let me ask you, Joseph, is this search the whole case? Like, if the jury believes that the search is done at 6:23, does the entire conspiracy theory of the case crumble with it if they believe it's at 6:23?
Absolutely. It very well may be that Karen Reed's biggest victim, of course, was John O'Keefe, but Karen Reed's second biggest victim is Jennifer McCabe. You could tell, look, Jessica Hyde is very credentialed, and the Free Karen Reed movement likes to tout experts from the feds. Jessica Hyde has done work with the defense community, with the intelligence community, and David Yannetti, a very well-respected lawyer, didn't lay a glove on her. It almost seems to me that David Yannetti's heart is not fully into the conspiracy theory, that this is really something that was manufactured by Alan Jackson, and it seems that him and Karen Reed are more involved in this. But Karen Reed has to know that Alan Jackson's going to get onto a plane and fly into the sunset in 2 weeks. If you really think about it, from a common sense perspective, do you think Jennifer McCabe is going to go home at 2:27 in the morning and do a search about her daughter's basketball program, and that is the Hockomock program, that's in my county, and then right after that say, oh, by the way, my good friend John O'Keefe is bleeding out on the front lawn of 34 Fairview. I should check how long that's going to take. What makes sense from a common sense perspective? She's at the scene. Karen Reed is frantic.
Dude, where in the fuck? Sorry, I'm eating my lunch here. Dude, where in the fuck does Court TV get these fucking panelists, dude? Like, I don't understand. Like, they just like book clowns. It's ridiculous. Unreal.
Karen Reed, the same person that's called 53 times to John O'Keefe's phone and to her father's phone, is saying how long to die in the cold. By the way, why do you call your father? You don't call your father if you think your boyfriend's cheating on you. You call your father because you know you're in trouble and you're looking for help. Jen McCabe is an enormous victim. I still don't excuse some of the shortcomings of Trooper Proctor, but today was a day of reckoning for Jen McCabe. And again, Jessica Hyde, she went through it in detail. And I'm glad that Nick had kind of a tepid response. She subjected her scrutiny of this software to 5 different software programs. All of them came up with the same conclusion. The search was at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning. Backed by forensics, backed by common sense. Alan Jackson has overtried the conspiracy theory. Today was a devastating day for the defense.
Let me ask you this, Nick.
No, it wasn't.
How important, from your perspective, in believing that Karen
And that
Reed
guy's stupid.
is innocent, is this Google search?
Well, this Google search does not really provide any evidence that Karen Reed hit John. So personally, if like I said, I believe this Google search happened, but let's just say it didn't happen. That proves that Jen didn't Google this. That doesn't prove Karen killed John. There is more than enough reasonable doubt in this case, aside from the Google search, that is going to let Karen Reed walk away from this a free woman. I mean, you have the videos missing. You have the inverted video. You have no one searching the home. No other suspects. You have solo cups. You have leaf blowers. I mean, the list goes on of things that were done horribly in this case, aside from the Google search. So I don't believe that whether this Google search, because here's the thing, their experts are going to say it didn't happen. Her experts are going to say it did happen. So are we really going to have a real answer? It's going to be up to the jury to decide what they believe happened.
Yeah.
Vinny,
Go ahead.
they've had billboards, T-shirts, trucks, everything with hustle on to die in the cold. They have staked a claim to this issue. And this is a huge issue because if the jury doesn't buy that was at 2:20, whatever in the morning, then they're going to look at the other conspiracy type theories with a certain degree of skepticism.
Okay, dummy. Let me cut you off right there. Fucking idiot. We're coming back to court in just a second here. Let me the reason for the trucks, reason for the t-shirts, all of that is because these people believe that Jen McCabe should be implicated, should be charged. That's what those t-shirts and the things on the truck, we already know. Like that's just a drop in the bucket of what we know is going to exonerate Karen Reed. It doesn't matter. What Nick Rocco said was 150% correct. It doesn't matter. It doesn't prove Karen Reed did anything or not. And your argument is it's on your t-shirts. Shut up, dummy.
Thank you. Maybe see the quote back in a second.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
What's up, Mazda Media?
You are Mayor Coach.
Yes.
Start showing you another document.
Thank
recognize
you.
that?
I do, yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
This is the entire Google URL that was found on the browser state record. So broken down into each of its important sections.
Mayor Coach, again, you're on.
Yes.
Almost 62, so it is the next exhibit.
Okay.
Same objection as before.
Okay, there are a couple of different objections. I need to see it, Cyber. I don't know what you're talking about.
Fucking redcoats, man. I feel like I gotta talk while there's sidebar and whatever, but like I'm eating, so I don't want to like try to talk with my mouth full. I'm really enjoying my lunch. Oh my goodness. Brass, thank you. Can we expect a full afternoon of lollygagging? Probably. I mean, again, he's gonna play the jury for fools, and he's gonna just give a whole bunch of bullshit, useless information, and then when this useless information like is all over, Yannetti's gonna stick to what matters. He's gonna ask direct questions, and he's gonna wrap up this real tight. What's for lunch? Wendy's.
You are unmuted. That will be the next exhibit. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Publish it for the jury.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Whitman, what's up on the screen now, is that what you have before you at Exhibit 618?
It is, yes.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what are we looking at in Exhibit 618?
Okay, so the left side of the table is the entire URL that was recovered from the browser state record. What I've done is broken it down into each of its individual components and explained what each of those components means. So the very first row is google.com/search. That just tells the browser that we're going to the Google website and that we want to run a search. The second part, the Q equals, is telling the browser what the query term is. So the query term here is host long to dying cold. The little plus symbols in between is in place of a space because spaces can't be part of a URL. Next, we have the input encoding and the output encoding. Just explains what kind of characters to use and what language to use when you're accepting the search query and giving it back to the user. And finally, the important part is the and client equals Safari. This is something that just tells Google that this query is being done using the Safari client. Again, if I was to use Safari and just visit the Google webpage and type that in, or type a search in, that part of the string wouldn't be there. That's only there because I used the Safari search bar as part of the Safari application to do that search.
Thanks, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that one. Now, sir, with reference to that, what, if any, relationship does that have to the information you were discussing just prior to the break?
Again, that confirms that this search was conducted via the Safari search bar feature that's part of the Safari browser application, the same one that caused the records to be recorded in the plist.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
Cue another document. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do, yes.
And what do you recognize that?
This is the live records from the browser state.db database.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm Walter seek to introduce the witness. No objection.
All right, thank you.
Now return to the witness.
Thank you.
May I publish after the jury as well, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Mr. Whitman, do you recognize what's up on the screen now is what you have before you as Exhibit 619?
I do, yes.
Now, turning back to the browser DB database for this particular device, with regard to the timestamp and the last view time, what, if anything, do you observe in reference to that depicted in this, and could you direct the jury's attention to it?
Yeah, so this timestamp is the last viewed time according to the database itself. It's already been offset so that it's in local time. This particular table, we can see there are records missing. Between records 4025 and 4031, we have, 4025 and 4031, we have 4026, 27, 28, 29, and 30 missing. And typically the timestamps that we do have here, some of them are separated by as little as a second or two.
Now, with reference to the house long to die in cold, that was record 4028, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so based on the records missing from this portion of the phone as far as that database, what, if anything, did you endeavor to do with respect to ascertaining one?
So first of all, the task was to try to recover the deleted messages. The deleted history records from browser state. So first of all, I was reading the deleted pages, essentially, to find the records that had been deleted from this current version of the page.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
This whole thing is so suspicious. The fact that the prosecution spent so much time and money on this, which in no way, shape, or form will ever in any way help convict Karen Reed.
Sir, I'm showing you another document. Ask you to
It's very telling that they're doing so much to protect Jen McCabe.
Yes.
And do you recognize that document, sir?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the same data source. So it's still browserstate.db, but now looking at it with the unique recovered records.
And what is that last term that you use? What does that mean? I'm sorry.
So typically there can be lots of different versions of a page within a WAL file. So you may have several page ones, several page twos, and so on. What I looked at is doing is recovering the data where the records that I recover are different from each other. So if I recover the same record multiple times, I can ignore it. But if I recover the same record with a slight change, then I would show it in this view.
May I approach, John?
Yes.
I'll seek to introduce in a minute. No objection.
Okay.
With the court's permission, may I publish after the jury?
Yes.
Again, Mr. Whitman, if you could, please raise a pointer to find it helpful, direct the jury's attention to what are we looking at here and what, if anything, did you uncover during this portion of your analysis?
Yes. So again, the very first column on the left is the unique identifying number. You'll notice that there are some numbers here which are repeated. This is, as I said, because the records are recovered from multiple versions of the same page. There was actually 16 versions of this record across 23 different versions of this particular page. These three had some difference. Primarily, it was what's called the tab order field, but that's the only difference that showed up across these three host long to die in the cold records. All the rest show the same URL, the same ID number at the beginning, or tab ID number, and the same timestamp. Worth noting, there is no title shown in this particular record. Again, that speaks to the fact that this page didn't successfully complete loading. Otherwise, there would be a title of Google search, host long to die in the cold, as you saw on some of the other examples earlier.
Now, sir, with respect to the table up here, is there any indication in regard to private browsing that you were talking about before?
No, in iOS 15, as I mentioned, if you are using private browsing mode, there is no records recorded in this database at all.
So the fact that that's not listed in this table, what, if anything, does that tell you?
Everything that was recorded in this database was conducted not in private browsing mode.
Now, with respect to your work within your field, are you familiar with a term called a session?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean and how it applies to this specific instance?
Essentially, the life of the particular tab. So when I start a tab and I start to use navigation, I go to different websites. All of my navigation events would be considered part of the same browsing session, essentially.
Well, not only is it a waste of time, it's a waste of taxpayer money.
And again, if you could, maybe repeating just as far as, can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean as far as what is the knowledge C database in respect to the other databases you've been talking about?
Yeah, so far the bulk of what we've discussed, the history.db, the browser state DB, and mobile safari.plist are all particular to the Safari application on iOS. Knowledge C is much more global. It's much more ingrained within iOS. Everything is essentially recorded in there on iOS 15. So again, backlight activity, unlock activity, application state activity, and web usage activity is all recorded as part of Knowledge C.
May I approach that, Your Honor?
Yes.
The code key.
you.
Another document, we can just review that.
Yes,
And do you recognize that document, sir?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that?
This is a document I created based on the Knowledge C web usage records.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
I'm off the seat to introduce and admit
A document he created.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we publish that to the jury?
Yes.
Sir, again, what's up on the screen, do you recognize that as what's before you as the next exhibit?
I do, yes.
And if you could, again, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to scroll down just a bit to the green tabs. Thank you. Now, if you could, sir, again, using that laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's, well, first, can I ask you, what is it that we're looking at in this exhibit?
Okay, this is a particular, what's called a stream within Knowledge C. A stream is basically all like information being grouped together. So in this particular case, the stream is related to Safari. And it's telling us what web page was visible on screen, what time it started and what time it finished.
Now, with respect to this particular tab, there are portions that are highlighted in green and portions that are highlighted in blue. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you explain to the jury what the portions highlighted in green represent?
I highlighted the sections in green due to their timestamp. So typically these items last between 2:27:37 a.m. and 2:27:53 a.m. So around the time of the Google search, if you were to believe the browser state.
And with respect to the items highlighted in blue, what if any? What are those?
The ones in blue are the actual Knowledge C records that show when the How Long to Die in the Cold and the How Long to Die in the Kikdi web pages were actually visible on screen.
And so from this, what, if anything, were you able to ascertain as to the searches or the time associated with the searches from your analysis here?
At 2:27:40, the only websites that were visible on screen were related to Ozone Basketball and Hockomock Sports, and that the How Long to Die in the Kikdi first appeared on screen at 6:23:56, and How Long to Die in Cold first appeared on the screen at 10:33 a.m.
So those two searches.
Well, we know that's bullshit.
Traction in this device never appeared on the screen prior to 6:23 in the morning, correct?
What?
Correct.
10 in the morning? What am I missing? First
Now,
appeared?
From all this, sir, what, if anything, were you able to conclude with regard to these searches?
So essentially, ignoring the browser state timestamp is important because that is not a reliable timestamp to show when that URL was visited. We have mobile Safari.plist record searches that show 6:23 and 6:24, and we show the same searches with very similar timestamps within half a second as showing up on screen in Knowledge C for the How Long to Die in the Kikdi. And the How Long to Die in the Cold was actually several hours later, which took a little bit more explaining, looking at Knowledge C and when the applications were opened up.
So why the fuck are the 6:30 timestamps?
Around these times, were you able to ascertain as to what time this particular device connected to a Wi-Fi sometime after 2 a.m.?
I actually didn't look at any Wi-Fi connection information.
This makes no sense at all.
And with respect to 2:27 in the morning, 2:27 a.m., what were the websites that the device had visible, and what were the websites that the device was connected to at that time?
So according to the Knowledge C records, which were mostly also reflected within the history DB as well, it was the Hockomock Sports, YouTube, ozone basketball, and that's it for the main domains.
Now, with regard to the Wi-Fi connection, is your memory exhausted as it pertains to that?
Yeah, I don't remember looking at Wi-Fi history.
John, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a copy of your report.
Thank you.
Review that and look up when you finish.
Pardon me. Do you think I could get a spot of tea while I read this? Cheerio.
Okay.
And sir, I'm sorry. In the interest of time, if I could ask you just to look at the next page as well, just briefly.
Oh, no, that's just my auntie's recipe for spotted tea, for spotted dick.
Do you remember refresh, sir?
I do, yes.
May I approach to retrieve?
Yes.
Spot of tea, spotted dick, it's all the same, baby.
Mr.
It's
Whitman,
all the
From your
same.
review of the extraction report in regard to this device of Ms. McCabe's, about what time was the connected to a Wi-Fi network called McCabe?
I believe it was 0207. I didn't actually remember the timestamp just then.
And with respect to the disconnection from that, do you know when that was?
I can't recall.
Your Honor, if I may approach? I mean, if there's the time, Your Honor, may the witness.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sir, if you can, from looking at your report, if you can just indicate to the jury as far as the Wi-Fi connections with.
The Wi-Fi was connected at 0212 and disconnected at 0539. There was no further Wi-Fi activity until 11 a.m.
Thank you, sir. May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
It's evil robot LTL, sent from the future by the Anomalous.
Now, sir, are you familiar
We're totally
with,
going to kill you now.
write-ahead log or a wall file?
I am, yes.
And if you could explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is and how it applies in this specific case.
Yes. So a write-ahead log is essentially a temporary store for database pages. When I'm talking about database pages, it's not something that the user ever sees. It's part of the structure of SQLite databases. Just as chapters in a book can span multiple pages, data in a database can span multiple pages also. And it's not necessarily in the expected order. It's up to the database application to find those pages and order them correctly in order to display the data to the user. The WAL file, on the other hand, it still contains pages, but they're organized in frames, essentially. And a frame is the same as a page, but with additional information at the top that identifies what page it is. So I mentioned earlier that it's possible to have multiple versions of the same page within the WAL file. That's because every time I write a record to the database, a new frame is created and the page is updated. So for example, if I was to have a new database, create a record, a new frame is created with page 1, and it adds my record. As soon as I add a second record to that database, a new frame is created again. So I now have frame 1 and frame 2. Both of those frames would contain a version of page 1. The first frame would contain only record 1. The second frame would contain records 1 and 2, and so on. Forensically, where it gets interesting is on the edit or deletion of a record, because the same process is applied. So now a new frame is created. The page number is the same as previously, so we'd still have a page 1. But now only the records that I don't want to delete are copied across. So I could end up in a situation where I have 4 versions of page 1. One has record 1, one has records 1 and 2.
Wrap that shit up,
1, 2, and
B.
3. But the most recent version of the page only has record 1 and 3, for example. Now, a normal piece of database software will only look for the most recent version of the page, so you would only see records 1 and 3. The forensic software can look at all previous versions of the page as well, and that's how we're able to recover record 2 in that instance. And that's essentially how we were able to recover the browser state record from WAL.
Now, sir, turning to that issue as far as deletion, what, if anything, well, let me ask you this first, just before we leave the WAL file. So with regard to the WAL file, what, if any, relevance is there that certain data only exists within the WAL file?
So again, if I create a record that's in the WAL and delete it before it gets committed, which means when it gets merged into the main database, then it exists only in the WAL. It could be that it's a brand new record that just hasn't been written yet, or it could be one which was deleted from the database prior to the commit occurring.
When you say commit, what exactly is, what does that mean?
Commit's a process where essentially the database looks at all of the most recent versions of each page in the WAL file, copies them out from WAL and puts it into the main database, and then deletes the WAL file altogether. So at that point, we lose the ability to recover data from WAL because the WAL doesn't exist, but we have all the most recent versions of the page.
Now, so turning to the concept of the topic of deletion of data, what, if anything, did you find with regard to deletion of data with respect to this search as it applied to the P list that you discussed before?
Recovering data that's been deleted from a P list is not really possible. So all we can say is if this record exists within the P list, it hasn't been deleted.
Now, same question with regard to issues of deleted data with regard to the history DB.
There was no records of any, so there's no evidence of any records being deleted from history.db since early January. I think it was like the 3rd of January up to February 2nd.
And how were you able to tell that with regard to the history DB?
Again, every record is given a unique number, and there'd be a gap in that numbering system if a file or if a record had been deleted. The fact that there was no gaps indicates that nothing had been deleted.
And with regard to deletion, what, if anything, were you able to ascertain with regard to deletion versus web usage in the Knowledge C database?
Knowledge C contains such a large amount of different type of data that's always being added and deleted for various reasons, none at the discretion of the user. It's a completely system-driven event to delete information from Knowledge C. So we can't say what was deleted from Knowledge C, but we can see that during the times of Safari usage, records exist within Knowledge C that indicate, or certainly appear to indicate, that nothing was deleted.
What, if anything, were you able to find with regard to deletion in respect to the browser state DB data?
Browser state did have numerous records that had been deleted. Some we were able to recover. 3 records from browser state all had a timestamp very similar to 22740. These were 3 records that had been deleted at some point.
What are some of the options for deleting data from that particular, from the browser state DB?
So the first most prominent option is to delete absolutely everything from the device, or delete all history from the device, which, as I mentioned earlier, we know that didn't happen because we still have other records. So the only other real option is to delete selectively. That could mean delete one at a time, and it could mean delete either the full day, the last 2 days, or last hour. But in all of those cases, the record must exist in history.db in order to be deleted from browser state. The fact that this record, the hoslong and the how long to die and the key don't exist within the history database would mean that the user would never have the option to selectively delete that record.
Yeah, bro, Sham?
Yes.
God! Shut up! Oh my God, I don't care!
Thank you. Yes.
Do you recognize that, sir?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
So this is a list of the browser state DB records showing a red line where a record or more have been deleted.
And again, the term deleted, as far as it applies to this particular area of the database, what exactly does that mean again?
It means the record has been marked as deleted. If you were to read this database in a regular database application, you would not see it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we can't recover it.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Oh, no wonder. Well, of course, that's why we can see it. That's why we know it's there.
The exhibit?
I have no objection to the exhibit, if that was the question.
That is the question.
Yeah, Yannetti's over here falling asleep. He doesn't give a fuck. I mean, I'm kidding. He's paying attention, but
Your Honor, with court's permission, may we publish
he was conferring with Karen.
Yes.
Again, sir, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as Exhibit 622?
It says yes.
And if you could, please, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this.
So again, we can use the number down the left side, which will identify the unique identifier given to each of these records. And we can see that the red line between the first two records indicates that records between 3986 and 3993 have been deleted. We can see that record 4001 is deleted. Records between 4004 and 4019 have been deleted. Record 4020 was deleted. And then finally, records between
I did not delete
4025
anything
and
from my phone.
4031 had been deleted also.
Now, sir, as far as records 4024 and 4025, what, if anything, were you able to ascertain as far as the dates and times associated with those?
Yeah, so these particular records show up at 227.31 and 227.33 respectively. And this matched records within Knowledge C that showed that at this particular time when the tab took focus, that particular website was also shown visible to the user in Safari.
Now, as far as the date and time for 4024 and 4025, what, if anything, did you observe with respect to the date and time for 4026? And what can you tell about that?
So 4026 was approximately a second or two after the record here, 227.33. I believe it was at 227.35. And then again, there was another record, 4027, which again was another 2 or 3 seconds after that time. So within a 9-second period between 227.31 and 227.40, there were 5 records within browser state DB that had a timestamp within that 9 seconds, all with completely different types of website, ranging from PayPal, banking, YouTube, and the Hoslongstein the Cold.
Now, sir, with respect to, are you familiar with the term called spontaneous deletion?
I believe so.
And can you explain to the jury what that is?
It's not a term that I would use, but essentially a cleanup operation would occur on the device where it would look for orphaned records, records that are old enough to not be required anymore, and they would just be deleted by the system without any direction from the user.
That occurred, your testing, which occurred with respect to this device, what, if anything, did you observe with regard to spontaneous deletion?
I wasn't able to replicate the spontaneous deletion. I was able to replicate completely orphaned records. So a record that existed in browser state without a corresponding record in history.db. And it meant that there was no way for me to delete that record manually without deleting everything from the device. regarding history.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Spontaneous deletion? Is that like things just magically delete, like people catching on fire out of nowhere? Is that a fucking thing? How do you plead? Not guilty. On what grounds? Spontaneous murder. Just happened.
Okay, could you turn the lights on, please, Tony? Thank you.
While I have you all here at sidebar, Yannetti, I'm gonna need you to wake up.
Oh shit.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. 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 I think we got a super cat. I think we got a super cat. I think we got a super cat.
You are unmuted. All right, here we go.
All right, so you're introducing those 4 pages or whatever it is, Mr. Lally?
Yes, sir.
As one exhibit?
As the next 4 exhibits.
Okay. All right, so those will be admitted. Were you going to publish those? Because you can go ahead and publish them while this is.
I don't think that's.
Today, Junior?
May I have just one moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
Your Honor, if I can't take them just one by one, I think that might be.
Okay.
Oh my fucking God, dude.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
Thank you, Andrew.
This is a report from my Artex tool.
Good point.
Showing the history database at
I don't know what the fuck this guy's talking about.
21:39:34 on the 27th
I'm not even trying to
of
lie.
January and 22:55:09 on the 27th of January.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit.
All right, so all 4 are in. Okay, so you don't need to, you already marked them?
They have not been marked.
I don't know. I didn't go into God Save the Burger King.
623.
I have one moment, Your Honor. And Your Honor, the court's permission if we could publish that to the jury.
Yes.
Now, sir, with regard to this, we're looking at record number 4026, is that correct?
Yes, I believe we are.
And again, if you could direct the jury's attention to what exactly are we looking at in this exhibit with regard to record 4026?
Yeah, so in the right column, we see the source of the information. So history.db is the database. History_visits would be the table. And then the unique identifying number of 31407 and 31408. We see that the start time, or the time that that particular website was navigated to, according to history.db, was, as I say, both on the 27th of January, one at 21:39 and 34 seconds local time, and one at 22:55:09 local time. And both of these websites are related to Hock Sports. We have the URL at the top, followed by the title of the page, followed by a visit count that tells us how many times that page has been visited before.
Sorry, one moment, Charlie.
Yes.
FBI, open up!
Recognize that, sir?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the same kind of report. This is related to the YouTube record that was part of the browser state database related to It's Raining Men on YouTube.
Is that the record number 4027? Is that correct?
It is, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach again?
Yes. Okay. Exhibit 624.
Your Honor, very briefly, may we publish that here as
Yes.
well? And sir, what's up on the screen now? Is that what you have before you as the next exhibit?
It is, yes.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this record of 4027.
Yeah, so again, we have 5 records related to the YouTube video, It's Raining Men, starting at record 31398, 31399, 31400, 31401, and 31402. These were all accessed on the afternoon of the 27th of January 2022.
Who gives a shit?
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
What's interesting though is she said she accessed them on the 28th and the 29th.
I do.
So
What do you recognize that to be?
how accurate is this
some,
guy's shit?
The same again, related to record 4029. Shows that a website was visited on the 28th of January 2021.
Your Honor, ask that this be marked.
Okay.
Oh, well, there you go. Okay.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we publish that briefly?
Yes.
Sir, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as the next exhibit in regards to record 4029?
It is, yes.
And again, if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at.
Yeah, so this URL, cantonma.org, relates to the URL that was provided in record 4029 of the browser state database. It shows that this web page was accessed at 1 p.m. And 17 minutes and 0 seconds, and 1 p.m. 17 minutes and 8 seconds on the 28th of January 2022.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
It's like, yes. Let's get on with this shit.
I do.
What do you recognize that?
Again, the same kind of report. Again, this type of record.
I completely agree,
4030,
Emily C. Thank
from
you.
browser state, and it shows access to Ozone Basketball.
And with regard to that report, as far as the same kind of report, that's from your tool, the ArtX tool, is that correct?
Ozone Basketball.
And that ArtX tool, is that
It's
a
the
widely
turbo
available
for the
tool
championship.
used within the field of forensic investigators?
Yeah, it's something that I say I've worked on for around 5 years. I've given it away free to the digital forensics community for 5 years. There's approximately 600 users globally, and it's taught as part of the SANS digital forensics training courses.
May I approach again just to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost at access to mark as the next
Yes.
exhibit.
Bev's got no patience left.
Thank you.
May we publish that for the jury, Your
Yes.
Honor? With regard to So this exhibit up on the screen, record 4030, again, if you could just draw the jury's attention or direct the jury's attention to what, if anything.
Bev must have overate small children for lunch.
Yeah, so
She's
again,
all tired
we
and
have
lethargic.
records from the history database related to ozone basketball, and it shows that this website was accessed at 11 a.m. and 26 minutes on the 25th of January, 2022.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, you can- Now, with respect to sort of the totality of your analysis, Mr. Whiffen, what, if any, conclusions did you come to as to the timing of the two searches in question with relation to what you observed in your analysis and testing of this device?
Yes. So in conclusion, I determined that the tab that was used was focused at 227.40. So the tab was opened at that time, at which point it was being used to show Ozone Basketball and Hock Sports websites. The 6:23 timestamp is when the search was first conducted. Never loaded the page, otherwise there'd be a record in the history database. And while that page was still loading, a secondary search was conducted for Hoss Long to Die in the Cold. Again, that page never loaded either, although these both did show up in the Knowledge C database to show that the browser was trying to display these pages. Safari was closed prior to the Hoss Long to Die in the Cold record being shown on screen at all. But when it was reopened at 10:33, in regards to whatever other Safari activity was to be conducted, it appeared on screen. So we have a 10:33 record where Hoss Long to Die in the Cold was shown on screen, even though the page never successfully loaded.
You're lying.
And with respect to your analysis and your testing here, what, if any, opinion do you have as to whether or not any of the data marked as deleted was actually
Thank you, Elaine.
deleted, or a user actually actively went through the process of deleting the data?
Yeah. So again, we know that she didn't, we know that nobody deleted the entire history. So that leaves the only option to be selectively deleting records. The fact that there are no missing records in HistoryDB shows that it's impossible that that record could have been deleted by the user. It would have just been orphaned in the database, and I believe would have deleted itself at some stage whenever a particular cleanup function ran. Although, as I said earlier, I haven't been able to replicate that. I was able to continue to read the various versions of the page that contained Hoss Long to Die in the Cold browser state record, and found that it existed at the same time as another record that was created at least 2 days later. Therefore, I can determine that that particular record was not deleted until at the earliest 10 p.m. on the 31st of January. And that it's not possible that the user could have created or caused that deletion to occur.
Now, over the course of your analysis and testing or review of the extraction in this case, did you have occasion to review an affidavit of a Mr. Richard Green?
I did, yes.
And
You're a little cunt.
Opinions or conclusions do you have as to that affidavit?
I had issues with several of the statements being made as part of the affidavit.
And what issues were those?
Namely, it specified that Cellbrite report identified that the search was conducted at 227.40. And as I've explained, I believe the tab took focus at 227.40, not when the search occurred. The report mentioned that Cellbrite report identified it was deleted by the user. We don't do that. We'll tell you that a record is deleted, but we don't specify how the record was deleted. That's something for the examiner to determine. I forget. Oh, and then there was a mention of the purpose of the browser state database. The explanation given was correct for iOS 14 and below, but not for 15 and above, which is relevant in this case.
Now, you mentioned this issue as far as coming up, obviously, in this case and some other instances, phone calls or inquiries that you received from Austria and other places. What, if anything, have you or your company, Cellbrite, done with regard to rectifying this issue?
Well,
I'll allow it.
okay, we recognize that this timestamp could be misleading. Regardless of how we label that timestamp, the very fact that a timestamp is there, we feel would be or potentially misrepresented. So the decision was taken to remove the timestamp altogether from that information. So now we show the web page was visited, but we don't attribute a time to that purely because it could be wildly inaccurate.
What?
Your Honor, this may be the appropriate time for the instruction.
Okay. All right, so jurors, we're about to see a demonstration by Mr. Whiffen. It's simply a demonstration to help you to understand the evidence that you've heard. It's not evidence from this case, but it helps you understand the evidence in this case.
My bad. Hold on. She's only given instructions. We didn't miss
Were
something.
you able to prepare a demonstration in regard to what you've been discussing through the course of your testimony?
I was, yes.
And that demonstration doesn't specifically reflect on the searches or the extraction report that you looked at in this case, correct?
Correct.
But as far as the overall issues that you've been discussing in your testimony, correct?
That's correct.
And with court's permission, may the witness now illustrate that to me.
Yes.
No. Wait. A screen. Wait. And that is a phone that I have in front of me live. It's just demonstrating what I can see on the phone. This is my Artex tool. And the feature which I continuously use this tool for, which is not available really in any other vendor tools, is the ability to create a live connection between my computer and the phone. The live connection is what I've just started here, and what's going to happen is all of the files and folders that exist on the phone will be mapped to my computer so that I can navigate it. I can look around and I can take a look at near enough live records on the device. Prior to the availability of this tool, I would have to test a theory on a phone, do an extraction, and then pass the extraction, which could take anywhere between 20 minutes and several hours. The reason that I'm using this tool today is because I can do those same tests within 10 or 20 seconds typically. So I just need to wait for this section to do. So it's already mapped out all the files and folders. It's now asking for a few important pieces of information, which it will then populate on the screen. So information such as the device, serial number, etc. What we're interested in, though, is the browser state record. So I can go to the browser state database and take a look at that and open that up. And you can see that at this moment in time, I have no records in the database at all. If I go back into the live view of the phone.
This isn't a demonstration. This is just.
You can see I have Safari open from last night. So it's been sat in the background overnight and not doing anything. But at 10 past 8 last night, I performed this search in a brand new window. So started Safari, opened up a new tab, immediately searched for new tab at 2010 on the 16th of June. If I now search for the time right now, 1442, what I can do is go back to my Artex tool and press this reload button. That's going to delete the database from my computer only and copy the most recent copy of the database and WAL file from my phone back to my computer, where it shows me I still have no records.
It's totally
That's expected
a wash.
behavior because at the moment I've not closed the tab. So if this again was iOS 14, there would be a record there to say what tab I had open, but iOS 15 doesn't work that way. If I now go back to my tabs and actually just close this window, I can go back into Artex and hit reload again. And we now see we have some records. I can look at this particular record and you'll see the title is 1442 Google search. You'll see the Google search record here. So I just need to change the time zone as well to Eastern time. So you see it's the most recent search which I conducted, the 1442 search. The last viewed time, though, still shows as 8:10 p.m. last night, because that's the time that the tab was focused, not the time that the search was conducted.
This is such a crock of shit. The fuck does his software have to do with Jen McCabe Googling fucking how long to die in cold?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay.
Wow.
Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you, Ron.
Here we go.
Right, Charlie? Oh, you popped. You're gonna be famous. Here it is. Here it is. Shut up! Shut up!
This is
Sir, you had spoken a little bit about what was your assignment here in terms of the data that was sent to you. And I believe that you testified regarding that 2:27 a.m. or 2:27 and 42nd a.m. timestamp that it didn't make sense to the investigators, correct?
Correct.
Were you told that one of the investigators was Trooper Michael Proctor?
I don't recall any names being mentioned. The ticket came to me, or the request came to me via another Cellbrite employee who'd been asked about this case and asked whether we could offer any help.
Okay, thank you. You would agree with me that when you're making or doing a simulation, you want it to be as close to an apples-to-apples comparison as you can get?
As best possible, yes.
And to get truly accurate research results, you want to eliminate as many variables as you can, correct?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't, for instance, want to use an Android operating system to try to replicate the activity from Jennifer McCabe's Apple iPhone, correct?
Correct.
What version of iOS did you use for your testing of Jennifer McCabe's data?
So this test has been undertaken on various different versions of iOS, from iOS 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and most recently on the beta version of 18 last week. This particular demonstration was on 15.8.2.
Okay. And you're aware, you said 15.8.2.
Correct. I've also tested on 15.7.
Oh, fair enough.
The beta version? You mean the Matt McCabe version? No, the beta version? You mean the Brian Higgins version?
Correct.
And you would agree that the way that an artifact is stored would depend on the iOS version that you use, correct?
Correct.
And your simulation did not use the iOS version that Ms. McCabe was running on her iPhone, correct?
Correct. So I used the closest version I could find.
So I'd like to ask you some questions about the characteristics of browserstate.db-wall and record number 4028. If I can.
Okay.
That record number, I believe you testified, was found to be deleted, correct?
Correct.
But you were able to recover the date and time associated with it, correct?
The date and time of the last viewed?
Of that record number.
Yes.
And what was that date and time?
2:27 and 40 seconds a.m.
You were also able to recover the content of that particular Google search itself?
I was able to recover the URL for it, yes.
Okay, and what was that Google search?
Hoss long to die in the cold.
And it's true, however, that the session history could not be recovered, correct?
That's correct.
Now, given those characteristics that you've just discussed, did your testing result in a WAL file record, a WAL file record, that matched the characteristics of 4028? In other words, deleted with session history not recoverable?
The issue with the session history, I was able to recover only the first page of session history. What happens is when there's a large amount of data that's split over multiple pages, If it's a live record, all those pages point to each other so that you can chain it together and get one large amount of information. Once they've been deleted, some of those pages can be overwritten, and therefore the pointers don't make sense anymore. So the amount of information in this session was way larger than one page, and I wasn't able to recover anything further.
Okay, and you'd agree that the simulation was done using a different operating system, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to recreate the other deletions that appeared before and after that record 4028?
Which deletion, sorry?
Well, you had testified, and I believe there was an exhibit that was introduced.
Yep.
To show
Here we
that there were
go.
multiple deletions both before and after, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to recreate those deletions?
When I manually deleted records from the history, then the records also were deleted from the browser state.
Now, I believe that you testified, and if you didn't, I believe it's in your report, that there are essentially 5 mechanisms for record deletions in the browser state database, correct?
Correct.
You ruled out 4 of them pretty quickly, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you've testified to that today, correct?
Correct.
The only remaining option was selective deletion by a user, or there's some internal mechanism for record deletion that is not fully understood, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you know of, as you testified today, you know of no internal mechanism for record deletion that's not fully understood, correct?
I've not been able to replicate that function, no.
All right. If there is no unknown internal mechanism for record deletion that's not fully understood, that would leave selective deletion by a user, correct?
Not in this case, no.
All right. Well, selective deletion, you would agree, means that a user selects what to delete, correct?
Correct.
And regarding the user, the term user, what is that? Who is that?
Whoever's using the phone at the time.
Okay, so it's actually somebody who is using the actual iPhone itself, correct?
Correct.
Not necessarily a computer expert, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that somebody who had access to the data before it was extracted and sent to you could have made selective deletions of the data?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No, I don't.
Are you aware of an app called MySQL?
Yes.
What is MySQL?
MySQL is just a method for viewing SQLite databases.
All right. If someone had access
There's that
to the
SQLite
raw
word.
data, again, before it was sent to you, and used that app, they could make selective deletions of the data, couldn't they?
I assume you're talking about opening up the extraction, taking out the particular file and editing it?
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. You're right, Your Honor. I apologize. And I apologize to you. If you could restate your question or answer or give me your full answer.
Okay. So it would be possible with the extraction to take out particular databases, alter them, and put them back into the extraction. But there's something called a hash mechanism that we have in place that would it essentially hashes the original data, and then it can be hashed again at a later date. It results in a long string of characters, and if there's any changes to the original data, then we'd see that it's been modified.
Exactly. Mass media. Mass media.
Someone with access to that data and an appropriate application or program could also delete and renumber history.db and knowledge.cso so that it would appear as though there was no break in the numbering, so that it would also appear that nothing was deleted?
It's potentially possible, but would require a large amount of knowledge and skill to do in a way that can't be detected.
Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Lally?
So what's Yannetti getting at here? Like, what's he getting at? Is he saying that Proctor, one of the techies at the police station, at the cops, deleted it?
the demonstration that you did, what, if any, impact does that have on what you showed this jury?
So in this particular case, every
Good point.
iOS version that I tested, as I mentioned, from 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18, the timestamp is always referring to the time that the tab took focus. So even though there are some differences with when the record's created, the meaning behind that timestamp has been consistent.
Yeah, you guys are on it.
About what you were asked about in regard to selective deletion, you indicated that there's no evidence of that in this case. Is that correct?
Correct. Selective deletion would require that the record existed in the history database in order to be selected to be deleted. The fact that there's no missing records indicates it was never written into that database and therefore could not have been selectively deleted.
Now, the hash mechanism that you testified as far as detecting whether or not someone...
I got my hash pipe. Jung, 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 jung,
See any
jung.
evidence of that in your review of the extraction of Mr. Cave's phone?
I didn't have access to the hash information to see whether any changes had been made. That's something that the original examiner would have had access to. From my point of view, there was nothing in there that would indicate that tampering had occurred. The timestamps all made sense for the files. The historical pages all made sense. So it's probably possible, but it would take a large amount of skill to do.
Like maybe from an IT guy, maybe.
Analysis in your testing in this case, again, what is your opinion or conclusion as to when these two Google searches were conducted?
I'm of no doubt that the only time those two searches were conducted was at 6:23 and 6:24 on the morning of the 29th.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further on.
Prior to today, have you ever heard of spontaneous deletion?
It's not a term that I'm familiar with.
Thank you.
All right, sir, you are all set.
Wow, Yannetti didn't ask him.
Do you need a couple minutes to take your stuff down?
I can probably be quite fast. Thank you.
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
Watch Bev call it an early day. 3 o'clock.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth called Trooper Nicholas Carino to the stand.
Uh-oh. This dickhead. The guy who couldn't retrieve any data, whose job it is to retrieve and interpret data from Karen Reed's Lexus, couldn't retrieve the data, yet still in his official report said that his opinion was that John O'Keefe was a victim of vehicular homicide. I cannot wait till he explains that away. I am dying to hear that.
Good afternoon. Oh, good afternoon now. Good afternoon.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yep, Nicholas Guarino, Guarino.
And how are you employed, sir?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a member of the Massachusetts State Police?
This is my 9th year now.
Now, prior to working with the state police, what, if any, prior experience did you have in the field of law enforcement?
I was a local police officer in Norwood for almost 11 years.
Now, with respect to your role within the state police, where is it that you work now?
I currently work at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
And,
He does. He looks just like him.
Yes, that's correct.
And with respect to that, what, if any, specialized role do you have within the detective unit attached to the Norfolk DA's office?
Yeah, I conduct cell phone forensics, computer forensics, and I also do sexual assault investigations.
Now, with with regard to the electronic forensics, what if any specialized training
Mental
have you
note:
received in that?
don't get raped in Massachusetts.
I have about 300 or so hours Celebrate, CCO, CCPA, cell phone repair forensics, Berlin motor vehicle forensics, Axiom magnet, cell phone and computer forensics, X-Ways. These are all different programs used for cell phone and computer forensics.
Now, sir, at some point, did you become involved in the investigation involving?
No kink shaming, Marcus.
Yes.
And with respect to that, let me just ask it, at some point, did you become aware of an affidavit from a defense expert named Richard Green?
Yes, I have.
And sometime following that, did you have occasion to reach out to Cellbrite with regard to what had been posited by Mr. Green as in regard to two Google searches contained within Jennifer McCabe's phone?
Yes, I did.
And eventually, at some point, did you have occasion to speak with the gentleman who came in here right before you, Mr. Ian Whiffen?
Yes, I did.
And so that wasn't Trooper Proctor that had reached out to Mr. Whiffen or had any communication that you're aware of with Mr. Whiffen, correct?
No, I reached out after the defense expert's findings were released, and I read his report.
And did you also have occasion to review a report from a Miss Jessica Hyde?
Yes, I did.
And with respect to those two reports, what, if any, conclusions or opinions did you come to independently in relation to those opinions of Ms. Hyde and Mr. Whiffen? Objection.
Sustained.
Now, Trooper Garino, you had mentioned that you've had specialized training in regard to something called BURLA, correct?
Yes.
Could you please explain to the jury what BURLA is and how is it used in criminal investigations in your line?
So Berla is a specialized hardware and software used to download the infotainment and telematics modules in a vehicle. So telematics module is basically like the SIM card for the car. And the infotainment system is your radio head unit that enables you to have Apple Play, CarPlay, or Android or Google Play for the vehicle.
Spotify.
And at some point, were you made aware of a search warrant that was authored in regard to seizing the infotainment system from Ms. Reed's vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And just so the record is clear, can you describe Ms. Reed's vehicle as far as what type of vehicle?
Oh my God, dude.
Yes, it's a Lexus LX 570 SUV.
Yeah, we got it, buddy.
And specifically on February 2nd, 2022, did you have occasion to remove that infotainment system from the vehicle pursuant to that search?
Yes, I did.
And once that item was removed from the defendant's vehicle, what, if anything, did you do with it?
After we removed it from the vehicle, it was brought back to the Norfolk DA's office for a data extraction or attempt to.
And that data extraction, if you know, based on your training experience, sort of how is that conducted, or what is the process of extracting data from using Burma?
So depending on the system, it's dismantled. They have this specialized hardware that actually goes onto the motherboards of these systems, and we're able to pull the data.
Mothershit.
Or the other option, if that's not viable, is to do a chip off where we have to basically destroy the motherboard and take the memory chips off the devices to try to get the data that way.
We want the phone.
Now, with reference to this specific device, what, if any, efforts did you undergo in order to extract the information without using a chip off?
So at the time that we pulled the system, it was not supported. I emailed Berla and called them, see if they had a timeline of when this might be supported so we could get the data. We deemed chip off last support, as a last resort because it is a destructive process. So once those memory chips are taken off, the likelihood of trying to reattach them and get it to work again is very slim.
Trace the signal.
Let me stop you there for a second. When you talk about an item being supported, what does that mean?
Whether or not Berla has the ability to pull the data from that vehicle.
And how is that sort of determined, or how are you able to ascertain whether or not a particular vehicle, make, model, manufacturer is supported by the Berla device?
They have an app, and they also have their tech support. But if you put in the VIN of the vehicle, or if you don't have the VIN, you have the make, model, and trim level, like limited or XLE or whatever, you would be able to go in and look it up and basically say, Burla will tell you, yes, it's supported for GPS points, or it's supported for diagnostic data, or, you know, whatever that they're able to get out of the vehicle. And they work with the automakers to get these, get this data. So.
And approximately how many different types of if we're looking at sort of the entirety of different makes and models of manufacturers, if you know, sort of what percentage of those types of vehicles are actually supported and Burla can actually extract information?
I don't know as of right now. It's a lot, and they're constantly updating it, so they are able to do more vehicles as time goes on.
Now, at this particular time, as you sit here today, June 17th, 2024, the vehicle that the defendant was operating on January 29th, 2022, is that vehicle available or supported by Burla at this time?
The trim level that the defendant had is not still supported. There is Toyota and Lexus support now, but it's not, unfortunately, for her model.
So you're here for what?
Reached out to the Burla company for updates as far as the availability or when the defendant's vehicle might be supported. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And about how many times and over what time period are we talking about that you reached out to ascertain?
Immediately when I did the extraction, I should say extraction, but when I took the system out of the vehicle, I had to reach out to Burla because where it wasn't supported, they actually had to send me tech diagrams so I could go in and, again, not destroy the whole vehicle as I just took those components out.
Oh my God.
Over the next, almost 2 years, year and a half of going back and forth with them, with their support and their sales team.
And when you say going back and forth, how often were you reaching out to them, or how often were you getting a response in regards to the Burla?
Usually every few months, I want to say every 3 months, give or take. I forget the exact number, but
you're a fucking
phone calls
liar.
or an email to them asking.
Now, beyond that, are you familiar with a National Cyber Crime Conference?
Yes.
And do you attend that on an annual basis at least?
Yes, I do.
And with respect to that, what, if any, time at those conferences did you spend dedicated to ascertaining the availability or the supportability of this vehicle with reference to Burla?
So Burla has a booth at the National Cybercrime Conference. I spoke with their sales team there. Their response was to keep calling Burla, keep pestering them, and they might actually get the support sooner than later.
Wow.
And again, were you ever able to ascertain or get the support to download the information from them?
No, unfortunately.
Now, at some point,
Wow, dude, come on.
At some point, were you able to download any information from that particular infotainment system from the defendant's vehicle?
And not from the infotainment system, but Burla released a new item similar to a mechanic scan tool. It plugs into the OBD2 port, which is underneath the dash. So we're basically, if a mechanic went in there with a scan tool to tell you why you have a check engine light, this does something similar. So you plug it in, and then it pulls the car diagnostic data from that.
And as far as the data that you received from that, what, if anything, did you observe?
Again, I got a series of 14s was the numbers. It was no readable data. I reached out to Burla and asked them, I said, you know, is there a reason why it pulled this data, but when I put it into the software, it's not telling me anything. It's not giving me any readable data. And they said they know it is diagnostic data, but they haven't got anything from Lexus to say these 14s, these codes mean this. Oh, they only know it as emissions.
So was Burla itself able to read that information and transform that sort of binary code into any sort of readable data for you?
Other than the number 14, no.
Wow.
Now,
Useless fuck.
From there, what, if anything, did you do with regard to the Burla and the defendant's vehicle?
Was placed back into our digital evidence lab, and then we did eventually do a chip off to the device.
Now, Now,
I should both devices.
with respect, excuse me, to the chip off, that was done sometime in December of 2023. Is that correct?
Chip off the
Yes,
old
that's
block.
correct.
Am I right?
And if you could expound upon a little as far as, can you describe for the jury sort of the chip off process, why you were reluctant to do it, and what's entailed in it?
As I said before, it is a destructive process. As soon as we do it, we take those memory chips off. It's applying extreme amounts of heat to the motherboards to take the memory off. That'll heat it. You lose a lot of the soldering and capacitors, anything that's on that motherboard. So, like I said, once the memory chips are taken off, it's going to destroy the board.
And as far as that chip-off process, who, if anyone, was present with you, or who, if anyone, assisted you in removing that or conducting that chip-off process with regard to the motherboard from the entertainment system from the defendant's vehicle?
I'm sorry. At the time that we actually did the chip off?
Yes.
Yeah. It was myself, AG Speak, and Maggie Gaffney.
And who is AG Speak?
AG Speak is has his own forensic company, I guess you could call it, for Burla. I could consider an expert in the field, former California Highway Patrol officer that exclusively handled stolen cars.
And who is Ms. Gaffney?
She was a defense's expert. She's the one who actually did the chip off, applying the heat and taking the chips off in our presence. And she, I believe, works for, I'm sorry, the name of the company escapes me at the moment.
Now, with respect to the information that you, Ms. Gaffney, and Mr. Speak were able to remove pursuant to that chip-off process, what, if any, usable information were you able to glean from that?
As I was told by AG, there was no data that was recovered off the infotainment system or the telematics module from the chip-off.
And as far as Ms. Gaffney, did you have any conversation with her as far as the information that she was able to glean or read or decipher?
No, once she did the chip off, I had not spoken with her since.
You have a moment, John?
Yes.
Now, Marino, at some point,
Okay, smartass. Let's see what this mystery's all about.
a laptop and/or a desktop computers from the home of Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes, I was.
And what, if anything, did you do with those?
One was a Dell laptop. The other was a HP all-in-one desktop. I removed the hard drives from both systems and used.
Objection, may be seen, Your Honor.
Okay.
Of course, this is going to take all day. Judge Wapner at 4:30. I mean, this is a fucking waste of time. That's what this is. Is like this guy is basically sitting up there testifying that they couldn't fucking retrieve any data from Karen Reed's car. AKA, we couldn't get any proof that she hit John O'Keefe. I mean, the fuck else? What else is it? Like, literally what this guy is sitting up there saying is we couldn't retrieve any proof. It was a very tedious process. We had to apply extreme heat to remove the chip because of the solder. Well, couldn't get nothing, you know. Glad I could be here to tell you all that. What? What? Like, I was expecting to be wrong, you know. Okay, well, they got to be calling him up. But like every time I explained who this guy was, right now they're describing exactly what I explained. It's a dude in charge of reading the data from Karen Reed's fucking console from her infotainment system, and he couldn't get it. That's it. I mean, he could sit there and dance around it and dress it up and give all these excuses. Oh, I tried to call him, kept putting me on hold, and then I went and talked to a couple of their salespeople, and they told me to just keep bugging them. Kind of like when you walk into a fucking AT&T store or a fucking Cricket, just keep calling them. Persistence. I don't know what to tell you. That's what they'll tell you just to get you out of their fucking face. Oh man. What are you talking about? Yeah, the infotainment system, right. Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, right. And you got to remove the chip, right? Uh-huh. Dude, you got to call that number. Hold on. I think I got that shit here somewhere. Oh, I know you called that number already. I get it, but dude, you got to keep calling them. You got to keep calling them. I don't know what else to tell you. Just hold on, man. Well, save me one, bro. Dude, you just got to keep calling them. You just got to keep calling them. That's all you got to do. No fucking way, dude. If you take my turn, I swear to fucking God, dude. Dude, you got to stay persistent. That's how it works. I wish I could help you out some more. Yeah. Listen, dude, I got to go take a shit.
You are unmuted.
You remember Pop Copy? Listen, sister, I got to go take a shit.
All right, Mr. Lally, you can continue.
So Trooper Guarino,
This
there
guy
was
with
a
his
Dell
fucking
laptop and
excuses.
HP Pavilion all in one desktop, correct?
Yes.
These were taken from Mr. O'Keefe's home, is that correct?
Yes, they were.
What, if anything, did you do with respect to those computers?
As I said, I took the hard drives out of both machines. They were imaged, and the images were loaded into Axiom to view the data that was on them.
Now, when you say something was imaged, can you explain to the jury what you mean by that?
Yeah, it's a bit-for-bit copy of the hard drive. Instead of us turning it on and going through it, which would change data, by taking the hard drives out and imaging them, it creates a one-for-one copy, so that way we can view it without changing anything in the system.
And you mentioned a tool called Axiom, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what is that Axiom tool and how does it work?
Yeah, it's another forensic tool that we use. Can do cell phones, computers. You use it to load the images so we can view the data.
And with respect to the imaging that was done with regard to the Dell laptop and the desktop, what, if anything, was it that you were looking for specifically on those devices?
We were looking for Ring video to see if either computer was used by Officer O'Keefe as a login machine to handle the account.
And from your review of what was extracted or imaged from each of those two respective computers, what, if any, information were you able to glean in reference to Ring.com or anything else?
Neither computer was used. One appeared to be used mostly by the kids, and the other, I believe, was the laptop, was used mostly by O'Keefe, but there were no Ring logins.
As far as the Ring connection, what, if any, devices were you, throughout the course of the investigation, were you able to ascertain were actually connected to the Ring cameras at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Officer O'Keefe's cell phone.
Now, if there were any other devices, whether they were Mr. O'Keefe's or someone else's, ascertained from either the Ring footage or the information provided by Ring, whether or not there were any other devices beyond Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone that were linked to that account?
Not that I know of.
And I'm sorry, just not that there weren't any devices or not that you could tell?
Not that I could tell or that I ever heard of.
Now, Trooper Guarino, let me ask you some questions just in general about a cell phone extraction. You familiar with that term?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what is involved in that and how a cell phone extraction is performed as far as your experience with regard to investigations that you've been involved in?
Yeah. So most investigations, we get the cell phones from the scene, from a suspect, from a victim. They're put into airplane mode to preserve the data. So that way remote wipe can't be sent to the phone from iTunes. If we can't put it into airplane mode, we'll put it into a Faraday bag, which blocks the cell phone signal. And then it's brought back to the lab and put into a Faraday box, which is has electrical outlets inside of it. So that way we can keep the phone charged.
And with regard to
This guy's addicted to Banaka. Guaranteed.
Involved in the extraction of data or the examination of extracted data from any particular phone?
Yes, I did John O'Keefe's phone, Karen Reed's phone, and we had two witnesses' phones, but I don't remember doing the extractions themselves.
But as far as the data from those phones, have you had opportunity to look at that data? And specifically, I'm asking about both Jennifer McCabe's phone and Ms. Carrie Roberts.
Yes, I have.
Now, were you also at some point provided with some material from Brian Higgins' phone?
Yes, I saw screenshots of text messages.
And from the material that you were provided with reference to Mr. Higgins' phone, were you then able to cross-reference that eventually at some point with respect to the information in both Ms. Reed's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, I was.
From what you reviewed, was the information contained within the material provided by Mr. Higgins, was that consistent with what you observed in Ms. Reed's phone as well as Mr. O'Keefe's?
Yes, I didn't see any differences in those messages.
Now, with respect to starting with Ms. Reed's phone, that was received by you on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall about what time it was and where you were when you received that phone?
I want to say 6 or 7 o'clock at night at the Norfolk Police office.
Let me think.
Who did you receive that phone from?
Trooper Proctor.
And with reference to that phone, what condition was it in at the time as far as you referenced airplane mode, Faraday bag, things of that nature? How was it sort of when you received it?
I believe it was in airplane mode. The phone was in good working order. And it was placed downstairs in our lab plugged in to keep the phone battery charged.
Now, the same with respect to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. When and from whom did you receive that, and what kind of condition was that in when you received it?
I also got that from Trooper Proctor the same time as Miss Reed's phone. Same condition.
Now, with respect to the defendant's phone, at the time that you received it, did you have any passcode or any way to get into the phone?
I'm sorry, whose phone?
Ms. Reed's phone.
Oh, no. The software we use to try to bypass passwords to be able to extract the evidence, I should say the extraction of the data to look for evidence, her phone at that time was not supported.
Now, what, if anything, did you do with her phone in regard to that?
Again, made sure it was in airplane mode and just kept it plugged in until such time as the phone was supported, and then we could download it.
Familiar with a device called a Gray Key?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is and what, if anything, you did with regard to the defendant's phone and the Gray Key device?
Yep. So Gray Key is, again, specialized hardware and software used to plug in the phones, can do Apple or Android phones to bypass passwords.
And how does that sort of function, or how does that work as far as when you hook something, a cell phone or a cellular device up to a Gray Key tool? What is it doing and how does it work?
If I knew that, I'd be a millionaire, but
just answer the
basically
question.
install software onto it, and instead of when you put in 10 passcodes to an iPhone, on the 10th one, if it's wrong, it kills the phone forever. This has some secret software that's able to bypass that and basically keep hitting the phone with passcodes until it finds the right one.
So it essentially runs a bunch of different
Dirty.
combinations of passcodes into the phone until it comes up with one that actually opens
Yes, that's correct.
Dirty.
And at some point, did the Gray Key device actually break into the defendant's phone?
Yes, it did.
Do you know about when that was in relation to when you received it?
Yeah, so we got the phone in January. It took, I believe support came out in, I want to say May or June. I don't remember the exact month, but we
Thank
didn't
you,
actually
Jen Del
get the
Rio.
passcode until August 16th of 2022.
And once that passcode was essentially broken into by the Gray Key device, then you're able to look into the phone. Is that correct?
Yes, once the passcode's obtained, we download the data, and then we're able to take that extraction data and then open it up in Cellbrite or Axiom or whatever tool we're going to use to view it.
Why? Celebrite's not even
As
reliable.
far as you're referring to Cellbrite and Axiom, are you familiar with those tools through your course of your work as an investigator with regard to electronic devices?
Yes.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of when you say Cellbrite and Axiom, as far as then tools are concerned, how do they work and sort of what is it that you do with the device with reference to Cellbrite?
So what do we do with the extractions once we go to open them?
Well, how is the information extracted, first of all, and then what, if anything, do you do with that?
So Gray Key will pull the extraction. Well, it just, once the code's received, it again uses its software, pulls the data out, puts it into an encrypted, it's MD5 or SHA. It's a encryption key that has it's a unique key that, so if you changed anything inside that zip file, it would change the encryption number to show that something was tampered with. We take that encrypted zip file and we open it up in the software, and that's able to say, you know, the call logs, the chats, the photos, the whole timeline of the phone.
Now, in addition to yourself, is there anyone else that works in this sort of capacity within your unit at the district attorney's office?
Yes, 2 other people.
And who are those 2 other people?
The director of our lab, Samantha Vogt, and Trooper Connor Keefe.
Now, beyond yourself, Trooper Keefe, and Ms. Vogt, anybody else from the detective unit, as far as the troopers, would they have access to these devices, being defendants, Mr. O'Keefe's, Ms. McCabe's, or Ms. Roberts?
If they're in the digital evidence lab, no. Once the data is extracted from them, normally we give them back to the investigator or return to family. So that would be the only time that they would have access to the devices, or unless we kept them in the lab for just for, I don't want to say safekeeping, but just for storage reasons.
Now, with reference to your review of any of the extractions related to any of those 4 devices, at any point in time, did you observe anything in reference to any information being taken off or deleted from any of those devices at any point in time?
No, sir.
Now, with respect to Ms. Reed's device, the defendant's device, it was sometime in August of 2022 that the Gray Key was able to break into the passcode and get into the device, correct?
That's correct.
And so then once an extraction is done, that's then subsequently reviewed by someone within your unit, is that correct?
Yeah, so again, normally the investigators for the homicides know far more information about the crime and what occurred. So if need be, I'll load the phone up for them. They can go through it because they know what they're looking for. If they ask me, I'm happy to go through. If they can say, you know, I'm looking for calls between this time period, or, you know, GPS locations, things like that.
Now, with reference to the defendant's phone, at some point were you made aware that there was some privileged information contained within her phone?
Yes, I was.
So as a result of that, what, if anything, happened with the phone from there?
We notified our supervisors, and we did not look at her extraction until the privileged communications could be removed, and then we could, again, go back and re-inspect the data.
Now, as far as that whole process that was undertaken in regard to that, how long a time period, or when was it that you were able to have the privileged information extracted and then actually get to look at the defendant's phone?
Took months. I don't think we got it back from the AG's office until later, springtime of 2023-ish.
Now, with respect to the extraction from each of these four respective devices, that being the defendant, Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts, what kind of tools were used to conduct those extractions, sir?
Gray key, Windows 10, and then Cellbrite Physical Analyzer and Axiom, their program, Magnets program.
And so as far as, I guess my question is, as far as the different devices that are used, why are there different devices and what is it that say one does versus the other?
So they both do great work with, decoding the data. I've noticed that Axiom does a better job at pulling GPS spots because it gives a speed and a estimated range of how strong the GPS signals are, as opposed to Cellbrite. They give native locations, but they don't have that extra data with it. So I like to look at both tools to make sure that I'm seeing everything that I need to.
Now, with respect to the defendant's phone, you at some point reviewed the extraction.
He likes to look at both tools.
Yes, I did.
And with respect to that phone, what if anything GPS locations associated with that device?
I didn't see that many, maybe a handful showing different spots in Canton, but nothing that stood out to me.
Now, with respect to your review of the phone, what, if anything, were you able to ascertain as to whether or not those GPS locations were allowed or permitted or turned off or on by a user?
I can't say. I didn't see anything, like I said, that stuck out to me. Normally, if the GPS points aren't there, then location services are probably turned off.
So what I'm asking, though, is the device itself was capable of retaining that data as far as GPS locations, correct?
Yes, if it's turned on.
And there were
Hey.
real GPS locations speak of that you observed in your review of the extraction of the defendant, correct?
That's correct.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, what, if anything, were you able to ascertain from that as far as GPS locations were concerned?
There's quite a bit, especially on January 29th.
Now, sir, before we get into that, if I could ask you some questions in regard to Ms. McCabe's excuse me, phone extraction. You had occasion to review that, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so, in regard to that, also, you had mentioned that you had reviewed an affidavit from a defense expert or defense witness named Mr. Richard Green, correct?
That's correct.
And based on your review of that, what, if anything, based on your review of what Mr. Green said or did, what, if anything, did you then do with regard to Ms. McCabe's phone?
So I basically went point by point through his report to confirm or deny if what he was placing in there was true.
And what, if anything, were you able to ascertain or learn from going through Ms. McCabe's phone with reference to what Mr. Green stated? Objection.
I'll allow that.
It was mostly incorrect.
And when you say mostly incorrect,
What
was mostly
incorrect? So he states that there's a Google search that's done at 2:27 in the morning. That immediately stuck out to me because when I went back and looked, that file that was parsed was not from the database that should have showed searches.
I realized I had to get in there right away and fix it.
This came from the session state tabs for Safari, which is a big red flag. It also came from a wall file, which is a dropping ground for where data is put before it's actually put into the main database itself. And then once it reaches a certain point, that data is automatically deleted by the device, not by a user, which Mr. Green had stated that a search was done and then it was purposely deleted. There was also items regarding phone calls being deleted. Again, they came from a wall file. Looking at it, again, it's stored in the knowledge seed, the main database. It's also stored in the biome. showing in the extraction, which is another storage area that Apple is using. Again, nothing, most of the stuff that I was reading in his report was either incorrectly, I don't know, written down, or he's interpreted it incorrectly.
You're lying. And you're a piece of shit.
Now, with regard to
Welcome, Lala. Thank you.
with regard to the phone calls or the contacts that Mr. Green indicated were user deleted or deleted by the user, what, if any, information did you look in regard to that, or what, if any, did you ascertain in regard to that?
Yeah, so he stated that Ms. McCabe had deleted 18 phone calls from the morning after John O'Keefe's body was found. Looking at the data from her call log, those calls, while they do show marked as deleted, again, they come from the wall file, and they're also located in 2 other parts of the database. Again, as a user of an iPhone,
Get the
you
fuck
can't
out
go
of
in
my
and just
face, dude.
delete these files. They're handled by the operating system. It's impossible.
So as far as what, if any, opinion do you, well, let me ask you this first. As far as a wall or a writing log file, can you explain that, what you understand that term to mean in the jury as it pertains to these particular items?
Yeah, so as I said, these files are dropping ground. So when you're using your apps, using the phone, takes that data, puts it into this wall file until you either close the app or you shut down the phone, or it reaches a certain number of data in the phone. That wall file will automatically delete from the phone. So this can be on a first in, first out basis. Again, like I said, it could be when data reaches a certain level, but those calls that are being marked as deleted, Celebrate seeing, it doesn't mean the user deleted them. It just means they're being removed from the wall file.
You indicated that from your review of the phone extraction, there were other areas or other databases, bases, within the phone that contain that same information.
Yes. So the main database of the iPhones is the Knowledge C database. They're also using Biome, and then if you're using the newer software now, it's another area I won't bore you with, but depending on the iOS you're using for the phone, it's going to depend on where that data is being stored.
Now, specifically with respect to
Yes.
McCabe's phone, one of the contentions Mr. Green had was in regard to a contact for Brian Albert. Is that correct?
Yes, that was another one.
With respect to that, what, if anything, were you able to find within Ms. McCabe's phone in regard to contact information for Brian Albert?
Yeah, so Mr. Greener's report said that he located a deleted screenshot of Brian Albert's contact. That was in her phone. The contact for Brian Albert was still in her phone, not deleted. So I don't know, maybe she just deleted the screenshot.
Now, with respect
Wow,
to
dude.
Ms. McCabe's phone, what, if anything, did you do with regard to the call log history in Ms. McCabe's phone?
I exported it all out to a PDF so I could view it. And again, like I said, there's, I think, 1,104 phone calls from going all the way back to October of 2020, I want to say. And phone calls, FaceTime, they're all, the calls are there, all the records, and they're all stored in different areas of the phone. The only ones that showed the wall file deleted were the ones from the 29th going up to the end, towards the end of the day on the 29th.
And now, with respect to the call history, where or how is that typically stored within an iOS device?
I believe that's stored in the call stored dash SQLite database.
And with reference to what, if any, difference storage-wise is that SQLite database versus the wall file?
So again, yeah, that database where the call logs are sent, it's going to have a corresponding wall file where the data is going to be put temporarily. And then, as I said, it gets automatically deleted by the iOS, by the operating software. It's not user
Such a fucking lying
enabled.
sack of shit.
And so from your review of those 1,104 phone call history records contained within this extraction of Mr. McCabe's phone, what, if any, opinion do you have in regard to whether or not those items were deleted by any user?
I don't believe they were. And I will say one of the phone calls was from the actual main call stored database that could have been user deleted but again, it's in 2 other spots in the operating system. So I don't know how or why the iOS stores it the way it does. And then marks what.
I love this shit. This is the biggest crock of shit in the world. So let me get this straight. So Jen McCabe, the data is just wrong, right? But you couldn't retrieve data that could exonerate Karen Reed from her car.
That you reviewed in this case.
Got it.
Were you able to export or print certain chat reports from specific people's phones or from specific people's phones with other individuals?
Yes, I was able to.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
This is the biggest crock of shit I've ever seen, dude. Yeah, this is all like to protect Jen McCabe and whoever Jen McCabe is protecting. That's all this is.
Yes.
No, I mean, I love that. This guy, he's like, oops, couldn't do nothing with Karen Reed's data from her car, that would prove that she ran John over or prove that she didn't, more importantly. So we couldn't retrieve it. But what we did was we meticulously went through Jen McCabe's phone just to make sure. We meticulously went through it to find all the flaws and all of the deletions and whatnot. We didn't question Higgins. We didn't interview anybody until days and days after the incident. We didn't search 34 Fairview. This is the shadiest shit ever.
Recognize that, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize?
All this trouble over Jen McCabe's phone, but didn't question
The first
anybody
page
else.
is
Didn't
Facebook Messenger chats.
search anybody else.
between Karen Reed
Didn't
and John
investigate
O'Keefe.
anybody else.
And what's contained in there, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed from the extraction from Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, it is.
And specifically with reference to those chats between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, you also
Every
reviewed
single time,
that material
Microdot's.
from the defendant's phone as well.
Yes, I did.
Material that you reviewed from the defendant's phone, is that consistent with what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, it is.
Is this one? Wait,
Your
what?
Honor, with the court's permission, if I could request certain portions of what's been marked as Exhibit 48 being published to the jury as we.
Hold on a second. Ha! Did you hear that? He just goes, "Kill me." Wow, that's a hot mic, homie.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just start you out on.
Did you guys hear that shit?
Okay.
Not a good look, homie. Not a good look at all, dude. Like, you said that right into the mic. You know that, right?
Now, with respect to what's up on the screen, the portion that you can see, do you recognize this, sir?
Yes, I do.
Now, we have before you as Exhibit 48.
Yes.
Now, within this particular, from the perspective of this is from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So there will be blue bubbles and green.
You were doing pretty good up until
Yes.
then, dude.
And so, as far as the blue bubbles are concerned, who's speaking in that?
Oh my God.
The blue bubbles will be from Miss Reed, and the green bubbles are from Officer O'Keefe.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could please scroll down. Now, with respect to what's contained on this page one at the bottom, if you could read the date and the time and indicate who is speaking and what is said there, sir.
Yeah. So the blue bubble is Karen Reed and 1/28/2022 at 3:30 p.m. Hello. John says hi at 3:35 p.m.
Hope the jury caught it too.
Yes.
Straight up said, "Kill me." Yep. He sighed. He went.
Those are the Facebook ones.
Holy fucking shit, dude. This is the biggest shit show I've ever seen in my life.
I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
What's contained in Exhibit 48 is the entirety of the chat report from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I apologize. Showing you another dollar. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be, sir?
These are the native chats, native messages from John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
So these are just specifically broken down as far as the chats between Mr. O'Keefe's phone and Ms. Reed's phone, correct?
Correct.
And as far as your review of both of the extractions from both of those phones, the material contained within Mr. O'Keefe's phone is consistent with the material contained in the defendant's phone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I will proceed to introduce and admit as the next exhibit. Okay.
Okay. Exhibit 620.
627.
Yes. If that could be returned to the witness, Your Honor, if we could, with the court's permission, if we could publish that.
Yes. Go right ahead.
And now, Trooper Carino, do you recognize what's up on the screen as the next exhibit, sir? Ms. Gilman, I'm sorry, if you could scroll down just a little bit.
Yes.
All right, I'll go
Again,
over
on
it
this
one
first
last
page,
time.
if you could, the blue bubble is from Ms. Reed, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Being from Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could,
I'm gonna get
again,
rid of the
read from
captions.
this first page as far as date, time, who is speaking, and what is said.
At 9:49 a.m., Karen says, "You've really hurt me this time." 10:02 a.m., "I'm sorry. This is, sorry, it's kind of hard to read. I'm sorry, this has been an issue with me for 8 years. It physically hurts me to see everyone else in their life do things for them, and I'm forced to always be the bad guy."
Yo, Microdots is quick, yo. Microdots already posted
Karen
my
says,
reaction.
"I am not the same as everybody else. Most of the time, I try to do what is healthy / smart
Microdot's
for
been
them.
playing.
More importantly, I try to support you and what you need. You just lashed out at me and said terrible things. I don't know how you've gone to this point with me, but I'm just trying my hardest. You made the point. I made your point and continue to beat me down. I have a lot going on too. Physically, I'm falling apart and trying to get answers and help."
If I could stop you there, sir. If I could direct your attention to
Little louder, please, sir.
my apologies. Sir, if I could direct you to page 5.
I can't believe that motherfucker just did that. I can't get over it. Holy shit.
And starting with the blue bubble on the bottom of page 4, again, if you could indicate as to who is speaking, what is said, and the date and times.
Karen says to John at 1:21 p.m. on the 28th, "Maybe you can call someone."
If you could continue on through page 5, sir.
On the 28th at 1:46 p.m., John says, "Like who?" And 1:47 p.m., "What time are you coming here?" And then there is, at 2:05, there's a message, but no content.
And the next message at 2:06, sir.
Yes, 2:06 from Karen. "I don't know what time. Feel kind of out of it. Just trying to clear my head." 2:06 p.m., John writes back, "Okay." 2:06 p.m. again. Karen says, "Text me later when you guys settle in later." Text me when you guys settle in later. John says, "Sure," at 2:06 p.m. again. Karen says at 2:16, "I feel pretty shitty about this. Feel pretty shitty about how this morning went down. I know you said sorry, but it really stung, especially when I've been trying pretty hard lately. I feel like a loser turning around, just coming back over after everything you said.
If I could ask you to continue on to page 7, sir.
Okay. At 2:17 p.m., John says, not sure what else you want me to do. I said I'm sorry, and I was out of line. If you prefer to stay home, I totally get it. Karen replies back at 2:17, things in my own life have been difficult too, you know. John writes back at 2:17, I know. At 2:25 p.m., tell me if you're interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this. From Karen.
You could continue on to page 8, sir.
At 2:25, John responds back, nope. Things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that? Those are 2:26. At 2:29, he writes, kids are here, not in the mood to talk.
And how does the defendant respond to that on the bottom of page 8?
I hate that we have
So
to
you're
hear
not
this.
into it anymore. That's fine, but I don't want to
hate
keep
it.
trying, and you keep treating me like this. At 2:29 p.m.
If I could direct you to the next page 9.
Yep. Ms. Reed says, I'm trying to hug and kiss you this morning, and you whack me in the face with a pillow. At 2:29. At 2:30, she says, last night you're basically like, yeah, what about? When we talk about the future, so why don't you just admit you're not into it so much anymore? At 2:30, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I said 2:30, John says, not how it went down, but okay.
And how does Ms. Reed respond to that?
Can you please admit your head is out of the game with us?
And if you could, sir, please continue on to the top of page 10.
Okay. At 2:32 p.m., sick of always arguing and fighting. It's been weekly for several months now. So yeah, I'm not as quick to jump back into being lovey-dovey as you apparently. From John. And then John again at 2:32. Oh my God, stop calling.
Exactly, Microdots. It makes me sick that we have to listen to
With
this.
regard to January 28th, you were also able to extract a report specifically in regard to calls received by Mr. O'Keefe on that date.
Yes, I was.
I mean, on that date into the next date of January 29th.
Yes.
I approach Your Honor.
Yes.
Here we go.
She just wanted to be prioritized, man. Like, that's so natural. Like, that is not motive for murder, for fuck's sake.
Marino showing the document.
It is if you're a total psycho, but there's nothing about her that indicates this.
Okay.
You recognize that, sir?
Yes, it's John O'Keefe's call log.
And that's the entirety of the call log from January 28th into 29th. Is that correct?
Yes, from 20th at 9:19 a.m. to the 29th at 6:03 a.m.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce the minutes on next exhibit. No objection.
Microdots, you'd have micro penis if a woman never said these things to you, or worse.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Marino showing you another document. Just ask you to review that, look up when we finish. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, this is Karen Reed's call log from January 29th at 12:33 a.m. to January 29th at 6:03 a.m.
And those are specifically calls between the defendant
I've been
and
called way
Mr.
worse than
O'Keefe,
that,
correct?
dude. I've been called
Yes,
way
that is
worse
correct.
than that.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm off the seat to introduce the minutes and next exhibit. No objection. Now, Trooper Guarino, from the text messages that you were just testifying from, Mr. O'Keefe indicates OMG stopped calling at 2:32 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, from your review of those call logs, how many times did the defendant call Mr. O'Keefe on January 28th from approximately 9:19 a.m. to about 2:58 p.m.?
Dude, this is so easy to fucking put together.
There's
the only
18
reason she
calls
was hysterical
from,
and being
9:19 to
dramatic,
about
she thought
2:59
that's why she
PM.
called Jen McCabe.
Calls are listed within those records
He
as
thought she
various
was
as far
that
as
he thought,
rejected,
or sorry, she thought that he was
Is that correct?
fucking
Yes,
somebody
that is
else
correct.
How many of them are rejected?
that he was hanging out
11.
with at 34
How many
Fairview.
of them are missed?
She went after Jen McCabe to find out because she suspected that if
4.
it wasn't her, it would be she would at least know who it was.
3.
Now, following that text message at 2:32 p.m. from Mr. O'Keefe to the defendant,
She was trying to catch him.
does the defendant keep
Jesus Christ, it's not that difficult.
Yes, she does.
calling? And at some point, does Mr. O'Keefe call Ms. Reed back?
Yes, at about 3 p.m. on the 28th. Double check.
Thanks. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Guarino, I can take each of the call logs, but I want you to keep. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Now, sir, if I can turn your attention back to page 10 on the text messages with respect.
Okay, so Mr. Lally, when you put your head down and when you walk away, we can't hear you. And so there won't be a record of this. So you have to keep your voice up. Well, you just said, you just put your head down and your voice went down. So keep your voice up. It's really important you do so.
Trooper Guarino, turning your attention back to page 10 of these text messages, would read from Ms. Reed's response to Mr. O'Keefe at 2:32.
Yes. So 2:32 p.m. She says, "Why would you start with me this morning?" And then followed up by 2:33. "You're setting me up to fail."
If I could turn your attention to page 11 and ask you to continue from there.
Ms. Reed says, "You start you start a number of fights from your end." John, and that's at 2:33. At 2:33, John writes back, "I've explained it a few times already. Not doing it again."
Bro, like John is my spirit.
So you're not
animal,
into
bro.
this anymore. And then John says, "Not into fighting all the time." Correct. That's at
This guy
2:34 p.m.
It sounds exactly like me. Dude was my spirit animal.
2:34. Ms. Reed says, "If you tell me you're interested in someone else, you will never hear from me again. You can have all the space in the world." John writes back, but there's no content at 2:34. And then at 2:34, she says, "Then stop starting with me."
How does Mr. O'Keefe respond to that?
At 2:34, he writes back, "I'm not answering. Stop calling."
And if you could,
And if he didn't love her and if he wasn't interested, he would have just blew her off. He would have blocked her,
Ms.
ignored
Reed
her.
says, "Can you please answer after how you treated me earlier?" John responds back at 2:35, "Kaylee is right here." Ms. Reed says, "You're starting a rager with me out of nowhere, and then you tell me you're sick of fighting with me." At 2:35. She writes at 2:38, "I'm going to grab a drink in a bit."
If I could direct you to the top of page 14, sir.
She says, "Can you answer, please?" At 2:38. He writes back at 2:39, "No, Karen, not sure why you need to announce that you're going drinking, but have fun."
Right. He's trying to fucking
Karen writes back
elicit
2:40,
an
"Seeing if you want to
emotional
meet me
response
later,
from him.
can you please call me?" Right after that.
That's the only reason she said that. It's just the only reason she hit on Higgins.
John writes back at 2:40, "Have to take him to the doctor. He has practice." Ms. Reed writes back, "Yeah, 5 minutes." John writes back at 2:43, "My father just walked in." Karen writes back, okay, can you please call me for 2 minutes at 2:44?
The top of page 16, sir.
2:44. John writes back, not right now. Karen writes back, I'm there when anyone else needs me at 2:44. 2:46. Yes, John, you gave me utter grief this morning. I'd like you to call me for a minutes.
And the last one from that page, sir.
Yeah. 2:47. I've been trying to get over the hump with is arguing, and now you tell me you're not into things. And if you don't want to fight weekly, but fly off the handle at 8 a.m. with me, like you're setting me up to fail.
Dude, I'm that guy that's just like, can we just skip the part where you complain and we fight and I defend myself against how bad of a dude I am? Can we just like skip right past that to the making up part? Because you know we're going to. Like, it's,
Sir, if I could ask you to start reading.
you know we're going to. Can we just...
At 7:41 p.m., Karen writes, okay, let me know if you end up leaving. John writes back at 7:42, why? Now you're not coming? Karen writes back, I'm waiting for the plumber. Actually think he's in the driveway. 7:42. John says 7:43, we're taking Mike's car, so I'm relying on you for a ride home if he leaves. Karen writes back at 7:43, he's not going home after. John writes back at 7:43, 8 on a Friday. He may have to get Michael. And you have a plumber coming over at 8, knowing me and Papa could have handled it. Good luck. And that was at 7:44.
Thank you, sir. If I could direct your attention to page 49.
Okay.
If I could ask you to start from the page 49, sir.
8:29 p.m. Yeah, but he lives right down the road. John writes back at 8:30. Karen, this storm is going to be intense. Can't drive. 8:30. She writes back, okay, well, if he can't, he can't. John writes back, I'll do it Monday. Karen responds at 8:31. I better not still have this problem on Monday. John writes back, plan on being there. Karen writes back at 8:32. I'd like to know I could take a hot shower here if I need to. John writes back, figured you'd be in Canton until Monday.
If I could direct you to the top of next page, 51.
John, I'm getting off my phone. Let me know what you're doing. Karen writes back at 8:33. I think the four of us together is toxic to this relationship. Would like to limit it. And says, you've said so yourself for probably a year now. And John writes back at 8:33. Blizzard tomorrow. Nobody is going anywhere.
Sir, if I could direct you to the top of page 52.
Okay. Karen says, maybe I'll come back late tonight. Bad snow is in the early AM. That's at 8:35. And again, 8:35. I'll head up there in a few minutes. Let me know if you leave. John replies back, sure. And then the next one's not until 12:55 AM on the 29th. I'm going home.
And the I'm going home is from the defendant. 12:55 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And if I could direct your attention to the top of page 53.
Yes, 12:55 again. See you later. At 1:02, your kids are cucking alone. 1:29, 1:04 a.m. I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone.
Thank you, sir. Sir, may I approach to retreat?
Yes.
I mean, it
Can I
sounded...
see counsel at sidebar about scheduling?
It sounded to me simply like Karen was just simply insecure in their relationship. It happens. She had health problems. He's tied up with the kids in his job. And she felt undesired. This is very, very natural, especially somebody going through the physical ailments that she's going through. It's perfectly natural and perfectly understandable, and everything that she says and everything that she does seems to just simply be a desperate attempt to get more of his attention. And some people might just be like, oh my God, she's so clingy, blah, 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 blah. But you don't know what it's like to be her. You don't know what type of dynamic they really had. texts don't describe the type of dynamic that a couple has. You have to hang out with them. You got to spend time with them. You can't judge.
Does that work for you all? All right, thank you very much. So why don't we do that, and then I'll talk to you about scheduling after.
All right.
You are unmuted.
I you know, this is just
Yes.
fucking sick that this is being twisted. So not only is her physical ailments put out there for the whole world, hanging out there,
Yes.
but how it affected her emotionally as well is being blasted out there too, which is just fucked up.
Now,
She doesn't deserve that. Now, if she was a guilty piece of shit, I might get that, and especially if it
Trooper Greeno, you were
proved it.
also able to.
But this
get
doesn't
some,
prove anything. This is
chats
just none
as
of
well
our
as some
business.
Phone calls between the defendant and certain individuals. Is that correct?
Yes.
And may I approach her?
Yes.
See, Bev, I feel like this really bothers Bev. I'm not gonna lie. I think that Bev's woman card here is really getting fucking pulled here. In the sense that, like, every time she's clearly getting mistreated, she's smart enough to see that there's no evidence against this woman. And everything seems like she's being destroyed for being an emotional woman. And there's nothing wrong with being an emotional woman. And especially considering everything that she's gone through. And considering that and seeing her demeanor now, hell, she's earned it. I mean, she's absolutely earned it. And here she's not being emotional in the slightest bit.
Okay.
And do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
The single page is Karen Reed to Laura Sullivan phone calls, or I should say, yep, calls from Laura Sullivan to Karen Reed. And the other one is Karen Reed and Laura Sullivan's chat messages.
What's contained in those documents, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you were able to extract from the defendant's phone?
Yes, sir.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce the minutes and next exhibits. No objection.
Okay.
No.
Oh, I believe it, man. I mean, I don't know. Well, you know, who could fucking get a read on Bev? She's like fucking wallpaper. Who knows? I mean, I have no fucking idea. So what if Karen is... I don't think Karen was jealous. I think she was insecure. And jealousy is just merely a symptom of insecurity, and she felt insecure in their relationship. There was a lot going on. This is very natural for anyone, her or him, to feel insecure. The problem is John didn't have the luxury of time to feel insecure and be insecure. He didn't have the luxury of time for that shit. He's trying. He didn't have the luxury of wiggle room to be insecure.
Yes,
and what
these
comes with
are
it.
Karen Reed and Erin O'Keefe phone call.
And what is contained in that is that fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed conducting the extraction of the defendant's phone with regard to the communications with Erin O'Keefe.
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
No, I mean, the guy's, he's all of a sudden, he's a father to his niece and nephew who are already with needs that are, you know, I don't want to misuse the term special needs like I have before, but they have needs that are beyond the average kid.
Yes.
Considering what they've gone through. He's taking this on with no safety net and no preparation.
Yes, these are phone calls
No
from
dry
Karen Reed
run.
and Katie Camerano. And 52 is chats between Karen Reed and Katie Camerano.
And he's a cop.
Approach this to retrieve, Your Honor.
Yes.
What's contained in those exhibits 51 and 52, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed during the extraction of the material from the defendant's phone?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you what's marked as exhibits 94 and then 95.
Yes. Sorry.
Fucking
They are
cares? They weren't married.
chats between Karen Reed and Jen McCabe, text messages. And 95 is Karen Reed and Jen McCabe phone calls.
And again, what's contained in those records before you, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in the defendant's phone during the course of your extraction of materials from her phone?
Yes.
May I approach the retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes. So these are already in evidence, Mr. Lally, so that you don't need the fair and accurate depiction.
Well, he didn't have time to be a skirt chaser either. You know, like. Their problems, although not exactly typical behavior of those who would have problems such as theirs. Very typical behavior of two people who would have problems such as theirs. There's nothing wrong with that. And it's their business to work through it. This is unbelievable that he's using this to try to act like there's a motive. Yeah, this is like if people didn't hate Lally already, dude, they fucking do now, man. Jesus Christ. This is low, man. This is low, Lally. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. We know Guardino already is. We know he's ashamed.
Juris, you know what? I'm going to send you home. Okay? So I need to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute.
It's so interesting. Bev is so spontaneous about shit. It's weird.
You are muted.
I wonder if she's watching me. Wonder if she's looking at Twitter and going, "Ah, fuck." I doubt it, but it would be funny. Yeah, jurors already know, man. They already know. I mean, it's 412. So, you know, I mean, I don't blame her at this point. But I'm wondering what's on Bev's mind right now. But I feel so bad for this woman right here, dude. I feel so bad for her because she was she's just a very kind and pleasant person. And I think she was just having problems with her boyfriend, man. And those are pretty typical problems, you know? I mean, all right, let me rephrase that actually. Typical behavior that you would expect from two average people dealing with the problems that they're having. Pretty tame when you think about it in reality. I mean, John lost his siblings, he's now taken on their kids. He's doing the best he can. He's got a girlfriend who finds comfort in her significant other dealing with
You are
the
unmuted.
physical ailments that she's dealing with.
Very important that you don't watch TV
It's a
or
lot.
listen to anything, or read about anything. So we will be here tomorrow. Wednesday is the federal holiday, so we're not in session. I know there's supposed to be some big heat wave this week. I really appreciate that everybody dresses respectfully for court. I suggest you come in comfortably. It's an old building. The air conditioning's been great today. I don't know that that will hold up when really pushed. So feel free to dress comfortably. We'll plan on seeing you on Thursday. If that changes, the court officers have your contact information. But we're planning on seeing you on Thursday. All right. So please, those 3 cautions: do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Let us know. We'll see you Thursday morning.
All rise for the court, please.
I mean, well, the jurors don't want to hear that shit either. You know what I mean? Like I'm responding to somebody saying that that somebody tweeted that the jurors seem tired. I mean, the jurors don't want to fucking hear that shit either.
All right, and
That's
Trooper, you can
not
just
proof of a
follow
motive.
behind them. Okay, thank you.
Lally is insulting these jurors every single day, every step of the way. It is awful. This is this is by far the worst and grossest miscarriage of justice I've ever seen. I've never seen anything like this. Lally should be ashamed of himself as not just an attorney, but as a human being. Like, what kind of a spineless piece of shit does the things that he's doing right now? That shit isn't proof that she had motive to kill John. You know, and I get, like, dude, I was feeling John in those texts, man, for real. I was really feeling this dude because, man, that's totally me. Like, whatever it takes, but the one thing that's not an option is arguing with you. That's not something that you're going to get from me. It is non-negotiable. We can do everything else. We can squash everything and start all over and be all lovey-dovey right now. I've got nothing on my mind that I need to clear up. All I'm saying is we're not going to fight. I cannot oblige you if that's what you want. That is the one thing. It is not going to happen. I mean, and you know, and I've had significant others that just take that like I don't care about them, you know, and that's not the case. But it's natural for her to have felt like that, like, oh, you've lost interest and you're going somewhere else, because that's typically what fucking shitbag men do. But she wasn't so convinced that he wasn't a shitbag just yet. You know what I mean? And that's understandable. That's how men are. The nicest and coolest of dudes can tend to be shitbags when it comes to cheating. It's a very, very typical thing. It's a very normal thing. I'm not saying it's okay. I'm saying it's to be almost expected. Men validate their manliness by sleeping with women, by feeling sexually desired by other women. This is a very, very common way for men to feel validated. And it's a very common way for men to be like, well, you know, because if I had to guess, I mean, I don't know anybody's personal lives here, but it's probably, I mean, only because I'm not acting like I know Karen, but her being a woman, being in her early 40s, I would imagine that she's probably had a boyfriend that was like, okay, if I'm being nice to you, it's because I don't have any other women giving me attention. And so I'm being nice to you and getting that attention from you. But the second that another woman, a grass is greener type of situation is going on, well, I'm going to give you the cold shoulder and treat you like shit and take you for granted. That's very, very common. And I've heard that it's common amongst cops, dating cops. I've heard that. I've heard so many women say, I'll never date a cop. Cops are douchebags. Cops need validation all the time. I've heard it so many times. So maybe that's what Karen was afraid of. Your mind kind of goes to the worst places. And the idea of losing that support system with everything that she's gone through was probably extremely jolting for her. It was terrifying, probably. The idea of losing that support system. Because one might say, oh, well, look at how great her parents are. Look at her sister and her cousin. She's got such a great support system in her family. But maybe that's not the support system that she needs at that moment. Sometimes we just need that connection with a significant other who's not blood related to us, who we can kiss on the mouth and we can hug and cuddle with and sleep with. This is the kind of dynamic sometimes that we need. And, it sounded like Karen really needed that at that moment. And, and John was just like not fully understanding of this and more concerned with, okay, like, you're not understanding that I'm spreading myself so fucking thin right now. I've got my job. I've got my family. I've got my niece and nephew who I'm taking care of, and I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, but I'm doing the best I can. And then I've got you, and it's a lot. But there's nothing there that indicates to me that the two of them had a deep overall feeling that they were going to get over it. They were going to get through it. Otherwise, he would have been like, fuck this. Like, listen, I'm not talking to you right now. He's answering her texts. He's not turning his phone off and going, fuck. Jesus Christ, this crazy psycho. He's not doing that. He's responding to her text and he's just saying, I'm not going to pick up the phone right now. Stop calling because I've got one of the kids next to me. This isn't going to happen right now. But if he was like, fuck this, and he was checked out emotionally, he wouldn't have even responded to her texts. And she definitely wouldn't have kept trying to call him, trying to work it out, because women just have to talk it through. They have to talk it out. Whereas a man is like, we don't have to talk anything out, bro. Like, I don't. I'm like, listen, can we just skip to the part where we're already over it? Just assume that I understand your needs, and we'll get there. I don't want to hear what I know you're going to tell me over and over again. And please, can we just skip through the part to where you say that I'm an insensitive piece of shit? Like, I know this, but since we know that I'm an insensitive piece of shit, can we just get past the part where I have to exercise being an insensitive piece of shit? Can we just do that and skip to the part to where I could be the guy that you're trying to get me to be? Can we do that? Please? And that's what John seemed like he was trying to do. That's all that seemed like. You have a typical man and a typical woman. But there was a vibe there where they knew everything was going to work out. They're just dealing with a lot. And since they are each other's significant other, meaning that each one is their support system, then they're going to be the ones to take their shit out on. Karen's not going to kill that. Karen's not going to kill the one man who has that much patience with her. She's not going to do that. No woman is going to do that. Not in that position. A sociopath might, but Karen is not a sociopath. I mean, this is just insane. All this did was just make me feel bad for Karen that much more. That's all that did. Hearing those texts made me feel bad for her that much more. I can't imagine what it's like to be going through Crohn's, through MS, loving a man and trying to help him with the situation that he's in and support him. I can't imagine. And it sounds like John was empathetic towards this to some degree, but also kind of like, dude, you got to understand where I'm coming from too. You know? That's not, I didn't see in any of that any motive to kill anybody. I saw two people trying to work something out, trying to get through a very challenging part of their lives so that they could just get to the next challenging part. That's the vibe I got from those text messages. And I would imagine they happen a lot. I didn't see any fuck you, you fucking bitch in all caps. I didn't say you piece of shit, blah, 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 you tiny dick motherfucker. I didn't see none of that shit. None of that was happening. These were two adults that were in a very, very challenging place where frustration just kind of overlapped over the emotions. You know, the frustration kind of umbrellaed the feelings for each other. And that's very temporary because the feelings are always there. You know? Feelings are always there. It's not going to rain all the time. You know? Every once in a while, you put the umbrella away. You take the umbrella away and you're good because you're staying dry. It's sunny. You're holding hands and it's nice. But sometimes that frustration, that's the umbrella to fucking cover you guys from the fucking rain, you know, from getting soaking wet and being that much more miserable. But it still sucks and it's inconvenient to be sitting there under a goddamn umbrella and the only thing that matters is being under this fucking umbrella. Ugh, fuck. You know? I don't know if you guys are getting my metaphors. I'm just fucking talking out of my ass right now, but it's frustrating to hear that shit. You know? It's frustrating that this woman's life is out there for the whole goddamn world to listen to. You know? Like it's sad, dude. On top of the fact, let's not forget that her boyfriend is dead now. He's gone. He's never coming back. And she's being blamed. They're trying to throw her in prison for it. On top of all the problems that they already had, now they're trying to twist those problems into being a motive for murder. And now he's gone. He's never coming back. And they're trying to pin it on her and then take away everything else that she has in her life. This is fucking terrible. Let's go over this shit one more time, real quick. Because I got to see this. Perfect time, too.
Certain portions of what the mark is good for you.
Hold on. Slow it down, too.
Yeah.
I mean, dude.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could request certain portions of
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Where's Carol?
How are you, dear? I'm doing great. Thank you for coming. Oh, thank you. Hey, picture. All right, all right. Oh, there's Mr. Lee, there's Mr. Lee, Nathan. Hold on. I'm glad I could capture this.
Cry, right?
All right. That's pretty cool. All right.
Watch you all the time.
Thank you very much.
Good job. Thank you.
You do great work. Okay.
Oh, Tom's got fans, man. I love it.
All right. You guys, hey, picture. Oh, picture. Get over the picture. Get over the picture. I don't know. Put it down with the hood. You guys want to get in the picture? Big picture? Hold on.
All right, that's it.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Look at that.
Come on, get in. It's fun. All right.
What's up, Scott? How you doing, bud?
Hey, Scott
Good to
made
see
it.
you. Good to see you, my friend.
Scott
Missed you this
made
morning.
it.
A lot of new people here. You see that?
I have a question.
Yes. The little girl saved up a bunch of money and gave it to Karen. It was just imagine that. Karen's in there.
But you know
She's
what
in
was great?
freaking
We were
tears.
waiting over in the corner. What was nice? Nathan was looking for her, and he went like that.
Yeah.
And I go, it's right here.
Yeah.
He was looking for Nathan was looking for her.
Yep.
Nathan, her brother. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so sweet.
So thank you for doing that.
I didn't
I'm blasting on the brrr type in my
hear
house.
anything.
My way.
I didn't hear a hit, and I'm like, fucking.
Ding, 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 ding. Your phone's blowing up.
But first, I just get a hate, and then I didn't hear anything.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm like, I know who
No,
to take
so
care of
you couldn't even tell them while you were outside that it was all set. They didn't know till you came out.
Just now. All I knew was I had like 2 seconds.
All right. Just waiting on Howie to come back from commercial. Man, how great is it that Rachel Morin's killer got caught, man? Gotta keep man, these things take time, folks. These things take time. Gotta be patient. That's an example. So I got to read this tweet from Mark Betterow. I don't mind discussing, debating with people who think I'm biased or wrong, as long as it doesn't devolve into personal attacks or some idiot saying any 10 drunks in a bar from the yellow cottage or from the yellow attic. Sorry. Yeah, I've got Howie Carr pulled up. I'm just waiting for the commercials to pass. Here we go.
Live from the Matthews Brothers Studios.
The start of that Brie.
Joining us now is Aidan Carney, also known as Turtle Boy, the blogger who has been covering this from the beginning, broken most of the stories. It's a huge story for all of us, actually. Have you ever seen anything like Joseph Paul today on the witness stand? I'm older than you. I never have.
Dude.
This was comic gold.
It was.
It was, and I swear to God, they spent the rest of the day trying to make the jury forget about that. Like the British guy there and Nicholas Garino at the end. They were like, please forget that whole thing happened. But no, I have never. I mean, this has been 26 days of horrible things going on for the Commonwealth. Disaster after disaster. Nothing topped today. What a disaster.
I mean, they put that on at the end. This guy Garino, it was a stop the presses moment. It was the first Commonwealth witness who didn't from the state police who didn't look like a conehead. You know,
Yeah,
I think he's going to get fired. I think he's going to get fired from the Norfolk County DA's office just for not having a shaved head, not looking like cue ball. But all he put on there was these text messages, right? These text messages showing that they're having domestic problems.
I mean, welcome
to the club, right?
Into a hot mic said, "Kill me."
I mean, that's it. I mean, I heard there's going to be voicemails too. Who knows? But like those messages just reiterate that, like. They were in normal, situational problems, and he kept texting her back. Like, I don't know about you, Howie. If I'm dealing with some psycho chick that I'm trying to get rid of,
what did I say?
don't keep texting her back, and I don't agree to meet up with her for drinks later on. You know what I mean? That's how you end up in 60. That's how you end up 60 days in the Dedham House of Corrections, Howie. If you do that.
And you don't particularly want to have drinks with a psycho woman. That's the last thing you want to do.
Trust me, I know that better than anyone, Howie. Right. I know that better than anyone. I learned that the hard way.
So, I mean, what was the point? I don't understand the whole point of any of this. Well, I mean, they're not proving anything. Today it was just like they want to prove Jen McTooth didn't text again, hose long to die in cold. And I'm not convinced.
Because they're acting as Jennifer McCabe's and the Albert's attorneys instead of the attorneys that are trying to put Karen Reed in jail. I mean, they tried that this morning. They did this thing for the first time in this whole case. They tried to put someone on the stand that could make the claim that Karen Reed ran John over with the car. This is the only witness that has any testimony regarding that. And he made a complete fool of himself. And now you see why they didn't try explaining why Karen Reed, drove John over with their car. Because the second you attempt to make sense of this, make the physics happen, you make a complete fool of yourself. I mean, they had him from the beginning when he said, I graduated from community college, Howie. Community college. I mean, nothing against people who went to community college. But, that's it. You're the expert. You're the best that the Commonwealth put up. They have 3 guys coming in with PhDs tomorrow to be voir dire.
Yeah,
and
dude.
This guy went to community college.
Well, it started on Friday, though, when he couldn't remember how long he'd been a state cop.
Must be the conehead. I don't know. But, I mean, I would say I felt bad for him. But, I mean, this guy went out of his way to come up with this absurd, ridiculous theory, as Alan Jackson put it. You're trying to put a square peg in a round hole. Proctor tells him that he got run over by a car, and then this guy's got to try to make sense of that, right? And Alan Jackson made an absolute fool of him, trying to actually stand there in court and put his arm out. And so let me get this straight. So he hits him in the arm right here, this smooth taillight, and then the taillight shatters into pieces, causing all of these grooves in his arm, these furrows in his arm, as they called them earlier. And then they project him 10 feet, no, 30 feet. I apologize. 30 feet. This just throws him. A 217-pound man gets thrown 30 feet onto the grass. But wait, I thought you said the other day that he hit his head on the curb. I mean, shit, these people cannot get their story straight. The more they talk, the more ridiculous they
Well,
sound.
let me play the about the ground here. I got to play this cut. I got to play a couple of cuts for you, Turtle Boy, and get your reaction. Cut 30.
I thought you said he hit his head on the curb.
I said that's one of the possibilities of when you look at the roadway as he gets spun around kind of clockwise. It's a possibility that the curb is there, any blunt force object on the ground, as the ground is pretty blunt.
A blunt force object on the ground is pretty blunt. Can we quote you on that, Trooper?
The grass was frozen, Howie. So it was extra hard. It was like getting stabbed, I guess.
I got to play. This is my all-time
Christ,
favorite, though,
dude.
today. Cut 19, the crime scene. He's the crime scene whisperer. Here he is, cut 19.
You can't answer the question.
Crime scene whisper.
It's what was told to me as evidence.
Got it.
Wow.
By whom?
By the crime scene.
Who told you?
As crime scene that was there, it says his glass from the cup. My initial inspection, that's what it was on from.
That's not what you just said. You said that's what was told to me.
Yeah, by crime. Yeah, I said you by crime scene. While I was at my inspection.
Wait, what?
It was told to me by the crime scene when I was at my inspection, at the initial inspection.
So what you meant by that's what was told to me is the
I
crime
can't with
scene
this
talk.
motherfucker, dude.
Yes.
The streets were talking, Howie.
Crime
The
scene
streets
say
were
anything else?
talking.
Did the crime scene say anything else?
Oh my God! I mean, I'm not even kidding when I
Oh,
said
I
that.
love
I saw
Howie,
a couple
dude.
jurors literally laugh out loud, like during the thing, like holding in their laughter. Like, you gotta be kidding me! Like, is this a comedy show? What's going on right now? And then I swear to God, it's like they wanted us to forget what a disaster that was. Disaster that was this morning. So they brought in this British guy to talk about nonsense. 3.5 hours talking about Jennifer McCabe's Google search using. And by the way, all these two digital experts, all I know about these two people is neither of them have much qualifications as far as like educational background. And both of them are trying to sell you something. Like, this guy apparently worked for Celebrate, and now came up with this new app that he was using this stage to promote. And I guess my question for him and Jessica Hyde the other day, which the defense didn't ask him, but I'm wondering about, is how'd they find you? Like, how did they needed, so on April 18th, when I first write this story, the Google search is at the center of it, right? April 18th, 2023. And then 2 days later, Meatball Morrissey issues a press release saying, we dispute that. But they didn't have an expert to dispute it. This Jessica Hyde woman doesn't appear until 5 months later. So my question is, like, how many, they must have gone shopping around for specialists until they found somebody that just couldn't stop talking about themselves and wanted to promote their company on this international stage. And then they would maybe just, word salad the jury to death and get the attention they so desperately needed. And I still don't understand a thing these people say. And more importantly, neither does the jury. The jury was just not listening to this guy. He was another soft-spoken guy, got up there, doesn't know how to, like, teach an audience, teach a captive audience, explain it to them in their own words. And they left there at best wondering, like, could this have happened? I don't know. But it doesn't matter because Jennifer McCabe's not the one on trial. Karen Reed is. And if there's any reasonable doubt that she might have Googled that, then Karen Reed is off the hook.
Exactly.
Now, Garino, you tweeted this out. I had to come on the air, so I didn't see much of Garino. I didn't see any of him. He's their forensic IT guy for the state police. Yep. Another mastermind.
He was also
and
the IT
he
guy
didn't
for
he
the
didn't
Sandra
find any
Birchmore
of the
case.
deletions off Jennifer McCabe's phone, and he didn't find Hose Long to Die in Cold. Is that correct?
Nothing of the sort. He didn't find the 624 How Long to Die in Cold search. Never mind the 227 search.
Technically,
he handed her phone over,
anything.
and it was like all in the clear here. And the defense was like, well, can we take a look at that? And they had their expert look at it, and he found all sorts of wild stuff on there that this guy just missed. Now, keep in mind, this is the same Nicholas Carino, Westfield State graduate, so obviously he moves up the food chain at the state police, and he worked the Sandra Birchmore case, which is also out of case.
Oh my God! Another disaster, and he's from Norwood, which is one of the neighboring Canton
They all are.
towns.
All of them. All of them are on the I-95 South Belt. All these people, and so during the Sandra Birchmore case, he was tasked with looking through Matthew Farwell's phone. Matthew Farwell was a Stoughton cop who was dating or impregnated Sandra
Allegedly,
Birchmore.
right? Is it alleged or is that?
No,
yeah,
he did. No, he did impregnate her. He allegedly killed her, right? But he did impregnate her, right? And he was there that day. So he was the last person in her apartment. He's seen leaving. She's found dead later on. She allegedly killed herself. She wasn't suicidal as far as anyone knew. And so they asked to look through Farwell's phone, and they extract all the data down from it. And according to the report that I published there on my Twitter today, it says that he couldn't find the deleted messages, that he had deleted all these texts and he couldn't find them. What kind of forensic expert can't find deleted text messages? Like, he got outsmarted by a guy that just pressed delete. Like, there isn't there isn't software that can be used to extract somebody's phone and find everything that's been deleted off of it.
A crock of shit.
617 says MIT and Harvard are about a half an hour away, but they need to go to Canada to get an expert. Because no one at MIT and Harvard wanted to embarrass themselves this way, I think, is probably the reason.
That's what. I'm sure they tried MIT and Harvard, Howie. I mean, that's what I mean by shopping around. What number were you on the Commonwealth list? That's what I would like to ask these people. Like, how many other people did they call before they got you? And they weren't satisfied with the testimony they would give. And so they went shopping around and they found somebody who would say, maybe this didn't happen. And they finally found these two persons. They found the cat lady, and then they find, Alberta Scottish guy there, right? And this is the best that they could come up with.
Don't you think the state police are starting to take the heat? They issued a statement to the Herald saying that the acting colonel is outraged. Even the Globe, which last week was calling everybody who's in Karen Reed's camp racist, they're saying this is a disgrace. What's going on? They actually returned. They answered my questions about whether Joseph Paul, this nitwit from community college, was related to David Paul, the $306,000 a year trooper. And no, he's not. But I mean, the fact is, they answered me. They also answered the question that's on social media, the rumor going around that Proctor was on the staff, the security staff of Mara Healy. I didn't think he was, for obvious reasons, but that they answered the question finally. No. So they're fine.
Was actually, there's a funny story about that, Howard. That actually started a rumor because when they raided my house, I had gotten a tip, right? And I started writing down notes. I had my handwritten notes in my house.
Yeah.
And when my house got raided on October 11th, they found my handwritten notes. And one of the things in my handwritten notes was Proctor, Maura Healy's driver, ? Because somebody had told me that. And it wasn't verified, so I didn't report it or anything. But that's how it got out. It's like they took a picture of that, and it got out there that way.
Oh, okay. So that was a rumor, but now it's been debunked. I mean, as much because I called them last week about it, and then no one ever got back to me. But it's like over the weekend they said we better start answering some of these rumors that if they're not true anyway.
Yeah, it's not going away. I did not see the comment from the acting colonel. By the way, they haven't had a colonel in like a couple of years now for the state police. Maybe they should get one. And I'm sorry, he's real outraged. How about you do something about it? I mean, you're the boss. You can do something about this, right? Like, how about you discipline this guy? I mean, how has he not been disciplined yet? How is he still on the job? He's been under internal affairs investigation for how long now? Is anything ever going to come of that? Or is that just a way to kind of pass the buck?
Well, I think he said in the statement to the Herald, we can't say anything more because of the ongoing investigation. That's what the FBI always says, right? They can't say anything because of the investigation continues. Proctor was a Norwood cop too, right?
No, was he? I'm not.
Well, I'm not sure.
Someone
just texted that. I don't know if that's true. But he's from Canton, but we know that. I think though, I don't think I'm positive Joseph Paul will never testify again. I'm positive Michael Proctor will never testify again. I'm pretty sure the Sergeant Yuri is never going to testify again. None of these. I kind of doubt that what's his name, the lieutenant Tully is going to testify either. Do you think?
I mean, you never know. These people are arrogant and I never thought they'd make him testify in this place. They knew. Did they even prepare this guy for the cross examination that he was going to go under? Like, have they seen Karen Reed's legal defense team? Like, these people are the best of the best. Alan Jackson, the best money can buy. And what do you think? He's going to give you some softballs there? Like, what do you think is going to happen? The guy looked like a deer caught in a headlight the whole day. I'd feel bad for him if he wasn't participating in pure evil, but he is. He's choosing to do this.
So the tail light pieces are produced the cuts on John O'Keefe's arm, right? Is that what they're saying? But there's no blood. There's no blood on any of the tail lights.
None of them have taillight on them. None of them. And I've also never. I mean, is that a dangerous weapon? Can you not bring a taillight on a plane now, Howie? Like, is TSA going to take that away from you? Oh, you got a taillight on you.
Is it a deadly weapon or a dangerous weapon? Oh my goodness!
I don't know. Don't give Al Qaeda any ideas, Howie.
So anyway, this is tomorrow's voir dire. So there's no jury. So there's not going to be any Garino cross exam tomorrow, and then it's the holiday, the new holiday on Wednesday. So nothing's going to happen till Thursday with Garino anyway, the state cop.
That's right. Yeah, nothing will happen on Thursday.
But it's probably worth it. But is it going to be televised tomorrow? What's going on? It's going to be televised, right?
Yeah, it will be televised. There'll just be no jury. So I don't know how. That's the thing. How about this? They got to fly up at their own expense. These however many experts with PhDs, who work for or contracted by the FBI to prove to Auntie Bev their worthiness. But that guy, Joseph Paul, he just gets to be an expert because he went to community college. He's deputized an expert.
That was a great question you asked Alan Jackson going in. Why you asked him that question, and he said, "I've been wondering the same thing all weekend." So's everybody else been wondering the same thing all weekend.
Yeah.
Okay, Turtle Boy, we'll talk to you tomorrow. Okay, you're not on tonight because of the Celtics, right?
Yeah. I'll be back on tomorrow night to talk all about this. But go Celtics!
All right, thank you. That's Turtle Boy Aiden Carney, 844-500-4242. As always.
All right. So yeah, I got one more thing I'm going to go over real quick. Hold on. People are saying that it was. Yeah, okay, so there's some disagreement here. Some are saying that it was actually Lally who said kill me, not this dude. Because it looks like he with his mouth movement, I could see that, but I feel like this is one of those dudes whose mouth doesn't move very much when he talks anyway. So but there was one more thing that I wanted to go over.
They showed some evidence of a broken taillight and some. Authorities believe John O'Keefe was hit by Karen Reed's car. It caused him to be thrown through the air, tumbling in such a way that when he hit the ground, he hit his head, causing serious injury. They showed some evidence of a broken taillight and some personal items of John's found at the scene. Looking at a model to illustrate the injuries, we heard in testimony that John sustained injuries to his arm, the eyes, and the back of his head. Let's look at the injuries to the arm. As a vehicle backs into John, we can see how the taillight would strike the side of his arm, breaking into sharp pieces and cutting him. Moving to this dent indicated in red, it's believed that this is where the glass John was holding hit the vehicle and shattered. Here's a photo of the prosecution's belief that this dent represents where the glass had hit the vehicle. Continuing with the prosecution's theory, John is hit and thrown into the air. When he comes back down, he strikes the back of his head, causing serious injury. This type of head injury will cause black eyes, commonly referred to as raccoon eyes. All of this seems possible, but there's a lot of missing things that don't make sense.
Check my Twitter.
For instance, the lack of injuries being shown here in red. You would expect to see many injuries, some on the hips, the elbows, the shoulders, and the rib cage. Especially if your ribs and arm were hit with such force that you were knocked out of your shoes and thrown 20 feet to the ground. It's also the lack of evidence on the clothing. There's no abrasions, scrapes, tears, or stains that would indicate sliding on the ground. I personally question that a glass in one's hand could cause this pattern of dents and chipped paint. After all, the hand surrounds the glass like a layer of padding, and the speed is no more than tossing a softball 12 feet into the air and letting it hit the ground. Lastly,
come on.
this is presumed to have happened at 12:40 a.m. At this time, Jennifer McCabe was diligent in seeing John O'Keefe, standing at the front door and watching for him. Even seeing him, she texts him to park behind her.
All right. So quick announcements before I log because I really got to go. But tomorrow, 10 a.m., I should be on alternate corner with Dylan. And really looking forward to that. I've never spoken with him. Kevin Keen's in the chat. Get in contact with me, Kevin. Give me the details. I don't know what Kevin's podcast is, but I was invited by Kevin Thursday. I think I should be able to do that. That's still kind of up in the air, but I'm not sure. But I think that'll happen. And tonight, 7 p.m. Now, Young Jerks is going live at 5:30, but I'll be joining at 7. So I will hopefully see you guys there. I've got to wrap this up, guys. Crazy day today. I love you guys very much. And we will do this again very, very soon, my friends.